Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome to... Yes, are we there? We are. We're on. Fair to say that Dave Fletcher and I have been chuntering on before the start of play, but I'm sure we'll get to some of those subjects during the day. But it is day 2, session 1, of course, the opening session of Kent against Derbyshire. The visitors with an imperious, Dave, 389 for 2, 147 for Wayne Madsen. Louis Rees has 123 not out. Not going badly here after winning the toss.
No, I think the only downside to yesterday was they didn't make 400 runs in a day, which would have been particularly good.
Indeed so.
But yeah, absolutely. 389 for 2 is decent. 147 Wayne Madsen, 123 Louis Rees, who was there from the start yesterday. He's taken 255 runs to get his 123, whereas Wayne Madsen's he's rattled along really. 177 balls for his 147. He did have a life yesterday. I don't want to go on about it, but it was a fairly straightforward chance. Poor old Ben Dawkins will have woken up in the middle of the night thinking about that drop, I'm afraid. But these things happen. Yeah. He's a young man with a very bright future, so just ignore it. Don't listen to them. Fortunately, he didn't seem to feel the ball too many times after that, so there were no great jeers every time he went near the ball, as he would have done in a T20, for instance, or a 50-over game with a much larger crowd. It's always difficult to gauge the crowd, I always think, at Canterbury, because there are so many parts of this, certainly the pavilion end, that we simply can't see. And the applause yesterday was resounding, so that was good.
It's going to be Grant Stewart to open up day 2 with we'll call it a loosener down the leg side. Harry Finch takes it. The aforementioned Ben Dawkins is the only slip there. He's at more or less a sort of second slip position, a little bit estranged from Harry Finch, who's doing some air traffic control with the right glove.
He is a remarkable wicketkeeper. All the things he does before a delivery, they're hopping into position and then he waves his left hand a little bit. I mean, it's extraordinary.
He's going through some twists from the waist now, sets himself as Stewart bowls this one. That's on middle leg perhaps, and Wayne Madsen turns it round to square leg. We've got the sensitive microphone today, and listeners, you may be aware that it's very breezy. We feel for the steward, well I certainly do, for the stewards today who are in shade most of the day, checking the cars coming in behind us. Absolutely frozen when I arrived earlier today, and so good luck to them and anybody here without a coat that's in the shade. I think most of the members very sensibly find little patches of sun, and it's a good looking day, certainly for day 2.
A lot of long trousers though, disappointing.
There we go. You're still in your shorts, Dave.
Yeah.
Good man. Round the wicket comes Stewart to Rees, leaves that one through to wicket keeper Finch, and there is no run. Just have to take that out for a second. I think this affects microphone. My apologies, ladies and gentlemen, but causing a bit of interference. There is a gully in as well. I think that's Ollie Curtis. Point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square leg. Akant Singh is out there, and just a little dab into the offside by Rees. No run as Everson closes in on it. Actually, that's Corey Flintoff, I beg your pardon. A little bit taller than Joey Everson. Similar build. Everson's down at deep fine at the moment. He's just appeared. Well, he's been there in full sight for everybody else, but parts of the ground we can't see. Cut into the offside. Quick run taken. Shy at the stumps by Flintoff at the non-striker's end, but Rees is absolutely safe. So he chopped into the offside, and they've taken a single. 2 off the over so far. The batters change over.
So I was just chuckling at the queues at the Dartford tunnels for no apparent reason.
Same old. Have that one on repeat. Coming towards the end of the first over. Preview coming for Sophie Sutton on her morning show, and that'll be a smart shot into the onside. Good morning, Sophie. Yes, Kent had a drubbing day yesterday with the visitors Derbyshire winning the toss and electing to bat. Overnight, there were 389 for 2, an imperious score. They've taken that on to 392 for 2 of the very first over of the day. Wayne Madsen has 149, 124 for Lewis Rees as well. Kent trying to break up this partnership, which seems to be going all week, let alone all day yesterday. Kent just need to try and keep the runs down as long as they can. Derbyshire hoping to build a massive total and perhaps only bat once in this match and really put Kent under pressure for the remaining days. The wicket itself, the pitch doesn't look like it's doing very much for the bowlers, certainly on the first over, and reports of the commentators that were here yesterday, not really much in it. So the bowlers are going to have to bend their backs and bowl as well as they possibly can to make it hard for Derbyshire today, and that's just about as best Kent can do at this point, unless we get a flurry of wickets. We can always hope, can't we? Commentary of this game continuing via the BBC Sport website and app.
Joey Everson takes up the attack from the pavilion end, bowling to Wayne Madsen, who defends the first ball back in the general direction of the bowler. Derbyshire just looking on the Derbyshire batters, just looking to play themselves back in after a good night's rest. Wayne Madsen did indeed say they only want to bat once. So they're probably going to be hoping to bat until tea if they can, get 600. And then it doesn't really matter if that one's pushed up to Parkinson at mid-on. It doesn't really matter how flat the pitch is. If you know you've got to get 450 to avoid the follow-on, that is an enormous amount of pressure. There are a number of young players in the Kent side who will benefit from the experience, but they don't know that.
That's a very good point.
As Everson bowls full, clipped into the leg side by Madsen, who picks up a single to move on to 150. He does indeed. 183 balls, 16 fours and 3 sixes, one of them an absolute monster towards the flats, where the boundary is slightly longer, and into the wind as well. He was hitting the ball very hard yesterday, much harder than he often has in his career. He's very much a touch player, Wayne Madsen, but yesterday he was giving it a clout. The tone was set by an Iron Donald with his near runner ball half century, having batted first on winning the toss, and it just sort of went on from there, really. Kent have got 2 close catches either side of the pitch for Everson, who bowls to Rees, who has been there since yesterday morning, just doing his own thing. By lunch yesterday, he barely scored any runs. He was 27 not out at lunch yesterday off 73 deliveries, and looking at the top of the Derbyshire averages yesterday, he does have a lower strike rate than most of the batters in the upper echelons, as he defends this one up to Parkinson again. Parkinson with a rugby style pass to mid-on. It's his first century of the season. He has been batting largely lower down the order, with Caleb Jewell up the top. And in the first half of the season, David Lloyd. So that one is off an inside edge, thick inside edge, down towards deep backward square leg for a single for Rees. Moves on to 126, 394 for 2. But he is an opener by trade. But the amount of work that he has to do, because he also opens the bowling, and he is the leading wicket taker in the second of it. It's remarkable. He's had a remarkable season.
Brings in mind the Monty Python sketch. But apart from that, what's he done for Derbyshire?
Yes, yeah, he's brought peace. If only. That was the last ball of the over as well. 394 for 2. He's a genuine all-rounder, but he doesn't play white ball cricket, which I think helps him.
Here he is, the left-hander facing Grant Stewart now. Taps that into the onside, finds the fielder. I think that's Ben Compton there.
I've given up I've given up on most of them. I think if they can't put numbers on the backs of these sweaters, then they don't deserve to be named.
That's you're taking a strong stance, and I like that, I'd have to say.
Yeah.
But
same with Middlesex. Sort it out, boys.
Stewart around the wicket now to Rees. It's in the offside. It feels fairly close actually at a gully and mid wicket and extra cover. And that one finds Corey Flintoff. There's a lot of hands in pockets as well. The hand warmers have definitely come out. You can see the other players agitating them to get them working. But yeah, fairly close, the fielders inside the circle, as it were. One of them, you just find that mid wicket. It's Mikey Cohen there, right? He's throwing with his left hand at mid wicket. Yeah, I mean, particularly difficult, as I say, for visiting commentators and visiting supporters alike. Really like the look of the cable net jumpers.
No, absolutely.
But
nothing wrong with the cable net.
As you say, it's and for those who have got used to the body shapes and the movement of the more experienced Kent players, you suddenly put 5 teenagers in there, and it does make things a little bit more interesting for commentary. I'm getting all my excuses in very early in the day. That's a thickish outside edge along the ground. Dawkins dives for it, can't get there. Said he's fairly close in all that ring of fielders, but goes for 4 runs. There's, I think, 2 people applauding there, but 4 more to the total. However, it's received 398 for 2. Rees goes on to 129, where Madsen has 150 exactly.
Yeah, just managed to play it with soft hands.
Yeah.
Ben Aitchison's had a net, for goodness sake. If he has to bat, we could be here. I'm still watching Derbyshire's first innings on Saturday, because he'll come in at 10, I think. Nobody wants to see that.
I'm not sure if that's optimism or pessimism from his point of view, but 398 for 2. So you've got games to play in the winter very quickly after a turnaround, maybe. Here's Stewart to Rees, and it really doesn't look very much in this pitch, does it?
No.
Oh, this ball is only 19 overs old as well. It's just pushed gently up to mid-on, and there's no run.
No, it is a concern. There was a little bit of consternation amongst 1 or 2 people that they hadn't left a bit more grass on a pitch for a match that doesn't really matter.
So Stewart bowls to Rees. His tail's playing it the top of the bounce into the offside. There's no run. Fielded securely. 398 for 2 then. That's Rees 129, Madsen 150 with Matt Cole and Dave Fletcher. Molly Davis will be joining us during the morning. We hope to have what can you call it, a cameo or a guest appearance from former Kent captain David Fulton, who's here today handing out the
special guest
volunteer
appearance.
awards. Special guest appearance, yeah.
Not just a
guest.
guest.
He'll come in and he'll just put the world to rights. That's what I'm hoping. In fact, I know 1 or 2 of us might be off commentary for the while David's on, but I might just ask him a couple of questions and then we can just all go off for a cup of tea or something.
Excellent.
Let him hold forth. That's the plan.
Everson into Madsen, who whips this down to backward square leg, picks up another single, moves to 151, 399 for 2. And we finished at 5:30 yesterday.
Yes,
which was commendable on the part of the Kent bowlers and fielders. And as was pointed out, they might have had a little kick up the backside after losing some points.
Yeah,
but they did get on with it yesterday. Everson around the wicket to Rees, who plays that one very aerially into mid-wicket, not too far away from the catcher, relatively close in. Does manage to pick up 3 more runs, and the 400 is up for Derbyshire. And it's not very often, certainly in my recent memory, that 400 has come up and Derbyshire have got their next bonus point before the opposition have got a bonus point. I was thinking bowling bonus points are far easier to come by than batting ones, and Derbyshire are now 4-0 up with still 10 overs to go to get to 450 and maximum bonus points as Everson bowls to Madsen, who just flicks that away down towards fine leg, and it rolls all the way to the boundary, and it's 4 more, and it's back to normal again as the runs start to flow. 8 off the first 3 deliveries, 406 for 2. Madsen up to 155, and the partnership to 249. It was already a record for the 3rd wicket for Derbyshire against Kent. It was Chris Adams and Dean Jones in 1997 here. He said with an encyclopedic knowledge.
It's fabulous.
I looked it up. That one is played off the back foot by Madsen out into the onside. And
it's on the top of his head, he's pulling these out then.
I not only looked it up, but I wrote it down. The previous 202, Adams and Jones in 97, 3rd wicket record against Kent. I did mention it to Wayne last night. Wayne is such an infuriating interviewee. I mean, he's always very generous with his time, always answers your questions. Everson is in and bowls too, and he defends this one straight back to him. But last night, he absolutely refused to talk about himself, despite passing 1,000 runs in the Championship this season, 17,000 runs in his first-class career. No, it's all about... Yes, well, I know it's about the team, Wayne. So in the end, I just said, Wayne, thanks for your time. I'm going to grab you at the end of the game, and you're going to talk about yourself.
Yeah, he might be forced if he gets towards record proportions, which is...
Just takes his bottom hand off the bat there, like that. Whether it did pop on him or not, he made it look like it did, and therefore everybody's going, oh no, the pitch has started to misbehave. I don't think it is. 406 for 2 at the end of the over, 132 to Rees, 155 to Madsen.
Yeah, as a barometer of this pitch, certainly Joey Everson, who's is not express pace, that's fair to say, will be used with a newish ball to move it in the air and off the seam.
I don't think we have anybody in the match then really with express pace, because you look at, I mean, Zach Chappell would be Derbyshire's quickest bowler, I think. I'm trying to work out who would be the next quickest. Probably Aitchison and Dahl would be similar, but they're not express.
But absolutely nothing happening from this morning, I would suggest. Joey Everson so far in either respect, and ball 20 overs old, it's going to be a tough. That one did just lift a little bit off a good length there.
2 in a row. It's an absolute minefield out there. What's going on?
Lewis Rees, he's made 132. He's grafted for those 132 with the ball doing all sorts in Davies. Is that what you were saying from yesterday?
Yeah, I've never seen
I remember it on the commentary, but
that's as much as we've seen in a day, and how many overs that we've had today.
Sadly for Kent, no great pace in the pitch either, so he's able to see that one off, but pulls that one. Not quite there to be pulled, but gave it a go anyway. It's just thumped that into the ground. Mikey Cohen fields at mid-wicket, and there is no run. So 2 drop balls for Kent in the face of 406 for 2. I suppose you call that progress. Hard yards. I mean, somewhat a surprise, as you say, with this. So Stewart bowls to Rees, taking that from off stump, again turning it into the onside. It's fielded by Cohen smartly at mid-wicket. They wouldn't leave a little bit more grass on it, just to get the beleaguered Kent bowlers off the pitch a little bit quicker, because they put in some hard yards again this season.
All the bowlers are of the style that Andrew Strauss absolutely detests, and is the reason that we've got all this mess that we've got at the moment. They're all Darren Stevens pace. And
it's that
nobody wants that.
Well, it's a pick-up shot off stump, and he's flicked that through the onside as Rees through mid-wicket, and that's a lovely shot. Really quick hands on it. Grant Stewart just stares forlornly out towards the boundary as there's no chance for Ekansh Singh to cut it off. 4 more. The partnership at 252. Rees has 84. Madsen has 155. It is 4-10 for 2. Almost dismissive that, Dave.
It was, wasn't it? Yeah, there were a number of shots like that yesterday, actually. 2 sixes that Madsen hit out to the car park, the sky thingy, whatever they call it. I should know, really. Apologies.
Well, a car park it certainly is. It's turned into the onside by Rees, and they'll take a single there. It's So 1 to come as the wind gets up again. I mean, the commentary box is bathed in beautiful sunshine and it's a very nice temperature, but just wondering at the end of the day, Dave, might bring in the other Dave, if that's all right for
I'm
more.
yeah, absolutely.
While he's here.
I've always said I've got absolutely no desire to be on the radio, really. It's never been my thing.
It's Stuart to Madsen back at the bowl and there's no run, but we should get you back for landmarks, that's for sure. So if Wayne Madsen closes in on 300, we'll get you back in. That's Dave Fletcher. Swift rotation this morning. To bring in former Kent captain Dave Fulton, who's joining us with Joey Everson just resetting the collar after giving his jumper to the umpire. Jumpire to the umpire? Why not? 4-12 for 2. And Dave Fulton joins us. David, good morning.
Matt, good morning. Lovely to be here.
Well,
first time this season.
Great to have your company. Yeah.
Knockings of what has been a tough season.
Yeah.
Big boots to fill here. Dave Fletcher, voice of BBC Radio Derbyshire. And he must be pretty pleased with what he's seen so far. 4-12 for 2. Pretty flat deck.
Yeah, Everson running away from us towards Reese, straight back at him, and there's no run. You're here not just, Stuart, to grace us with your presence, but volunteer awards today, is that right?
Hosting the Volunteers Awards, yes, very much the lifeblood of the game. All those people that give up their time, club cricket, to get the games on, the umpires, the grounds people, the coaches. So, always a nice awards lunch. So, pleasure to host that again.
So Everson comes around the wicket then to Reese, goes for this one over the top of mid-on. Almost a languid stroke, that one off Everson, and that is dispatched summarily to the boundary for 4 runs. And Ben Compton below us runs to go and get the ball. It's definitely a fetch it. 4-15 for 2 then. Reese on to 141. And Dave Fletcher was saying maybe a little bit surprised that there's a little bit not more grass on the pitch, perhaps just to make things perhaps easier for the seam bowlers, but to give more life in the game.
Yeah, possibly.
I know it's not an exact art, is it? But
no, it's not. But yeah, well, I guess there might be a thinking that if Kent had won the toss and found themselves in this position with the bat, with the likes of Matt Parkinson and the spin options of Jaden Denley and co, then there might be the way to win this game. Kent obviously depleted in the seam bowling department. Just like field change now, we've got a very straight silly mid-on who's just got to be careful his right foot doesn't lurk on the pitch, because that'll be a no ball. So just adjusting that. Can't see who that is from. Is it Ollie Curtis?
I thought it was Corey Flint off soft. I think you're right, and maybe it is.
Difficult to see 100 yards away with his back to us, but it's I
think it's Curtis, you're right, with the number on his back. He's just seeing it through the cable knit jumper. Everson bowls to Reese up to mid-off. Now, I was asking the other day, that short mid-on or mid-off position we see quite a lot as a distraction for batters. Really, I don't think I've ever seen a catch there.
No.
I'm sure it happens, but
block the non-striker. I don't know, some sort of kind of American football option, some sort of linebacker thing. Just shift to the left and knock him over as he runs. And the
wicket comes at Everson to Reese outside the Austin, beats him.
Yeah, well,
a little bit of movement off the pitch.
Just nibbled up the hill, and we saw. Dave, tongue-in-cheek, mentioned the wicket was doing all sorts. It did. A couple did bounce quite steeply. There were bottom hands off the bat in quite dramatic fashion. So perhaps this pitch is starting to do a little bit more. But yeah, Joey getting one to nip away from the left-hander up the slope.
Indeed so. It's Everson round the wicket to Reese. Just open the face slightly. We've gone a little bit, just rehearsing that shot again. It's actually just skewed off towards point and fielded safely. But
was it a spin yesterday for Parky?
A little tiny bit. Wasn't here myself, but listening to the commentary, I think Dave was definitely counting on the fingers of one hand how many actually turned for him. But quicker from Everson. But just turning the onside by Reese. Cohen Fields, end of the over. 4-15 for 2. So not just the volunteer awards today. I think the members are coming in for a meeting over discussing the fallout is outright from the decision not to change the county championship format for the next season at least.
Which the members will be broadly in support of that decision, I would imagine, which is probably why the counties decided to go that route, perhaps. Kent members want to see, I doubt they want to see less championship cricket.
No.
They might want to see more successful championship cricket, but I think that's beyond the remit of those doing the structure. So there's Grant Stewart to continue for the Nackington Road, and he's got Madsen on 155, played quite beautifully. A fine stall of Derbyshire he's been.
So the PCA will argue, and they have said, haven't they, we're trying to reduce.
It's a difficult one. It's a balancing act. I mean, I
yeah.
totally get the PCA's position, but what I would also say is, if you put it to the men, when they ask the question, they talk about wear and tear mentally, physically. Very few get asked the question, would you prefer to take 10 grand less as well? As this one's turned down to long leg, it's going to be fielded, I think, Corey Flintoff, and it's just a single. Yeah, because the knock-on effects, if you play less cricket, then you'd imagine there would be less coming into the club's coffers. You can't charge members as much if you're not offering them the same amount of cricket that they've traditionally received. So there's a knock-on effect for the game, and there's that, if you said to a player, I know players who've tried to go one format only, or to play less cricket, and then that's all very well until someone goes, well, we'll pay you half of your salary, and then they kind of go, Stewart is in, short ball, Reese hooks it, and he's got to get 4 nicely struck. There are 2 men back waiting for that hook stroke. Bisected them, another boundary to the left hander. Looks just like he's starting to change gear a bit. Madsen been the dominant partner in this partnership, but Reese has got a good gallop on this morning. That's 3 boundaries and a couple of overs to him. So yeah, that's the question that they don't get asked. And if you said to me, play a couple more championship games and get an extra 5-6 grand, I'd probably go, you know what, I think I can make that work. So it's the trade-offs. But I get it. Player welfare is important, but so is offering your customer good value for money, and that's your cricket fan.
As you say, that's the balance to strike between the two, but.
Well, you want good quality cricket.
Yeah,
I mean, that would be the PCA's argument. We want good quality cricket, and I've spoken to Liam Livingston about this, who goes all around the world to play his cricket, and the call for playing less cricket, you don't see Liam, and I've challenged him on this, I won't play the IPL this year, or I won't do this. As Reese is leaning on this one, he'll get a couple down the hill. Just jog 2. Nicely finding the gap. Yeah, these players that are voting on this are also the players that play all year round and get paid very well to do so. They're not saying to the IPL or the Big Bash or the other leagues that they play, could you shorten your competition? But they'll shorten the county championship, which is the bread and butter for players. So I think there is a balance, and I think players have got to be a little bit aware of that and aware of their audience. I'm sure a lot of them are. Stewart is driven again. This might be more than 2 this time. It will run down the hill, but I think it might just be pulled up. Most certainly going to be 3. It's a long way down there, playing at the top of the ground. That is the long boundary. So another 3 to Reese, and that is his 150. Very nicely played. 282 balls, 17 fours. Laid a great foundation here, and just a sense that Derbyshire are beginning to change gear. I was reading that previous 3rd wicket record partnership between Dean Jones and who was the other one, Dave? Chris Adams, 97. I'm not sure I played in that game. Might have had a broken hand, or I might have just erased it from my memory, because that can happen as well. Just remember the good times as Grant Stewart is turned again for a single, this time by Madsen. Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of players who remember the bad stuff because that's the way they're wired. I'm very much a glass is half full, so I remember the wickets we took and the few runs I scored from time to time. I think they might be trying to find that scorecard. I might just have blocked it from my memory. I probably got 1 and 7 in the game, but I did break a knuckle in 1997. That knuckle there, Matt, that should stick out like that one. That was broken at Middlesex. And I got a feeling that game might have been one that I missed, but I could be wrong. Not that I would have had any bearing on that particular outcome of that partnership. I would have been roaring in from the Nackington Road end, knocking them over. But,
so the next one for Derbyshire will be the third wicket record across the board.
Yep.
Which is, by my reckoning, 316 from 1997.
Another 1997.
This one's turned into the onside, or just closes the face. Madsen takes himself a single. Messrs Rollins and Barnett, is that right? From
oh crikey, I did play in that game.
Oh, blimey, okay.
Yeah, and I got 43. I can't believe I didn't remember that. 43, threw it away, no doubt. 108 balls, rocketing along.
You got a low bounce, didn't you, from what I hear?
Yeah, it's very unlucky. And
shocking decision.
A very fine 29 in the second innings, so there you go. Headley, yeah, okay.
Everson round the wicket to Rees, and does go for this one. Ruby Court's just over the head of Ben Compton at mid-on. And is it even going to get to the boundary? It's not. He'll pick it up and throw it back in. Frustrating. Well, I say frustrating for Ben Compton. Frustrating he's not a foot taller, he might think.
Well, if Ben Dawkins might have got a little mitt on that, but Ben Compton is vertically challenged and it just crept over him. Yeah, thanks, Dave. So I did play in that game. I remember not a ball, but it was a long time ago now. 28 years ago, Matt. Can you remember what you were doing 28 years ago?
28 minutes ago is a challenge, I'd say.
Exactly.
I think I was here on the back foot, driven up through mid-off. It's a spill by Matt Parkinson, who went down tumbling for it. Just come out of that stop, just limping slightly. Always slightly in the wars, it looks like, Matt Parkinson. He's got somewhat of a sort of rolling gait anyway, hasn't he? But 4-3-2 for 2, not the greatest bit of fielding, didn't cost them anything. Rees has 153, he faces Madsen has 159, and just all guided away. That's an absolute beauty by Lewis Rees for 4 runs through third man.
It's a beauty, but it's slightly taking the Michael, and that was very nonchalant from Rees, who has played beautifully this morning. He's been the aggressor really in this partnership, which wasn't always the case by all accounts yesterday, but he's hit a couple over mid-on. He swatted one away over square leg, and that was just opening the face and using the pace that Everson has. There's no third man. A lot of the fielders are in front of the wicket, as you'd expect with this slow surface. Very nice.
Everson round the wicket to Rees once more, and just checked up towards the short mid-on. Fielded there, and there's no run.
So I was reminded of a few games from yesteryear, Matt. The other day I was around my great mate Matt Walker's house, and his downstairs loo is like a Matt Walker shrine in terms of he's got all his scorecards and pictures up from his kind of best moments, of which there were many. Well decorated toilets in a cricketing sense. I qualify quickly. That includes the over dot ball. And
that's not a phrase I thought I'd be using.
No, you didn't. It's always you never know what you're going to get when I turn up on comms. It's been a while since I've done the radio. So yes, so Walks has got his 275 unbeaten here against Somerset in 1996, and in that particular match I made 29 and 4, and I got out to Richard Harden bowling with his wrong arm in the second innings. So 29, and he got 275 not out. We then declared, and the game was being set up, so we had to go and get 60 odd. Walks got 40 odd not out in the second innings. and Richard Harden was bowling, I forgot what he bowled, but he bowled 5 balls with one arm, and then we'd nearly reached the target, of which I had to say single figures. Walks and smashed it everywhere. He then bowled the ball with his wrong arm, and I smashed it back at him, looped it back at him, caught and bowled. So it wasn't a brilliant game for me, but I was delighted to know that in a couple of these other scorecards I did actually contribute. I went, look, I got 100 in that game, and Walks got 180. That was nice. But sometimes you need to be reminded you did get a few.
It's Mikey Cohen.
Yeah, Mikey Cohen from the Nackington Road end, left arm round the wicket to Madsen. His first little run out of the morning, and it's a dot ball.
And decisions for Kent to make over the winter. It's not been let's not even paraphrase it. It's not been a great season, notwithstanding making the quarterfinals of the T20.
That was the high point, probably. Yeah.
Yeah.
Game 1 was the high point. Northants, we were on a roll.
2 wasn't bad either.
Yeah, we were 2 from 2, weren't we? And harbouring hopes of going straight back up. But yeah,
I'm
it's been
going
tricky.
to a radio update actually, but I will pose the question shortly afterwards. It's Cohen round the wicket to Madsen, clipped into the onside very pleasantly. As fielder hairs away. I think it's Curtis coming in from the boundary, and they'll get 2 for that. 4-3, 7 for 2. Well, you know what's coming here, Dave.
I've got no idea. I know there's an update coming, but I don't know what the question is. where do Kent go from here? Who do they sign? What's the approach for? How do they winter? What do you want to know?
I'll go for any one of those 3. You
Any
can
one
choose
of
them in
those.
order if you want to, particularly. But
Well, Matt Milnes is coming back. That's
He is,
positive.
yeah.
So that's a.
so out goes Nathan Gilchrist. In comes Matt Milnes.
Yeah. Which you'd say like for like of sorts, as Cohen is. Well, that's a full stroke for Madsen. It's an inside edge, no damage done, but a rare one that didn't hit the middle of his bat. Yeah, so I think that's a good. I mean, to be fair, Kent have had a bit of a master stroke with Matt Milnes because he went to Yorkshire, much to everyone's disappointment. Matt's just about to do his update, but it was, and then he got injured, and he got the stress fracture, so hasn't had the opportunity to do much for Yorkshire. Just started to hit his straps, and back he comes.
Yeah, be great to see him back. It's sad to see Nathan Gilchrist go, but here is the update then for BBC Radio Kent listeners. I'm not sure it'll make. Yeah, and Derbyshire pouring on the pain on Kent at the moment. They're 4-3, 7 for 2. The visitors 157 for Lewis Rees, 162 for Wayne Madsen in this huge stand, which has gone past 250 runs now and is approaching the record for a 3rd wicket stand for Derbyshire. Kent on what looks like a really flat wicket here from a bowling point of view, trying to make something happen. We've seen a couple just lift off the surface a little bit, a couple keep low, but nothing that's really been frightening. These 2 batters who are now looking to accelerate a little bit and make a big score for Derbyshire in their first innings. Kent just trying to hold them back a bit, tether them, hope for wickets that lack of runs might force, but at the moment Derbyshire still ruling the roost in the final game of the season. Still 2 games to go. Derbyshire will be hoping to bowl Kent quickly out twice if they can on this flat surface for an innings victory. Kent will have some batting to do perhaps later on today. 4-3-9 for 2 though Derbyshire at the moment, and the commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app. That is a very good point. As Sophie on our morning show says, at least it's not raining. No, it is beautiful out there. So, so
maybe rain would be welcome at this point. Sometimes 4:39 for 2. You don't mind a bit of rain. This one pushed out to short extra cover. There's no run. Yeah. So Milnes is a good signing, and I think we've got him back at a good time because he's missed a lot of cricket. He's just started to bowl well for Yorkshire, and Yorkshire probably can't believe that just as they've got him back on the park, he's off. But so that's good news for Kent. Obviously losing Nathan Gilchrist not so much. And probably will have to find a seamer or 2, you'd imagine. I think the likes of Matt Quinn and co will probably be retained or extended. I don't know what's happening with Mikey Cohen. These are decisions that are well above my pay grade, so they will be decided upon in due course, I dare say. But yeah, I think everyone would agree that the seam bowlers and keeping them fit is a priority. This is going to be Ollie Curtis to get a little run out. Talking of seam bowlers, a guy who's had his own problems with stress fractures and whatnot, but good to see him back bowling. I've seen a lot of Ollie over the years. Very, very talented cricketer. Gives it a proper whack with the bat, and a more than useful medium pacer who can hit the deck pretty hard. He just has not had a lot of bowling in the last 18 months because of this back injury. So, most importantly, good to see him firing and in good fettle, but the best of Curtis is certainly ahead of him.
One of 5 teenagers in this Kent side, as there was in the previous game against Leicestershire as well. And Hollyoak's hand forced slightly by injuries, but also giving a chance. It's a good delivery to start with. Just ask a question of Louis Rees, a little bit high, I think, for an appeal.
He's around the wicket, so probably just outside the line of off stump. Rees long way across, but that's a promising sign. Just 1 or 2 little bits of seam movement. Everson getting it to go up the hill. Curtis bringing that one back into the left-hander.
Yeah, around the wicket to the...
Yeah, I mean, this is the advantage of being, there are a few advantages of being bottom of Division 2, but one is that with nothing really to lose in terms of position in the table or anything to play for, you can blood some youngsters and try and fast-track them. And Kent have got some good ones.
As Curtis runs away from us from the pavilion, they're now bowling to Reese, drives it up to a mid-off, and there is no run. And obviously Kent members, Kent supporters generally will look at the season they've had and scratch their heads and say, well, relegation from Division 1, but the worst team in the Championship in Division 2. And we talk about the injuries, and they have been extraordinary, I think, for Kent this year. It wasn't great last year. But the question that people will pose around that, and I'm going to pose it, is Curtis. It's a swing and a miss. It's a big old pull from Reese. It's hit him on the pad again outside the leg stump. Or has he got an edge on that? Under edge. Yeah, he has indeed. Yeah,
just got a bit of pad on that.
Would be, I guess, is the squad deep enough from a Kent point of view? Albeit they, as I said, they lost 2 bowlers very, very quickly. Jazz Singh, I think, within 3 games, season ending, and Keith Dudgeon, they're overseas after a single game. Yeah,
I mean, they were 2 guys that were in those first couple of games and did well, particularly Dudgeon, obviously 7 for on debut. That was really unfortunate. But Jazz Singh, I felt especially sorry for. I was standing in the umpire's position when he went over on that ankle, and he was just starting to establish himself as Curtis is in again. This is down the leg side, and so wide that Madsen could not hit it. So yeah, that was really disappointing from Jazz's perspective. But in answer to your question, is the squad deep enough? Not really in the seam bowling department, I'd argue. And Simon Cook and Adam Hollyoake are well aware of that. But it's not easy to find fast bowlers. They don't grow on trees. We don't produce many. We never have historically. This is forced off the back foot. Nice shot from Madsen. I don't think it'll go all the way to the boundary. It's going to be pulled up just inside. It'll be another 3. They don't grow on trees, and you'll find increasingly the bigger counties, the Test match playing grounds, that also have 100 franchises. It is easier for them to attract the best ones available. Kent have lost Gilchrist. If you think of Gloucestershire, they've lost 6. 6 of their best young bowlers have gone. And it's a similar size county, you'd say, to Kent, kind of mid-table in Division 2. Your decent crop of young bowlers, they get picked off.
It's Curtis bowls to Reese there. It's a flowing stroke, lovely cover drive for 4 runs to finish the over.
Yeah, wide half volley. I guess the question is, I mean, the Sam Northeast signing, and I'm a big fan of Sam Northeast. I think he's a fine player, and he's a Kent player, and it's good to see him back. On the one hand, the downside of Sam coming back is one that's obviously funds that he's not going to come cheap. That could be used for a seamer. You look at the batting and think, actually, that's not the area that we need to improve. And if you've got your Jaden Denleys and your Ben Dawkins and your Ollie Curtis, if you get Zach back at the beginning of the year and Sam Northeast is there, these guys are going to be blocked for some of the progress that they're making playing this cricket. They're going to find themselves back in the 2s with no obvious spots to go at. Potentially things can change. We've seen injuries, and Zach hopefully will continue to be playing for England for a long time and will disappear again. That'll free up a spot. But if you've got an opening, if you've got Compton, Crawley, Bell Drummond, Mayeye, Northeast, that's your 5 probably, with Leaning in the mix for the start of the season. Potentially your youngsters might not get much of a look in.
As Cohen bowls to Madsen now, that's driven into the offside. That'll be 4 runs as well. It's a good attempt by the fielder on the boundary. Grant Stewart just sprawling to try and get that one, but driven into the offside by Wayne Madsen from a foolish delivery, and that's a 450 up for Derbyshire now. Maximum batting bonus points. Not that makes a great deal of difference at this stage in the season, with Derbyshire unable to get up, and Kent bottom, of course, but 4-5-1 for 2.
And you also put yourself in the position of a young batter. If you're playing in a side that is depleted of bowlers, and you find yourself 450 for 2, and you're Ben Dawkins or whatever, and you've spent the best part of 2 days in the field chasing 600.
As Cohen bowls to Madsen, just moves that into the offside and takes a single, and there's applause for Wayne Madsen's 170. I wonder if Dave was going to leap on that stat there, or just prolonged applause from one probably very well-informed supporter there. I'm missing something entirely.
Yeah.
But anyway, single taken.
Not for the first time, mate.
No, you worked with me before. You know how this works.
Yeah. I mean, I've got no notes at all. I've just popped up here for a chat, really. I hope people don't mind. But, yeah, so my point was that simply that the young batters in this situation, it's not easy. There's a lot of pressure when they do come to bat.
Yeah, Madsen to Rees, just turns that into the onside, or just closes the face and runs it out to square leg, single taken. They move on to 4-5-3 for 2. I suppose looking at Sandles, as you say, I can completely understand that maybe he blocks it, he does block a space for a young player coming through. I wonder if from the head coach and director of cricket's point of view, you've got a chance to sign a really good player. Maybe it's at the right price as well, with Sam wanting to come back to Kent.
Yeah, look, at the end of the day, Kent want to play winning cricket, and you need good players, and he's a very good player, no doubt about that.
Cohen outside the off stump. It's a rare leave from Wayne Madsen. From these two are just trying to play every ball at the moment and build this already sizable total. So
yeah, and also, I would imagine, I don't know what the announcements have been on Joe Denley. We still wait to hear what's happening with him, but I would imagine, kind of some sort of coaching / white ball role might be. So there will be a gap, obviously, there potentially. I don't know exactly what's happening with Joe, but that could happen, in which case Sam slotting in for Joe doesn't change things too much in that regard. But
coming round the wicket to Madsen.
But at some stage you've got to back these youngsters, and those funds might be ideally spent on a seamer. But the point, I take your point, he's a good player, he's got Kent in his blood, and actually those good players don't come along that often, so why wouldn't you snap him up? And also those bowlers might not be out there, so you might skew things in, be batter heavy and strong and put totals on the board and maybe go down a different route with the ball.
As Cohen comes round the wicket, having talked to Adam Hollyoake a number of times over the season, it goes really wide there, and that goes down the leg side as well. There's a very quiet appeal there from Ollie Curtis at a shortish mid-wicket, not joined in by anybody. Dot ball to end the over, 4-5-3 for 2, alluding to the fact that, because I said, what happens for next season? What are you looking at? How do you improve things? Because that's what everyone wants to know, isn't it, from this season? And he was talking about Matt Milnes coming back, and then alluding to, well, Keith Dudgeon has already signed up for the early part of the season, the South African, and then he said another overseas, and I took for that to mean they are probably looking at another bowler, because, as you say, the batting's pretty stacked.
Yeah, I'm sure that's the case.
But it's not easy to do, again, is it?
No, it's not. But also, if you're going to make your bowling attack as effective as possible, certainly the plan at the beginning of the year was to play on wickets which had quite a bit of grass on them, and that can be problematic for batters as well. You've got to sign up and have a certain mental fortitude, because you think, okay, our bowling attack isn't quite what we need it to be, so therefore we're going to play with plenty in it to make the likes of Joey Everson and co as effective as possible. The flip side of that is it can be tricky when you lose a toss and you get stuck in on those wickets. So in an ideal world, you have a potent bowling attack that can do battle on any surface, and you maximise your batting output. Here's Curtis, he's been pulled away, didn't get all of that. Rees, it's going to be just the one down to long leg where Corey Flintoff does the fielding. And it might be that Kent have to put their eggs squarely in the blast basket for a while, whilst they, if you think about what Sussex did in it for a couple of years, they languished in Division 2, but they accepted that they were going to be in Division 2. When I say accepted, I don't know. Watching it from the outside, I don't know. But it looks like sometimes you can go, okay, well, we accept we're in Division 2 while we bring on some of our younger players and we take a slightly longer term view of it. So this one bounced a bit from Curtis, a bit of an effort ball. It passed Madsen by. He did have a little flick at it. Carried to Harry Finch at about waist chest height. So yeah, you accept that maybe we take a 2 or 3 year view of it. We bring our youngsters on. We've signed them on long contracts. We'll give them a crack. And that's not to say we don't try and win championship games. We do, but we accept there might be a bit of short-term pain. But in a few years, we're going to be a good side. This one down the leg side. It's flicked down to fine leg. Not where Curtis intended that one, but it's just a single.
Yeah, a bit more luck with injuries would be nice, wouldn't it, as well? I'm just looking at the the tale of woe. We haven't got time to go into Kent's injury story this season because there are only 2 and a bit days left. But he said, again, what Adam Hollyoake saying, by game 4 they had none of the attack available that they had in the first 2 games. In fact, the first game.
Another single to Reece through square leg. Yeah, look, and that is unfortunate. But what I would say is that, that's not the first. It's not the first time it's happened. I mean, last year Quinn didn't bowl a ball, Klassen didn't bowl a ball, Cohen didn't bowl a ball, pretty much, which is also very unfortunate. So at what point, if it happens season on season, the Jazz Singh one, yes, Nathan Gilchrist I think got hit on the head and missed a couple of games, concussion, things like that are unfortunate. It's all unfortunate. But are there any patterns to be identified? Do we need to be doing things differently? Why are other counties keeping bowlers on the park? And a lot do have injuries. It's the nature of the game. But I think Kent, do we have to? I mean, look, I know how meticulous they are at monitoring workloads. I'm certainly not casting aspersions on the physio department who know their stuff and do their thing. But it's like, I'm sure they're looking at the reasons why there are bowlers who have struggled with injury, but the bottom line is we need these guys on the park. What do their winters look like? Is that indoor school? Not that all of them bowl day in day out in the indoor school, they don't, but it's push to extra cover, nicely bowled by Curtis, going to be a dot ball. My point being, are there reasons for these more long-term injuries like stress fractures and things like that? Is it the surfaces they train on? Is it the work they're doing? Is it just completely unfortunate? I don't know. I don't know the answers to those questions. I'm sure they're being looked at. But, when you have a small seam bowling contingent, you need them fit and on the park, and that hasn't happened.
I suppose for any set of supporters, if you're not winning games, you want to see progress in other directions. And talking to a couple of Kent supporters this morning, saying that they were really encouraged by the young players in there, that it might have been forced upon Adam Hollyoake, but the likes of Ben Dawkins and Akansh Singh and Jaden Denley as well was doing a lot of opening the batting. Obviously bringing those players through as former Derbyshire man. Cohen gets the edge, or has it just hit the pad? I thought it sounded like a woody sound, but they are confounded that's not been given out LBW, as it...
Leg by signalled. I thought it was the outside edge as well, so we'll bowl Mikey Cohen. That was close, I would have said, if it... we all thought it was outside edge, but we are quite a long way away.
That's looks a decent shout, certainly, although I have to say viewers on the stream will know this all, that the wind's blowing quite hard, so the replay's going a little bit wobbly, which is obviously the umpires don't have that problem, but massive appeal there.
Yeah, some umpires do. Keep the head still. Going round the wicket to Madsen. He's being slapped through the offsides. Good looking shot, and I think he's going to go all the way for 4. That fielder back on that cover boundary is quite square, so Madsen brings up the 300 partnership. 175 he is. Reece 114 in this partnership, 166 total.
Yeah, and they're not getting far now from that 316, the record third wicket all time for Derbyshire.
Rollins and Barnett. Never got many runs against Derbyshire, but one of my favourite games, 1996, I'll tell you about just a second, as Cohen is round the wicket and Madsen's driving to mid-off, no run. My only pair in first-class cricket was against Derbyshire. Devon Malcolm snipped off twice in 1996, but it was a game, it was quite a lively deck. Yeah. And Devon Malcolm was quite lively as a bowler? He was quite lively. There was one very good ball and one very poor shot. I won't dwell on that. The point of this story was that Steve Marsh broke a hand in that game, and I was able to keep wicket as the... I couldn't do much else really. I certainly couldn't bowl, so they threw me the gloves. And Dean Headley took a hat-trick. I don't know if Dave was commentating on that game back in the day, 96. No, before his time. But, Dean Headley got Kim Barnett, Chris Adams and Dean Jones out, hat-trick, and I stood behind the wicket and watched that. So, a rare play and miss by Madsen. Kept a bit low, and I caught two of them. There was
I was going to say, I thought you were going to tails of a big diving catch.
No, it was just a couple of little feathers. Right. But what was hilarious about it was that the first two, Kim Barnett snicked off, Chris Adams snicked off, just regulation. I was standing 25 yards back. It was a quick bouncy deck. And whoever was at the non-strikers end said to Dean Jones, he's just nipping it away. So Dean Jones then padded up at one, which nipped back, and had him absolutely stone dead plumb. And Jones looked suitably unimpressed. But great hat-trick for Dean Headley, one of a couple he got that year. So Cohen is round the wicket and he's being punched off the back foot, and that has raced up the hill towards the hospital side of the ground. Another boundary to Madsen. Cohen is skiddy of pace and comes onto the back quite nicely, and that is another 4. So in that year, 96, Dean Headley got 2 hat-tricks, and Martin McCaig also got a hat-trick. It was the year of the 3 hat-tricks. Maccas against Hampshire. In fact, I think there might have been 2 in one game. I think Dean's second hat-trick was against Hampshire at Canterbury in cricket week. So it was good fun. That was a decent bowling attack. As Cohen is round, and short ball was pulled by Madsen. Kind of quite high on the bat, took him a bit by surprise, but kept it down, just a single. So you think we had, for a while there, McCaig, Headley, Spencer, the likes of Iggleston, Elam, Min, bowling left arm spin, and then a bit later you're adding Martin Saggers and Amjad Khan. It's a pretty decent bowling attack I was lucky to operate with and play alongside. It does make a difference.
Yeah, and I suppose that's the other thing, that whatever the injury situation is, Kent rarely putting sides under pressure for sessions, winning those sessions with the ball, I suppose, this season, and last as well. That's the thing. So 4-6-6 for 2, but I suppose that just tells its own story, isn't it? You can say that a number of different ways. They haven't taken wickets, they've not put sides under pressure and taken wickets that way. But 4-6-6. Yeah,
and it does impact batters a little bit, because as I say, you go out to bat if you're Ben Dawkins and you're chasing 650, or you've got to get runs because you're going to be under the pump when you come to bowl is tricky. But what I would say is that they're a tight-knit group. They're doing their best. They're aware of the problems, and they will try and get them sorted.
It's Curtis bowls now. That's whipped off the hip by Madsen down to a backward square leg. I'm keeping an eye on this total, 4-6-7 for 2. When they get to 474, that will be the third wicket record for Derbyshire. And I'm keen to bring Dave Fletcher back in. So just after the half-past update, Dave, or sooner if you'd like, to call the 3:16, 3:17. Dave is very self-deprecating. He's fine, he says, outside the odd stuff, and there's no run.
That's okay. Should we just gloss over it if we're on? We'll totally ignore it. It'd be like, these two have played all right. It's pretty flat out there.
This is
467 for 2. You know what Matthew Fleming would say in this situation? They're 50 short, old boy, not enough runs. We'll go past them. You famously said at Grace Road when Phil Simmons got a massive 100 and they got about 360 in a 40 over game, and everyone was cheering. He went, "You're 50 short, Leicestershire. I don't know what you're so happy about."
Curtis to Rees cuts that away, and it's a lovely shot. That's backward as square, but just she's taking guard outside the off stump almost, challenging Ollie Curtis, but lovely shot that one. 4-7-1 for 2. Yeah,
not easy. Kent went and won that game. Instead, Carl Hooper got a big 100, and Fleming was right,
so
as he so often was.
Carl Hooper in the side, always got a chance, I suppose.
Not an easy situation for Ollie Curtis to bowl in here, but some opportunity, you'd think, because Derbyshire are going to open the shoulders. I mean, they've accelerated already, but there's probably got another gear or two to go, and with that comes some risks, the opportunity to pick some wickets up.
So it goes for a pull, as you say. He's starting to pull. Curtis falls in his follow through there, and Lewis Rees has warned that one, I think, as he tried to pull that one away. A little bit low to do that. But there is no run. 4-7-1 for 2.
I remember Jonathan Trott got a 7 for here against us in 2005, and it was not quite as alarming a situation as 472 for 2, but it was similar. We were well on top. Martin van Jaarsveld got hundreds in each innings, and Trott came in late in the day.
Curtis, foolish delivery, that one just guided out through the offside, and I thought I'd gone for 4 for a second.
No, diving stop.
No, good stop by Akansh Singh, I think they're
Single.
at point. End at the over, 4-7-2 for 2. They are poised, Derbyshire. Well, I should say, these two, Madsen and Rees, are poised to break the 3rd wicket all-time record for Derbyshire, and a couple of minutes shorter of the update. Well, we're not moving now, Dave Fulton, you and I. Got to stay for the update, I'm afraid. So that's it. And
well, Curtis is going to nip him out here anyway, so we won't be going past.
We'll say how lucky Derbyshire were all the way to the bank. Here's Curtis to Madsen, and it's a single taken, so they're a run shy of equalling the record. 4-7-3 for 2, but flat deck or not.
So 4-7-4 equals it.
Yeah, 4-7-5 is the record.
You've done your maths. You've checked.
I'm just lobbing you one up here as a former batter. Flat deck or not, it still takes patience and skill to amass this kind of total.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, sometimes you get more nervous batting on decks like this because you know it's flat. I used to feel like that going down to Taunton sometimes, with renowned as the best batting surface in the country.
You ought to score runs.
Yeah, it's almost like the pressure's kind of, you heap it on yourself because you think, I've got to fill them today, and we all know you can still nick off or get a good one. I remember getting 100 there, and Kesey had his off bail trimmed. He just left one to Stephen Jones, and it moved back about 2 inches. Probably the only ball that seemed all day, and it just flicked. I mean, it was the tiniest of nicks. It's like the off bail just wobbled in the groove and then fell off. And he was bowled as Cohen's round the wicket to Madsen, and it slapped through the offside. And a diving stop on the boundary, well done. So that equals Derbyshire's all-time 3rd wicket record, but they have not gone past it yet, courtesy of a brilliant stop at deep cover. Can't see who that is. Is that?
That's Akansh,
that is
I think,
Akansh
again,
down
yeah.
there. So they have yet to go past it. Yeah, so Kesey was out for not many, bowled by a good one by Stephen Jones, and then the rest of us kind of filled our boots, and it happened to me many times the other way round where you get a good one. Kesey got 199 at the Oval. I clipped one straight to square leg off Azam Mahmood for about 6. Went like a rocket straight to him. He got a big score, 100 in each innings, 199 in the second. Here he is going to Rees, and Rees is, missing it down the leg side. So yeah, it doesn't matter how flat the wicket is, you can still miss out as a batter. So these two have played beautifully.
Yeah, 171 for Rees, 183 for Madsen now. Rees on strike.
I'm not sure they'd be aware of the record. I'm not sure you think of things like that when you're out there. You probably know your own personal milestones, your highest scores and things like that, but I'm not sure they'd know the all-time 3rd wicket record, but it's a nice thing to have in the history books for a while at least. And they're going to do it. A single from Rees brings up the 475 and a little ripple around the ground. One or two listening in, and that surpasses the 316 by Adrian Rollins and Kim Barnett against Leicestershire in 1997. So a 28-year-old record broken. Well played, Rees and Madsen.
Yeah, there we are. They'll be added to, I said, the record books, but online stats, all sorts at this point. Great partnership, 475 for 2.
This one's pushed to the short fielder. But good news for Kim Barnett, as he still has the 2nd wicket record with Tim Tweets, who was ahead of his time. In 19... I tell you what, they scored some runs in 97, didn't they? So Kim Barnett and Tim Tweets, 97. Rollins and Kim Barnett for the 3rd wicket.
And obviously the 3rd wicket record against Kent has fallen this one, which went in 97 as well.
97,
so,
and that was Adams and Jones. So yeah, it was obviously a good year for run making.
Yeah, 417 there, record wicket partnership for any wicket.
This is flicked away by Madsen. It's in the gap. They'll be thinking about a second. It's quite a long way, but they decide against. Matt going to do his update.
Yeah, it's been great news for listeners on BBC Radio Kent, but we're there just to bring the news. Well, yeah, the sun is shining, Sophie, so that's the best it's got for Kent this morning. 4.76 for 2. Derbyshire have just broken their all-time third wicket partnership record. That's not just against Kent, but against any county. 172 for Lewis Rees, 184 for Wayne Madsen, who are making hay in the sunshine, excuse the pat phrase. But yeah, it's a flattish wicket here for bowling, so not much assistance in it for the bowlers. Mikey Cohen thought he had Madsen out a couple of overs ago with a very good-looking LBW shout, turned down by the umpire. That's probably about as good as it's got for Kent, who are toiling now, and Derbyshire seemingly taking runs at will. On to 4.78 for 2 here. What Kent wouldn't give for a wicket in the next hour before lunch. Commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app. End of the over, 4.78 for 2. If you are staying with us, Dave Fulton.
Yeah, I could be here for another half an hour or so.
You've got a sorry, I'll put you on mic, that'll be easier for you.
I've got another half an hour or so.
Let's bring Dave Fletcher back in to gild the listeners, Derbyshire listeners. We've been waffling on. Sorry, you've been saying some great stuff about interesting stuff about Kent, but it's got a bit Kentish. So let's bring Derbyshire back into it as they are bossing this game so far.
Yeah, thanks to Matt Cole. I'm not seeing it that way, Kent listeners. 4.78 for 2. You can't tell, Dave, what a wicket is like until both sides have batted on it. I remember Kent earlier this year during the Kookaburra phase, admittedly, when I think Kent against Northants got 670 or something, and then Northants got 800 and put Kent under pressure in the second innings. And what we do have across these 4 days is a fine forecast, sun on the wicket. We can see Matt Parkinson into the attack, but in fairness, these two have played quite beautifully.
I just wanted to know if it had got a bit Kentish or it had got a bit Men of Kent, because there's a difference, isn't there? I don't know what the difference is.
I'm a Kentish man, not a man of Kent.
Excellent.
Which is the lesser of the two, I think. Here's Parkinson thrown up there, a big appeal. Could this be the first wicket of the morning? No. A little bit of drift, which is a good sign for Parkinson, but he just didn't quite straighten enough, missing leg stump.
You mentioned Kim Barnett there. Kim Barnett is the man who prevents Wayne Madsen from being statistically the best batsman ever for Derbyshire, because his numbers are ridiculous.
Yeah. Sweeping hard to deep square. Yeah, he was a good player, Kim Barnett. I got the back end of him when he was started about 1.5 yards outside leg stump. We had all kinds of theories. Matthew Fleming's theory was to ask the umpire to step back a bit, and he was going to release it at 24 yards before Kim had time to do his trigger movement, which brought him back in front of his stumps. He thought he was so far outside leg stump towards the back end of his career. It was quite quirky, quite unusual. Made him difficult to bowl at, and many a time we'd have a meeting about how we were going to bowl at Kim No Barnett, as we used to call him.
Harsh.
And he still found ways of just whacking us everywhere, as he did with a lot of counties. Good player.
Yeah, 28,500 first-class runs, which is decent.
Yeah, and a time he would have played as well. The wickets at Derbyshire, I seem to remember at times were quite lively. I mean, there would have been the Holdings and and Ian Bishops and Devon Malcolms. The pitches were designed for those guys, I'm guessing. This one is cut away. Kent Singh on that deep cover fence. Just going to be the single, which meant opening the batting as a home batter. Flip side, because you sometimes had some lively decks to counter.
Stan Mortensen and Mike Henry.
Yeah, good seamers that Derbyshire produced over the years. This one is tossed up and Madsen plays it with plenty of respect back to Parkinson.
The next one I'm looking for is 2 double centurions.
When did that happen last?
Never. Not for Derbyshire.
Oof. Never. That is on the cards. This is tossed up and put away, actually, quite nicely. Will Kent Singh get it? We're just obscured. Suggest he has. The round of applause. We're just obscured by the corner of the Frank Woolley stand. Diving away. Pick up a couple. I think it happened here. Jack Leaning and Jordan Cox. Bob Willis Trophy. COVID year 2020. I remember commentating. It was Cox's first double 100, first 100 for Kent, and against Sussex, Leaning and Cox got big scores, 500 and something for one, and then Darren Stevens took over with the ball. But for Derbyshire, never. Okay.
Well, Derbyshire's highest individual scores only. I say only, as if it was nothing. Is 274.
Right.
They've never had a triple centurion. George Davidson back in the late 1800s. His one and only century is Derbyshire's highest.
There you go.
Yeah.
Cricket's a quirky game,
Isn't it?
like that, isn't it?
I absolutely love it. When we've got David Griffin, who does all his stats and keeps us very much informed. So
Kent have a triple centurion, although not playing in this game. The club captain, Daniel Bell Drummond, is one of 3 men to have got a triple century for Kent. Is 300. I think it was a couple of years back against Northampton. It's a pretty good week. He got 100 in the T20 Blast and a triple 100 in the Championship, and then twanged the hamstring in the following Blast game. Just to talk about the scheduling and the player welfare, but it's his own stupid fault for getting 400 runs in 2 games.
Yeah, need to calm down a bit.
Yeah.
Here's Mikey Cohen, a former Derbyshire player, of course, bowling to the left-handed Lewis Rees, who gets a short one that he cuts away for a single down to the backward point. Rees moves on to 176. Both of these players do have double centuries. 231, Madsen's highest score, not out. 201 not out. Lewis Rees's highest score. Hasn't been opening all season. He's been down in the ranks, leading wicket taker in the 2nd division, so he'll be opening the bowling as well as
Will he?
Oh yes, yeah.
It's the kind of thing Corky used to do.
Sing the theme tune, as this next one is driven off the back foot in front of square out to the cover boundary just for a single. Singh does the fielding out there with his sleeve on his right arm.
So just remind me, he's bowling his left arm, bit of swing.
Yeah.
Kind of pace we talking? Skiddier than he looks?
No.
Okay.
No.
Kevin Dean-like.
But yes, very medium pace. Yeah. But tricky.
Yeah. Well, Kevin Dean was my nemesis in the 90s. He used to get me for a pastime, and he was nothing more than medium pace, but clever bowler.
Morning, Kev, if you're listening.
Yeah.
It was his Twitter bio always tickled me, as this next one from Cohen is taken off the stumps, but taken off the stumps to such good effect by Lewis Rees that it's just raced along the floor up the slope for 4 runs. He moves to 180, 488 for 2.
The race is on for the double 100.
Yes.
It's really caught Madsen up this morning, hasn't he? He's been the aggressor. So tell me about Kevin Dean's Twitter bio then.
It said it was essentially bowling up the hill and into the wind, so that Michael Holding and then there was this list of international bowlers didn't have to. Yeah, he's a good man. Good man, Deanie. In comes Cohen again, and that one's turned into the leg side.
I made the mistake of chirping him once because he got me out for a pastime. All LBW, just swinging back late and he toppling over it. I wouldn't have been the only one. And then I just knew that he was coming up. I did a lot of work on the left arm angle and the swing, and he bowled me 3 or 4 little in-swingy left armers, and instead of getting wrapped on the pads, I just nailed them all through mid-wicket and mid-on for 4. And at the end of the over, I packed the pitch and I looked at him, I went, "Not today, Deanie, not today." And then he bowled me an outswinger, which I nipped to second slip, and as I turned and wheeled away, he went, "Not today."
One is defended by Rees. Back to Cohen.
Oh dear.
That shout earlier must have been very close. I thought it was an outside edge.
Yeah, we all did. Yeah, first glance. Yeah, but it was signalled leg byes.
Yeah, it was as close as they've come, really. Lewis Rees apparently has more record partnerships than Kim Barnett now, which doesn't feel right. There's the record opening partnership with Harry Kane. As Cohen is in once more, and Rees just taps it up to a wideish mid-on. They scamper through for a quick single.
Well, I know that E.W. Swanton was apoplectic when Matt Walker got 275 not out here against Somerset in '96, because Frank Woolley held the record prior, and he was obviously, Frank Woolley was befitting of having the highest score at the St Lawrence Ground. Walks was early in his career, and EW didn't think that, he was all for. He came to the dressing room. I got a message to the dressing room to try and get Trevor Ward, who was captain, to declare, so that Wilkes wouldn't eclipse the great Frank Woolley's record. And then a couple of years later, I batted for the best part of 11 hours to save a game at Maidstone, which was then eclipsed Frank Woolley for the longest ever innings by a Kent player, and he was similarly disgusted at that one. But so Frank Woolley off the record books by Fulton and Walker was not quite what E.W. Swanton wanted. As Parkinson is in around the wicket, it is an appeal, but it's a stifled one because he's well outside the line around the wicket to the left-hander. I thought that was slightly begrudging. It's particularly Walks' one. You want to encourage young players to get big scores, but E.W. Swanton was a traditionalist and obviously loved Frank Woolley, as old Kent folk did. As he sweeps this time, Reese, he's going to get one. This leg side boundary is well patrolled.
Touch of the VM Mulders.
Yeah, well, indeed. VM Mulder, that was extraordinary. But
wasn't it?
Yeah, I don't think. I mean, probably Walksy didn't know that Frank Woolley held the previous record. He probably just batted and kept going until. But yeah, that was quite it was a nice touch from Mulder, I think. It's a big spin, wide, short and wide, but went wider and bounced a bit from Parkinson. So Derbyshire won't mind seeing that. A little bit more in this surface today. Still very dominant at 490 for 2. Single to Cohen, who's at mid-on.
We thought they were going to get to 500 before lunch. They're going to get a long way beyond that at this rate.
Big shout, but I think possibly outside the line. It's just the angle that's against him. He'd probably be better advised to come over the wicket if it starts to spin. You're more likely to get the LBW from over, straightening it onto the stumps, rather than having to pitch it wide in the footmarks. But you do have the advantage of the footmarks from round the wicket. Another appeal, but he's outside again. But one or two things happening. Parkinson just peering down the pitch. Yeah, just an opportunity here for Kent, you think, to pick up a wicket or two. I'd imagine these two, if they'll be focused on their double hundreds and ticking along, and once they go past 200 they will open the shoulders, and that's when you can sometimes sneak a wicket or two as a bowler, so they tell me.
Well, Parkinson's got one of them. And in fact, the two bowlers who are bowling at the moment, if Cohen's coming off, they were the two wicket takers yesterday. Mikey Cohen managed to get one through to nip back up the slope to bowl an Iron Donald out of nothing. Really, Donald was going like a train. Got Derbyshire off to an absolute flyer. I can't remember. I was saying that I couldn't remember the last time I saw. And I'm not a big advocate of bonus points, but bonus points at the first innings finished 0-5.
Yes,
which is not good, really.
No, you'd probably find a Derby County game, couldn't you, that happened?
I would hope so. No, I can't say.
I speak as a Forest fan, Fletch.
Are you a Forest fan?
I am.
Oh my word! I'm not sure I'm allowed to be on the same broadcast.
Correct off.
Bowls too. Wayne Madsen, who's a Liverpool fan, he's from South Africa, pushes it out into the offside, and that looks like Mo Rizvi, the substitute fielder. Did you see the little? It wasn't a confrontation, but it was a very pointed discussion between the two umpires and Harry Finch, and they were pointing at Mo Rizvi. We think he's on in place of Denley. And he may not have told him that he'd gone up, and that would be quite important with Denley being an opening bat. There's Flintoff bowls to Madsen, who just clips that one up to a wide mid-on. They go through for another single.
Yeah, I haven't seen Jaden Denley out there, so yeah, I don't know what's up with him. Was he in any obvious discomfort when he was fielding?
Didn't see it, and it was Molly who spotted that he wasn't there.
Yeah,
and. Of course, if he's opening the batting, he'll have to be out there, won't he? I don't know how long he's regulations baffle me.
I think he's down to come in at 3, but if he's been out there, if he's been off for a while, he might have to come in at 7 or do the amount of time necessary.
Top bowls driven by Lewis Rees out towards the extra cover boundary. The chase is on for Parkinson. They'll come back for a second. The ball will stop before it gets to the rope. And Rees moves on to 184, 6 behind Madsen at 494 for 2.
Horrible in the field in this situation. I've done it a few times, maybe not 494 for 2, but when a team is piling on the runs, and as an opening batter you start thinking, okay, got to get my head round. Not for a while yet. This will probably be an after lunch job, I would imagine. Maybe a 45 minutes, hour after lunch even.
Flintop bowls wide, and Rees rather misses out there as he tries to cut it away, bottom edges it.
And you have to try and take the positives even out of this situation as an opening batter. You convince yourself, okay, the wicket's flat, yes, we're going to be chasing 600, but you can put that to one side because it's kind of irrelevant. You just watch the ball and play. But you've had a lot of fielding, it's in the legs, it does take a bit out of you. You have to compartmentalise the jobs of fielding and batting and switch yourself on when it's your time to go to battle.
Rees smashes this one over long on, and that's gone a long way. It's gone all the way, in fact, for 6. His first 6, and 500 is up for Derbyshire in the 115th over. Rees moves on to 190, joins Wayne Madsen on 190. I was waiting for the scoreboard to tick over, but so they're level, 10 away.
The race is on. It's neck and neck. Yeah, it's almost like he knew that would make the highlights. If I can bring the 500 up with the 6, it will also be graced with me going, oof. It was like being hit in the solar plexus. It was a hell of a shot.
What will Flintop's response be? It's to bowl it outside of the off stump. He hits it up towards mid-off. It's nicely fielded by Matt Parkinson. In a way only Matt Parkinson can, but there were 10 off the over, and Rees has moved on to 191 and pinched the strike. Madsen has 190, and still 40 minutes till lunch. I mean,
yeah, the declaration would be interesting, won't it? It's like, when does it come? Because actually, if you were 501 for 6, you might be thinking, actually, we'll have a little dart before lunch. But actually, at 501 for 2, it almost doesn't feel right to declare when you're only 2 down. So I would be thinking, you foot flat down, you might bat for an hour after lunch. You probably want to take batting again out the equation for Derbyshire. You put more miles in the legs, you let the wicket deteriorate a bit more, but you don't want to leave it too long. Surrey earlier in the year, didn't they get about 850, and they went on too long and killed a game that they could have possibly won. So this one is turned by by Rees off Parkinson. The mid-wicket, no run, and in the end it cost them potentially a result. I forget who it was against.
And potentially the title.
But that's not going to be my point. You look back, when you miss out on the title by a few points, you look back across the season. We're talking about the 97 season. We came second to Glamorgan that year as Rees sweeps hard, but there are 3 men back on that leg side. 2 are fairly square. One of them does the fielding, and it's just a single. Yeah, and you look back, you miss out on the title by 10 runs. 2004, we came second in the championship to Warwickshire, despite winning 2 more games. Missed out because of lack of first innings runs, and you look back on games where you drop points. And Madsen sweeps high and handsome, and Singh can just watch it sail over his head. So 6s starting to come now. Partnership is 350. Already gone past Rollins and Barnett for the 3rd wicket record for Derbyshire. They are stretching away now. 508 for 2, partnership 350. Yeah, so my point being that you can go on too long, and Derbyshire don't have a whole heap to play for. Is 3rd the best they can? Yeah. 3rd is the best they can hope for. It's a better ball from Parkinson, a bit flatter. It's pushed into the offside, but 3rd would represent progress, I'm guessing, from what you've seen this year.
Massive progress from the last 2 seasons.
So there's still a bit on it, and Kent, whilst there's not much for them to play for, won't want to be completely marooned at the bottom by tens of points. So this one is defended. He was looking for the single, Madsen, probably trying to pinch the strike in this race to 200. He is just 1 boundary away. Reese 192.
Oh yeah, the improvement. I mean, they've won one game in the last 2 seasons.
Sweeps again. This is a bit too full to sweep, but got away with it. It's fair to say his eye is well in. It was a funny shot. It landed with a bit of backspin. See a bit of that in the Ryder Cup, that kind of trajectory and backspin, but gets a couple for it. So he's 198 Madsen, Reese 192. Yeah, and I guess whilst when you're in Division 2, your aim, your ambition is to get promoted, you can get promoted too soon, and actually incremental progress can be more beneficial, because you go up too soon, you lose a lot of games in Division 1, you come back with the tail between your legs, whereas if actually they can build on what we've done this year and go up when they are ready, then that might be a better way of doing things.
I can't imagine Lancashire being as hopeless for the entirety of next season as they were for the first half of this season.
Yeah.
So it's almost like next season you're playing for one promotion place.
Well, potentially.
Worcestershire come down. Well, they don't hold too many fears. I wouldn't have said.
Yeah.
They're a good side. You just hope it's Durham, because it's a great night out. Here comes Flintoff around the wicket to the left-handed. Reese turned into the leg side.
I can remember Northants going up, I want to say 2013. The only reason I know this is because I did the Northants Awards of 2014. It was the week of the long knives, so they played 16 games back in those times, and I might have got my years wrong, but it was roughly around then. They played 16, lost 12, drew 4. I think the lowest points in the history of the championship at that point. Don't think it's been eclipsed, and that was a case of a county just having gone up maybe a year or two too early.
That's when it's whipped into the leg side, just to the right of the fielder at mid-wicket catching, and it's gone all the way to the boundary for 4.
Didn't sniff it, did he?
No, Reese moves on to 196. He didn't even move. That's Rizvi who was in there, I believe.
Yeah. That went like a rocket, but it wasn't far away. We're not quite at the right angle to know just how close that was. But going back to that Northants season, there was like 4 or 5 players released, 2 or 3 of whom I had to speak to on stage about their Northants career. It was a tough gig, as awards ceremonies go and end of season celebrations. Not much to celebrate, but
Flintoff bowls to Reese.
Shot.
And he's dropped at short mid-on. On 196, drove it straight to the fielder there, puts it down, and he's only just got back to his feet. That is, as catches go, the problem being that they haven't given many opportunities, but as catches go, that's not the trickiest.
Yeah, and that is Ollie Curtis, who is one of the best fielders that I've seen, so that is unusual.
This time, as ever, the ball after a drop, the batter gets a single, and he moves on to 197.
Yeah, Ollie Curtis, fine fielder, but he wouldn't have been used to fielding for this length of time. He's an 18-year-old lad who's new to the Kent staff. 515 for 2 is not a familiar situation that he would find himself in, and it's just that concentration. But in terms of raw ability in the field, there are few as good, so that will be frustrating. When he hit it, I said shot, because it was a nice looking shot, but it did pick him out.
From top bowls, Madsen drives straight to the fielder at mid-off. He's got one more opportunity in this over. He's on 198. Reese on 197. He was quite a long way in front of Reese at one point, so Reese has caught him up when Madsen has batted considerably quicker than Reese, but Reese has picked up the pace. His strike rate was in the early 40s earlier on in his innings. It's now up to 61. Madsen defends this one, takes his bottom hand off the bat as well as he defends it, and the over comes to an end. 515 for 2. Derbyshire, 197 to Reese, 198 to Madsen, and the batting just goes on and on and on, and the partnership is now worth 357.
So it's advantage Reese, you'd imagine, in this race to 200, just by dint of him having the strike. He's 197 to Madsen's 198. Dave, let you call this next over, because I imagine these double centurions are going to come up in this over. At least one would be my best guess. Albeit
as long as they do it in the next 3 minutes.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you'd imagine both would, but having spent the best part of 13 overs on 97 against Lancashire once, it can do funny things to you when you approach milestones. But I think in this situation they will play with enough freedom.
Parkinson bowls to Reese, who just clips it down the ground for a single, so he joins Madsen on 198. The other thing they've got to do is do it in the next 2.5 minutes.
Yeah. Are they aware of this?
I keep telling you.
Your schedule.
I keep telling you.
That would have been their mid-wicket chat. Fletcher's
got an
update coming. We need to get this done.
Parkinson to Madsen. Sweeps. Oh, there's a big appeal for leg before wicket, and he's gone. It hit him full in front of the stumps, and Madsen goes for 198. Leg before wicket to Matt Parkinson. 236 balls he was out there, Wayne Madsen. He hit 24s and 4 sixes, and he has perished after this pair added 358 for the third wicket. Into the tail now.
Wow. I said those milestones can do funny things to you. The nervous 190s. He played quite beautifully. I feel gutted for him. You walk off feeling pretty pleased with 198, but it's tinged with regret as well, because he knows there was a double for the taking. They don't come around too often, even for players as fine as Wayne Madsen, and he'll be gutted about that. Just one more boundary away, and that's what he saw when that ball was tossed up by Parkinson. It was there to be hit, but it's not easy hitting a low full toss off a leg spinner. They do dip, and just crept underneath the horizontal blade, and he goes.
Before I bring Matt in, because I have to go, that Derbyshire changed the batting order, and Martin Anderson has come out ahead of Brooke Guest, the wicket-keeper, which suggests that they're going to bring out some of the big hitters. Anderson he's got 3 centuries this season, since joining from Middlesex last winter, and has been a real success, but usually bats a little bit further down.
Well, thanks to Dave Fletcher. I'm going to commentate on Wayne Madsen's double 100. Sadly, he's just seen his demise, and maybe even brought about his demise, because they would have been aware of his schedule. But he's still got another contender out there in Lewis Reese.
Yeah, 198 for him. Martin Anderson comes in. It's a strange position for the number 5, I suppose. Having waited a day and a half watching these two bat, but
yeah, actually quite a nice position in the sense that he's been pushed up the order, so he might not have had the pads on for all of that time. But, and he has got a bit of a licence to play his shots, and he's had a good season. So there are worse situations to come in on, but when your mate up the other end's got 198 and you have yet to face a ball, it's a slightly strange feeling. So Parkinson gets most successful bowler with a couple, just drops this one on the spot. Nice to bowl at a man who's new to the crease and just probably going to feel his way in.
I think Molly was saying that was the first sweep that Wayne Madsen had missed. She makes it, so and that's
well, he plays it well. I mean, he got the he tried one the over before, which he kind of miscued. It was too full to sweep, but even he managed to get that one away. This one is tossed up, and Anderson swings. He's got underneath it, but he's got enough of it. It's going to be one bound just short of the rope. It's a couple of inches short of it. So Anderson announces his intent. Not that it was heavily disguised. He is going to go after the bowling here, as Derbyshire look to push on. 5:20 for 3. I'll finish this over, Matt, and I'll make way for Molly. Go and get ready for these Volunteers Awards.
Yeah. And richly deserved, you say. Must be a really nice thing to do from your point of view.
It's always a good function.
All those people.
It's always a good function. The Volunteers Awards, people give up their time for our community game. It's great to see, and nice to see them recognised this time. Anderson defends quietly down the pitch. There's no run.
As you say, and rightly so. good lunch as well, I'd imagine.
Oh yeah,
You'll be all
that's,
right. Oh yeah.
fill my boots off. just do 20 minutes of work and then tuck in. And hopefully watch Kent go well in the afternoon session. This one is just knocked down the ground, so Anderson's going to pinch the strike. That's not really what Reese wants. Just too short of a milestone. So let's get Molly in. It's been a pleasure, Matt. Good to see you. Good to be on with Fletch as well.
Thank you so much.
At least I was able to get one wicket, which is more than happened for the rest of the day.
David Fulton, thank you very much. Always a pleasure to have you on commentary. Thanks for sharing your views with us, and off to present the Volunteer Awards. And replaced by Molly Davis. One former Kent player for a present Kent player. End of the over then, 5-2-1 for 3, Derbyshire. Derbyshire listeners, I hope you enjoyed that too. You'll certainly be enjoying your batter's exploits so far. Update coming for BBC Radio Kent listeners as well. At least to bring them the news, the happy news of that wicket. As Corey Flintoff continues from the Nackington Road end. Shot chance to Ollie Curtis on the drive in the last over, and Anderson comes down the wicket slightly and finds Rizvi in the covers. Molly and I were trying to play sub-identifier. Who's on, who's off. Mo Rizvi is at cover at the moment, and we believe that Jaden Denley's off the pitch. Ben Compton is back on. I think George Garrett came on for him briefly, actually standing exactly where Compton is now, so they're slightly different of frame.
One's slightly taller. Just
slightly. Garrett, I think, has maybe a couple of centimetres over him. Anderson coming down the pitch and has slammed that through, well, wideish long off on the full. Not exactly a dance down the pitch, a couple of short steps outside off stump, and has taken Corey Flintoff to task there. 5-2-5 for 3. Intent is clear, and no surprise really. 600 plus for Derbyshire. They might think they'll have done enough. Batting once and batting big. An update now for BBC Radio Kent listeners. Well, it's still all Derbyshire here at Canterbury, notwithstanding Kent have finally got themselves a wicket on the first session of day 2 with about half an hour to go until lunch, but a massive total now, 5-2-6 for 3 Derbyshire. Kent just taken a 1 wicket, that of Wayne Madsen, made an agonising for him, and a beautiful innings of 198, but falling just 2 short of the double century when he went to sweep spinner Matt Parkinson, was adjudged to be LBW to go. Lewis Rees is at the other end, or rather was at the other end now, is now on strike actually on 198 himself in a huge partnership for Derbyshire, an all-time record for the 3rd wicket of 358. Yes, 358 indeed, count them. But he's 2 off a double century of his own. Derbyshire just building runs now ahead of a declaration sometime today. Who knows how many runs they'll get before then. Martin Anderson joins Rees at the crease. He's come and hit a sprightly 10 off 7. Kent toiling here, not the way they want to finish their season, it has to be said, but let's see what happens when they do eventually bat in this game. Commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app. Flintoff round the wicket. Rees with playing into the offside, and 198. Might bring Dave kicking and screaming back into the commentary box in a second. Just think he should at least be able to call the 200 for Lewis Rees if he doesn't get it off this ball. And join Molly until lunch. 5-2-6 for 3. Got a bit of chain reaction, I think, in the background. Here's Corey Flintoff. They'll take a single. He moves on to 199, and I'll get in touch with the good people at BBC Radio Kent and perhaps reduce the musical accompaniment, and Dave Fletcher will join Molly Davis.
You never know, Dave might break out into a bit of karaoke if it's going on through his headset. Things that we'd all want to see on a sunny Thursday. It's not Sunday, it's still Thursday. So see Derbyshire 527 for 3 then. The new bat Anderson on 10 and Rees on 199. All going on here. I'm sure the thought now will be looking ahead to that one more run that Reece needs to get that 200 that he's probably been thinking about for most of the morning. But Dave Fletcher's back.
Instant radiation.
I feel like you should take this first ball as a...
Okay, gone. Oh, it's gone. Thank you. Thank you, Matt. Parkinson into bowl to Reece, who just pushes this out into the offside, and there it is. A double century for Lewis Reece, the second of his career. High score of 201. He's been out there since the start yesterday, and his 200 comes up of 328 deliveries with 22 fours and 1 6. And, well, that stand with Wayne Madsen of 358 for the third wicket will live long in the memory. As will this innings, will it be enough to get Derbyshire another win? Parkinson bowls to Anderson, who gets one that turns away from him. He's out there to swing the bat, is Martin Anderson.
Yeah, if you're any batter now coming in to bat for Derbyshire, you've almost got the biggest licence of them all. Just see ball and try and hit it as hard as you can.
This next one is clipped into the leg side. So they're trying to arrange at the moment the Derbyshire Cricket Review, but unfortunately I didn't get a chance to reply to one that they said ignore, and it's the 7th of October and Burton are at Chesterfield. I don't know if Dom's listening. I'm going to have to message him to say they are. There's this next one from Parkinson. He's pushed back up to him by Reece, and there's no run.
Yeah, you think now, licence, play your shots, obviously, then try and get as many as you can before the declaration potentially comes.
The fact that Anderson's out there suggests it's going to come sooner rather than later to me, as his bails are whipped off. There's an appeal for, well, he's appealing for anything now, Matt Parkinson. The bails were whipped off, the ball turned from outside the off stump in where the rough is, and was taken nicely by Harry Finch.
So was 201 Reece's highest score?
Yes.
It was, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Nice little milestone for him today. If he can get a couple more.
Dom is listening, as that one is pushed out into the outside. Judging by the single word message he's just sent back to me. Sorry, I shouldn't have talked all over that bit of commentary. It's pushed out into the offside. There's no run, and Derbyshire are to 529 for 3, 11 off 9 balls to Martin Anderson. Reece has 200 of 331, and there's still an awful lot of batting to come. I don't know if anybody wanted to hear that or not. I mean, Anderson has come in ahead of Brooke Guest. There's Anuj Dal, Amrit Basra, Zach Chappell likes as long a handle as he can get, and he's so powerful that he can hit the ball an awful long way.
That's ideal in this situation. So then it looks like it's going to be Ekant Singh to bowl his first over of the day. Obviously he bowled yesterday as well, only the 4 overs, but he's coming on today from the Nackington Road end to bowl to Anderson. Could be a nice little battle coming up then, as you just kind of think that Anderson's going to try and play shots. So a bit of excitement for everyone that's come in today. Fair few people braving it is sunny here in Canterbury, but I think it's slightly colder as well, so a good crowd. Coats and hats are on though, I must say, as I was walking in this morning. But for now, Ekant Singh is running in to Anderson. Short ball pulled away on the ground to deep square leg, where it would just be the single. But yeah, as Matt recently mentioned, Ben Compton's back on the field now, but it looks like Jaden Denley's still off the pitch, as Mo Rizvi is on as the sub-fielder.
That could be an issue at some point, couldn't it?
Yeah.
If he has to stay off for as long as it can't bat until the time has passed that he's been off the field. I explained that appallingly. People know what I mean now, I think.
Yeah, he's been off for quite a while now, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Rizvi's been on for, well, over half an hour now.
Well, he was definitely on because the umpires were pointing to him and all sorts when we were both sitting next door, so that's a good half an hour ago.
So we'll wait and see. At the moment, Kent has still got a bit of work to do before bat in hand, but that sort of lies in Derbyshire's court now to when that happens.
Very much.
So Reese now then is on 200. This Singh's back into bowl. Short and wide. He's had a good waft at it, but nothing, no connection. And Harry Finch takes the ball down the slope.
At about 6th slip.
Yeah. 4th slip might have been wearing that one.
Yeah, he was moving it at quite a pace there.
Yeah.
Finch did well to reach it and get both hands to it.
I say it's the slope as it just carries on going, but I think Reese might be a bit disappointed he hasn't connected with that, as that one's been whipped off his legs beautifully, and it will go to the boundary for 4. Couple of bounces over the rope. He's just whipped that off a 4th stump over where fine leg would be, effortlessly I must say, and deep square leg didn't even move.
No, I didn't see it at all. New high score for Lewis Reese.
It's not a bad delivery either there from Ekant Singh. He's just moved across his stumps and almost flicked it. There's a gentle applause around the ground.
Yes, they've had a difficult time, haven't they, this season, the Kent supporters.
It's been challenging at times, but there's been some highs, for sure. As that short and wide, and again hit through the covers off the back foot, and they're going to come back for a couple. There is something that I think I've noticed quite a lot this season, is obviously, even though some things haven't maybe gone in Kent's favour, the Kent supporters and members have just enjoyed some good cricket. Obviously frustration at times, but will appreciate cricket has been played, and watching Reese get his double ton, and obviously Madsen only falling a couple short, they appreciate some good batting.
We've just got to remember it's a young side, and look where Sussex were 3 or 4 years ago. Everybody was saying the same thing about them.
Yeah. Again, short and wide, and that's pumped into the covers, but Ollie Curtis cleans that up pretty well, so there'll be no run there. I've decided that's Corey Flintoff, because with long sleeve jumpers and caps, Ollie Curtis and Corey Flintoff look fairly similar.
But you certainly have the advantage over me, because
Yeah.
I wouldn't know either of them who walked past me, so...
It's the different haircuts, I think. A short ball that Reese has tried to ramp over Harry Finch's head, but he's missed it altogether, and it's a dot ball.
I'm not sure he's got a ramp. I'm not sure Lewis Reese has got a ramp. He looked to play the ramp after the ball had gone past him, I think.
He was in 2 minds to leave it, to have a go, or just try and get some bat on it.
I must ask him about that, because we will undoubtedly speak to him at some point, but about the ramp, like, yeah, might have been a bit of a mistake, really. Bless him.
He's still there though on 206. So Derbyshire 536 for 3.
He is, and that strike rate of above 60 is well above his seasonal strike rate. Lewis Reese, he's more of a 40 odd per 100 balls man than a 60 odd per 100 balls man. Martin Anderson, who's on strike now, does like to get on with it. 3 centuries this season, having not had one in first class cricket until arriving at Derbyshire, and defends the first ball from Matt Parkinson into the offside. There's no run. Hasn't bowled as much as we probably expected him to, but has batted beautifully over the course of the season, in red ball cricket especially. And he waits now. Parkinson bowls and he plays it straight back to him, and it's not caught.
Was it a bump ball?
It could have been. Yeah, that kind of thing does fool me.
To be fair, we didn't have a good view of that.
That's very kind of you to say that.
I think, yeah. Don't be too harsh on yourself.
Oh, well, I've forgotten it by lunch. Next delivery. Keeps it a little bit low. And it's just dabbed into the ground by Anderson, who's desperate to tee off at any moment. You can almost see it in him. He's always on the move. He quite often dances down the track to medium pace bowlers, just to try and put them off their lengths. Stays in his crease here as that one's on the leg stump. He turns it away nicely down towards fine leg. They'll get 2. I think that's all they'll get. Reese looked like he'd already decided it was only 2 before he'd even completed 1. And Anderson moves on to 14, 538.43. Still waiting to see any stats from David Griffin on Wayne Madsen. Oh, and that one has been edged and dropped in the slips. Anderson went hard at it. I think it hit the keeper as well on the way through. And now Martin Anderson's been put down. And they can't really afford to keep dropping catches. Kent.
Yeah, the sharp chance, wasn't it, there at first?
And this time he clips it up to mid-on and picks up his 15th run. Who's in at slip?
It looks like, I'm going to say Ollie Curtis, because I think...
Oh, no.
I know. Yeah, I think that's Corey Flintoff in the covers.
Oh, dear.
It's always a tough day out sometimes. But Ekansting is going to come and have a bowl again from Nackington Road End.
They're trying to protect some of their more senior bowlers now.
Yeah.
Which is not much fun for the younger bowlers, of course, the less experienced ones, because they're going to have to get through the work. But
yeah, I think you're right. There's an element now that Kent are just waiting for their declaration from Derbyshire, so trying to safeguard some of the more senior. It's whipped off the legs there of Anderson out to deep square leg. I just trot through for a single.
Saving them for next April.
Put them in cotton wool, I reckon. There's an element to that.
I don't think they're going to get to bowl. Well, they might get to bowl again, you never know.
No, I think depends how you look at it. It depends how you look at it. So what do you reckon then, Derbyshire? 540 for 3 now.
I think they want 600 for whatever reason. They've probably got enough now, but...
So Singh short and wide, that's cut away off the back foot. He won't get a boundary for it. He'll just get 2 as he comes scampering back. Good running in the end. I think you're right. I think 600 is probably what they're looking at now, isn't it? And then have a bowl.
They declared at Derby in the first innings on 587 for 5. And then bowled Kent out for 326. And 247 and won by an innings.
We'll be keeping our eye on that, as that again is short and wider but kept low, as Reese is trying to guide that down to third, but it's gone under the bat through to Harry Finch.
He was only by an innings and 4 runs, something like that.
Right.
Up in Derby back earlier this season.
I think as well, just maybe I'm looking into it, there's no one doing any boundary laps anymore from a Derbyshire perspective.
Oh, well, I think the lunch is being served.
So, as that's cut away off the back foot again. But yeah, not much walking going on. So maybe a declaration is nearing. We saw a lot of the bowlers for Derbyshire just walking around in training kit with a coffee.
Well, their balcony's at the top, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's Ajmal Shahzad is up there as the bowling coach. I think. Looks like there's a couple of people up there, but no members of the playing staff. I'd certainly know Wayne Madsen. I don't think they'll declare before lunch.
As that's short and pulled away. Not tried to overhit it, more just guided it into the leg side in the end. And there'll be a single again for Anderson.
Well, they can't really declare before lunch now because that would be lunch.
Yeah. Indeed. So again, there's going to be probably some just tactics of when Derbyshire want to declare and when they want to make Kent have a bat. Maybe it's a Ben Compton kind of couple of days. Who knows?
Wow.
Sing again. And he's just guided down to third. Quite well off the back foot actually. Just watch that onto the bat. Come back for 2. And that's the end of the over. So Reese moves to 211. Anderson sits on 17. and Derbyshire 5-4-6 for 3.
At the current rate of scoring, Reese will need to face 456 balls to get to 275. That's another 120. 40 overs should be enough, which means batting until tea if he's to get the highest individual score. I don't think they'll still be batting at tea. But you never know.
You never know.
You just never know. But if they are still batting at tea, they'll be closer to 700 than 600. Which is definitely enough. We have seen some monster scores, haven't we, this year?
We have.
700s and 800s. Parkinson begins a new over the wicket to Anderson, who chops it out into the offside, picks up a single, scampers through, moves to 18. 5:47 for 3, just 7 minutes or so until the lunch interval now. Sun shining brightly down here in Canterbury as Parkinson bowls. A reverse comes out from Lewis Reese, and it actually rolls backwards towards the stumps and doesn't miss them by much, judging by the reaction.
Oh, he's got a personal best now, so you kind of think that, why not? Play your shots.
He waits. That advances towards Parkinson and smashes it down the ground. There's a chance to catch it, and the catch is taken down at long on. Very, very little celebration, it has to be said, unsurprisingly. 547 for 4, and Lewis Reese goes now for 211. It was a catch about 1.5 yards inside the boundary for Ben Compton, and he shakes Lewis Reese's hand as he goes in to gather with the rest of his teammates. Reese with a career best 211, 23 fours and a 6.
Good day out.
Yeah, I'll say. Gets the applause of the crowd, and who's going to come out to replace him? Because Martin Anderson, where is Martin Anderson? It's Brooke Guest. So Brooke Guest, I reckon he merely took his pads off, and because he'd had them on for so long, and then Martin Anderson had his on, and he said, "Oh, I'll go out then if you want," which is what he did. A third wicket as well for Matt Parkinson.
Yeah. Again, one up in the air. It's been called away for Ben Compton. Good catch in the end. Parkinson, the pick of the bowlers. I don't think, take nothing away from him, I don't think it's due to much turn. I think it's change of maybe pace and length, etc. That's as the batters are trying to attack. But, you know, take nothing away. He's got 3 to his name. So we'll see what happens now. Two newish batters to the crease.
Yes, Brooke Guest and Martin Anderson. Guest who got 1,000 all-format runs for the 4th successive season. Derbyshire's wicket-keeper. Always busy. Always busy. Always first to training. Got that much to practice. Parkinson, halfway through his 30th over bowls trim, it's just played gently into the leg side, and Guest gets off the mark. A suggestion that with Guest going out, I don't think they're going to declare at lunch. That would be my guess. Because you might as well give Basra and Chappell a go at some point. If you just want to score some quick runs. That one's pushed into the offside by Anderson. All of a sudden it looks like he's playing for lunch, which is 4 minutes away. What do they want? Matt Parkinson's calling for something. He isn't going to get it straight away, I don't think. Ben Compton down below us, hands on hips, looking towards the changing rooms.
It's like the double teapot, as we call it.
And a nod of the head as Parkinson And he's going to turn around and watch he is doing. Parkinson into bowl to Anderson, who cuts this away. It won't go for 4. I thought once it had beaten the man at backward point it would, but there is a sweeper out there, so they only get a single. Anderson pinches the strike as well. He's on 19. Guest has 1. Derbyshire 549 for 4. Remarkably. Yeah, do you want to come in? Is that what you're saying? Well, you come in then. Oh yeah, you carry on.
You sure?
Yeah.
There we go.
I'm
It's
off.
all going on.
I'm off.
Musical chairs again.
Told you.
feel-
Won't bother me if I never appeared on the radio again.
I do feel bad for Dave Fletcher today. He's been in and out. He's been subbed in, said have a break, he'll come back into a bit more. But overall, Matt will be coming back in as Dave's been told to leave.
I don't want us to fall out over it, to be honest, but no, I think it's getting close there.
See, Ben didn't kick you out, did he? So
What have I done now?
I can't just think there is that short and gone on the leg side. Been missed by Anderson, and Harry Finch comfortably takes the ball.
To be honest, it was either you or Fletch, Molly, and I'm a lot more afraid of you than of Fletch. So, got to pick your battles. 549 for 4.
So you think potentially last over before lunch? How quickly Eckhouse can get through this? Again, shorter ball. Let's hit Anderson on the thigh pad. I might get a run for it as Ben Dawkins picks it up and throws it back.
Yeah, their over-rate's been pretty shocking across the season, hence some penalty points accrued, but they are +1 in the bank at the moment, Kent, so you'd imagine, where are we? 12:29, ticking across. Eckham's got a decent run up on him.
Yeah, he's got some pace behind him. As that is Fuller and been dropped into the leg side. They're going to take a quick single and they make their ground in the end, despite a shy at the stumps from Harry Finch as he throws his glove off. And as I say that brings up the Derbyshire 550.
Yeah, I just spent this morning's session, this crowd applauding Derbyshire landmarks more or less, and the very occasional Kent wicket or 2 for Parkinson, I suppose. Not to decry that, 3 for 125 in this innings, but it's been all about the progress, particularly Wayne Madsen and Lewis Rees have made this morning.
Again, short and wide in the offside this time, as Guest tries to punch that through the offside. Didn't quite time it, so Mo Rizvi will happily clear that one up. Yeah, it's 12:30 now. So 2 balls left in the over here for Ekansh Singh, and you'd think that would be lunch. And I would assume Derbyshire will come back out after lunch, as Dave was just saying. Add a few more to their total before they have a bowl. Singh again, back of a length this time, but a bit straighter. So Guest just pushes that up to mid-off.
I don't know if they go for a psychological 600 or how much time they want to remain in this game, but obviously a lot of psychological pressure on the Kent players already. So they got 6 wickets in hand as well, Derbyshire. You think they might, do you say? Do you think they'll just go for a bit of a thrash after lunch perhaps? And
I think so. That's what I would do. Again, that's just been punched down the ground, but Matt Parkinson at mid-on collects it, and that is the end of the over. So Derbyshire 550 for 4, Guest is on 1, and Addiston is on 20, and the umpires do say, let's have some lunch.
we do indeed, and I've thrown Dave Fletcher out 2 or 3 minutes early. You'll never forgive me for that, but 540 for 4, another fabulous session from Derbyshire, including the culmination of that massive 358 partnership between Wayne Madsen and Lewis Rees, double century for Rees and 198 for Madsen. I'm about to repeat all this again because we're just about to do an update for BBC Radio Kent. just coming in at lunch, and basically this crowd and the Kent members have been very fulsome in their praise for how well Derbyshire have batted. That all the applause has really come for landmarks for them today, not least the record-breaking all-time third wicket partnership for Derbyshire between Wayne Madsen and Lewis Rees. Madsen eventually going just too short of his double century LBW to Matt Parkinson. Rees getting a career high 211, also off the bowling of Matt Parkinson, who's taken 3 wickets for Kent. Those 2 wickets as good as it's got for Kent, as Derbyshire have built this total to a mammoth 550 for 4. We think they'll probably have a dart after lunch as well, will Derbyshire, just try and score as quickly as possible and add to this huge total, putting pressure on Kent the remainder of the match just to try and bat out a draw. So it's all been Derbyshire. It is a lovely day, I have to say, breezy but beautiful sunshine. So if you are a Kent member or a Kent supporter here, you have been delighted by the weather. Not so much with the cricket. Commentary continuing in around about 40 minutes time via the BBC Sport website and app. Well, welcome back. Well, welcome for the first time. If you're just joining us, it's session 2, day 2, Kent against Derbyshire here at the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence. Still beautiful sunshine here. Although we've been moaning all summer about the first sessions being too hot in the commentary box, we have got perfect temperature here because we went out, Molly Davis, didn't we, at lunchtime, and had a little walk around in the open air, and it's chilly and breezy. So the members to our left are coats and scarves, but yeah, sunshine it's been for most of the day. We've got some important tractor news to bring you. More importantly for our Derbyshire listeners, it's been a day of records falling. Lewis Rees with a career high 211 in a record-breaking third wicket partnership, all-time record for Derbyshire, with Wayne Madsen, who made 198. Those two have gone now. It's Martin Anderson on 20 and Brooke Guest on 1. 554 for Derbyshire. We were talking just before the interval, imagining that Derbyshire might just have a T20 bash for a few overs. Let's see what they do. Parkinson is going to bowl to Anderson. Oh, there we are. And he defends that one, of course, just getting a sighter. So I'm Matt Cole, beside me, Kent player Molly Davis, in the rotation with Dave Fletcher, of course, from BBC Derby as well. And Parkinson's taken 3 for 125. He's taken both wickets to fall in this Derbyshire innings. 3 wickets in total, both to fall today in the Derbyshire innings. This one's driven up to mid-off to Ben Compton. Good afternoon, Molly, and very shortly tractor news, but it's been a mighty impressive display so far from Derbyshire, albeit on a little bit of a placid pitch, I'd say.
Yeah, indeed. It's been a sort of a record-breaking morning in every direction if you're a Derbyshire batter, and I'm sure the fans have enjoyed tuning in on the stream or listening to us on the radio. Yeah,
it's been a great season for them, all told. Obviously, tempered a little bit by not being going up. Loops up there from Parkinson, slam back at him. Ooh, goes down ringing the hand as he caught that on the end of the fingers. It's been hit with some power by Brooke Guest. And yeah, just given a lot of air by Parkinson there, tempting him to come down the wicket.
That's what's worked well for him so much this year, really, is that sort of flighted delivery. He's got 3 wickets, so I'm sure he'll be looking to do a bit more of the same.
Yeah, 3 for 126. He does have the 100 up. 5-5-1 for 4 then. As Matt Parkinson just dries the fingertips. Just making sure he can still feel them. I'm not quite sure, one of the two. Is that the Kent Physio's just come to the rope? Maybe to make sure he's right at the end of the over. Parkinson then, sweep by Guest along the ground, forward a square. That's gone very, very quickly off the bat. Perfectly timed. The right-hander dispatches that all the way along the ground to the boundary. Really, really quick. Outfield's quick, but he's just hit that well. Absolutely middled it along the ground. Mo Rizvi, subfielder, with no chance. I think it's still Jaden Denley he's on for.
Yeah, I was about to say, probably an update is that Jaden Denley hasn't come back on the field since he left in the first session.
Didn't see him bat at Leicestershire because he was unwell, but yeah, he's been out for... was he on the field the whole day yesterday?
I think so.
Over the wicket comes Parkinson then. Does get a bit of turn, but Guest waits for that. A nudge into the onside. And Ekansh Singh fields. Single taken.
Yeah, he bowled a bit yesterday, and if he ever come off the field it was still a formality, maybe a comfort break, etc. But he seems okay, so be intrigued to see what that one's about.
Parkinson then to Anderson. Defends that into the offside, and there's no run. Getting a little bit of turn. He's giving it a lot of air, but not threatening the Derbyshire batters on this occasion. So, end of the 126th over. Going to be in the field all this time. So, 4 full sessions so far, and Derbyshire making this massive score. Guest has 6, Anderson 21 so far. I mentioned in passing the tractor news, and we gather that it was by audience request that Kent's new tractor, Molly, was brought onto the well, not on the outfield, but just onto the edge of the playing surface at lunchtime. Is that right?
I think so. I think it's a bit of the case of the ground staff showing off their new bit of kit, and I think a bit of the members and and supporters wanting to see where it was and what it looked like. The ground staff are really sort of well received here, aren't they, at Canterbury? So I think people want to just ask some questions, etc. So yeah, it's quite nice.
Well, in addition to an extra members forum as well, obviously. Do you think that was the first question?
I think so.
Can we see the tractor
Can we
now?
see the
Or maybe it's the last question. Can we see the tractor now? We've talked about the cricket.
It was out its full display.
Well, we were joking about it before, weren't we? But that it had been cause of a lot of concern. And there was an actual crowd around it when it came out. So there we are.
So Everson is returning now, and that's just been clipped off the legs of Guest to sort of a backward square leg. They're going to get a couple for it as Curtis charges after it. No, yeah, you're right. There's a bit of crowd around the tractor at lunch.
I mean, we're not joking at all. There was literally a circle of people around it. There we are.
It was a nice looking tractor,
Yeah.
bright green. So
Brand new for the winter when all the real work goes on.
Indeed.
Well, a lot of the work continues, I suppose, rather than all the work.
it's Everson then. Again, a full delivery as it's just been clipped off the front pad but straight to mid wicket on the one bounce to Curtis. Yeah, I'm sure the groundsmen are quite excited. It's like as a player, isn't it, when you get a new bit of cricket kit?
Yeah, I suppose maybe, yeah.
It's like that.
New
It's-
bat.
Yeah. So maybe it's the same for the new tractor. Do you reckon they had a little competition to see who could take it out first? Everton full and straight then, just defended away by Guest.
I mean, obviously, the honour's got to go to Adrian, hasn't it? As Adrian Long as the head groundsman, but whether he took that or he was gracious, allowing one of the younger members of staff to, or junior members of staff to take it out first.
I'm sure if I see any of them today, I'll ask them the hard-hitting questions on my walk I
Yep.
do during the break. And again, that is a pitched-up delivery, but Guest has managed to sort of hoik that to the leg side off stump. He'll get the one out to deep square leg.
This is the important journalism we do for you here on the BBC. You may think it's all politics, but no, there's important tractor news to bring you as well. So we'll keep on investigating. On BBC Radio Kent, BBC Derby. Well, maybe less so on BBC Derby. They might have maybe only
Yeah.
a passing interest in the tractor at Canterbury.
And that one has been whipped off of his legs this time for Anderson as he's come down the wicket, clipped it over mid-wicket. It kept two as it won't go to the boundary.
But as I give out the email and Twitter addresses, tell us your favourite tractor. Let us know. No, maybe. That one's probably not going to fly, is it? But feel free if you want to.
Name the tractor, there you go.
Name the tractor.
Name the tractor.
There we go, yeah. Yeah, I might need some help with the questions, I think, there. Oh, I see what you mean. Name the new tractor.
Name the new
there we
tractor.
go, yeah.
As that's been clipped off her legs. A bit of confusion
Ooh.
here. Could be a run out of the bowler's end. And it is. So that one's been clipped off Anderson's legs. Finch has worked round to his leg side. And he's run out Guest at the bowler's end. So in the end, a little bit of carnage that's been going on out in the middle for these two. Kent get their fifth after a bit of confusion between yes and no. So Guest will depart for 9 off of 11. So Derbyshire are 5-6-1 for 5.
Yeah, Guest has come charging down there, hasn't he? And when Martin Anderson has anchored at the striker's end, no chance for him as Finch has gone, shut the glove off. He's done pretty well to throw it to the non-striker's end. I think it's Everson's taken the bails off there, hasn't he? And Guest is absolutely stranded. I was going to say it wasn't the most accurate throw. Fair play to the wicketkeeper getting it down the other end quick enough, though. 5-6-1 for 5.
I don't think Guest did too much wrong in the sense of you're looking to pile on the runs now, aren't you? It's your call at the non-striker's end. So, yeah.
But yeah, Martin Anderson was not for turning there. He was he's 23 from 29.
Yeah.
And yeah, Zadal comes in to replace Guest. Doesn't make a whole lot of difference to Derbyshire. I'm sure Brooke Guest would love to have got in on this surface, but 5 down now for 5-6-1.
That was the end of the over as well, wasn't it? So Dahl will come in to meet Anderson, and it will be Dahl on strike. Was not the end of the over. In my eyes, just maybe not looking at the scoreboard right.
Is that Matt Parkinson taking some attention there?
Yes, it
But
is.
not to his hands, is it? It's to his boot. Or were they just cutting up some tape for him to put on his fingers there?
If I'm right, I think I may be wrong. I think there was a foot, not injury. He bowled a lot, didn't he, when he got his 7
Yeah.
wickets a few weeks ago now here. So I don't know if that's something that's been carried on for Matt Parkinson.
Oh no, he's had the sock off. There we go. Yeah. It's the left foot. There we go. I think he's going to be fine. Just a little bit of maintenance to be
Yeah.
done there. 5-6-1 for 5. But yeah, Derbyshire making progress. They've got all sorts of time in this game, haven't they?
Yeah.
I mean, even if they were to take it into the final session of the day, they'd still got 2 full days to have a go at Kent, and they probably don't want to be in the field much longer than that. You'd think anyway, if they're going
No.
to try and bowl them out.
Not at all. So it's Matt Parkinson then. Their bowls the Dahl.
Yeah, Dahl coming in, just checking out his figures for the summer. Parkinson then to bowl, just on the leg stump there, not getting much turn, and Dahl just deflects that into the onside, led by Mo Rizvi, subfielder, and that'll be a single to go to the total 5-6-2 for 5. So Anish Dahl averaging just under 23 for the season. As Anderson faces here, tries to whip that way through the offside, but it's a little bit of under edge on it, and bounces out to extra cover for a dot ball. Trying to see, is that, yeah, Corey Flintoff, I think, at extra cover there. Gets a shot this time, driven up to long off, fielded by Ben Compton. Just bouncing in, saw him playing a couple of shots, obviously, just miming the shots, but not sure when openers start to think about when they'll be in. Probably all the time from Ben Compton's point of view. As they take a quick run here, they'll get through it as well. It's like Cohen was on it pretty quickly, but it's just really committed running there. And Dahl pushing it up to mid-on, taking the run to Mikey Cohen. One more to the total, 5-6-4 for 5. That's Parkinson to Anderson. Slightly flatter from the leg spinner this time. Cut away to the offside boundary. Single taken. Throw over to Joey Everson out there. One more.
I think so.
Yeah, not looking particularly bothered by the bowling so far. We're standing the run out, obviously, in the last over. As Dahl, nudges that to backward square, Finch is after it, but they're just farming the singles off Matt Parkinson with comparative ease, it looks like. 5 runs taken off the over, 5-6-6 for 5. Derbyshire at the start of the afternoon session, already going pretty well. Derbyshire, just that run out for Brooke Guest, a bit of a confusion between him and Martin Anderson. He's run out of the non-striker's end, but Derbyshire still going on here and building this sizable total.
Yeah, rotating that strike well now. See Anderson 25 off 32, and obviously Dahl's just coming to join him. So Everson will be continuing. So there was a talk about, wasn't there, potentially Derbyshire getting to 600 and maybe declaring. So Everson is in, and that is pretty much pitched up and just defended away by Dahl. You think declaring at 600 is not a bad shout, being it's gone past lunch now, and Kent would be out there for a bit longer, so I've had to go out and bowl a few more overs, stand in the field through a few more as well. So if I was Derbyshire, that's what I would do. But that might be why I'm up here commentating and not playing. Everson then, as that's a brilliantly guided shot down to third, and it will go for 4 as he's beautifully placed it between keeper and backward point. He's just daintily guided it.
Yeah, that's
for
a lovely
4.
shot, isn't it? Really deft outside the off stump.
And that's the thing. Not too much has to be done forced from Derbyshire here to...
Yeah, that last over really illustrated it as well, didn't it?
Mhm.
Taking 5 fairly comfortable singles. You can get runs on the ball pretty quick. Already 4 off the first 2 balls here.
Yeah. Again, ball slightly older again now, isn't it? Obviously, it was a new ball last night, but been used today. Been hit about a bit, and that's clipped off the legs this time. It will go down to fine leg. Matt Parkinson will pick it up before it goes over the rope, but there's 2 more to the total.
Dole's on 9 from 6 already.
So then, not thinking obviously too far ahead, but when Kent come in to bat, you'd assume obviously Jaden Denley probably can't open the batting as he's been off the field for too long. Dawkins just fits into that role with Ben Compton, do you think?
Yeah, I think it would be the most natural, certainly.
So that one's just clipped into the leg side off the hip for 1.
I think if Compton and Dawkins have opened together.
It was Dawkins and Denley here, wasn't it? Against
Leicestershire. Against Lancs, was it? Yes,
Yeah.
quite possibly, yeah. Yeah, I think Dawkins came in down the order against Leicestershire again as well, I think.
Again, shorter, pulled away hard, and that will go all the way for 4. He's got all of that, has Anderson. There's a back of a length delivery, he's been dispatched 3 mid-wicket. Again, it's almost a delivery you think he wants, isn't it? Back of a length because he's shorter. He just throw his hand through it. So an expensive over here for Kent, with 1 ball left to come in it. And again, that has just been hit Anderson on the pad as he's tried to work that into the leg side. So the over will end with a dot ball. Derbyshire 577 for 5, Dahl on 10, Anderson on 29.
Yeah, and it seems almost strange to say because they lost a wicket very soon after lunch, but there doesn't seem to be any pressure. That was a momentary lapse between the 2 batters, wasn't it? But Dahl 10 from 7, Anderson 29 from 34, and I was going to say 2 double centuries. Wayne Madsen will. Well, I'm not sure how long he'll dwell on that. He scored an awful lot of runs over it in his career. 198 though, 211 from Lewis Rees, a new career high. Obviously, wonderful landmark from him. And what a way to end the season for Derbyshire, perhaps with even a massive win against Kent. But the ball comes down the pitch there. Not sure that's quite where he intended it. It's gone up in the air and actually over the infield to plug more or less to extra cover. I say I'm not sure that's where he intended. I thought from the stroke that was coming down the ground, suddenly it's ended up over extra cover, unless he just brilliantly opened the face there. That's Parkinson bowls to him. That's cut away towards the point boundary, and they'll take 1 more. And there's more. I was going to say there's more than one way to charge here, isn't there? They are accumulating runs pretty swiftly here. Derbyshire 580 for 5. As Anderson is 3 centuries under his belt already. Is that a catch? I thought it was a catch it.
Yeah.
As Ekant Singh takes it's gone through him, beg your pardon, it's gone for 4. I thought he picked the ball up there, Ekant Singh. He's cradling his right hand. So has he got something on that? He must have done. There was just a cry of catch it from the bowler. Ekant just gone for it, I think maybe committing to the catch. He's hit him maybe on the wrist and gone off for a 4.
Yeah, I think not to try and speak negatively, but he looks like he's hurt his hand there.
Yeah, so he's got something to it. Anderson on the back foot. Punches it up to mid-off, fielded by Compton. And yeah, they are accelerating here. 8 off the first 4 balls of the Parkinson over. Yeah, well, not sure how. This crikey, that's tossed way up and way over outside the off stump. Anish Dahl didn't bother trying to play it, but I wonder if he could have done if he tried, to be honest. Certainly not from standing where his guard is now. The umpire generously allowing Matt Parkinson that one. That's a lovely little cut through gully. They'll come back 4-2. Yeah, Grant Stewart's on it, but can't get the ball back in quick enough. End of the over. Another expensive one for Ken. It's 10 off it. Derbyshire 5-8-7 for 5. These two look like they're just scoring runs for fun here. Not really under any pressure.
Yeah, indeed. We're still a little bit baffled by the sweep shot that Anderson played that went out to where Kent Singh. It went for 4, as Matt said, but it looked like he hit it on the ground, but obviously there was a chance of an opportunity of a catch.
Well, I mean, the bowlers will always shout catch it when they would, whatever the eventuality, I suppose. But
the fact that he's dived
he's got
forward,
something to it, yeah.
I think, yeah, he's hurt his left hand. He seems to be moving okay.
Yeah.
So Joey Everson will be the man to bowl the other end, as he will be continuing to bowl to Anderson here. He's on 34. And you'll see if you're watching on the stream, you have that short catching mid-on. I think Ben Dawkins is pretty much on the wicket. And again, that is back of a length. He's tried to cut that away, but he's missed it. And Harry Finch has stopped that as he's standing up to the stumps now. Something that we've seen him do a few times to Joey Everson when he's been bowling.
I'd say generally from what I've seen today, and loads to criticise, last day of the season or last days of the season game, but Kent's cricket fielding hasn't been that great, I don't think. A little bit scruffy in places.
As again, it's a well bowled delivery there from Everson. All Anderson can do is just defend that back to him. Yeah, I think when the ball's not moving, you'll find that Finch will generally come up to the stumps to Joey Everson to bring in another dismissal. He's had a couple caught behind like that this year, hasn't he? Or trapped LBW.
Yeah, he's certainly swift enough to cause the wicket-keeper some issues, as well as the batter.
That one again is just pumped down the ground. Take a comfortable single there as Ben Compton wanders back in with the ball. So after this over, I'll be making way for Dave Fletcher to come back in and replace me. They can juggle some radio updates either side.
Oh yeah, that's true. Got one on the half hour.
As that again is a very good delivery by Joey Everson, and Dahl just is on the back foot and defends that back to him.
Yeah, someone gone Yorker length, it looks like it, doesn't it? With batter Anuj Dahl has got his back to us, but
yeah, he may not have gone back. He may have almost gone forward with that then.
Yeah,
caught in between.
Yeah, he's maybe just inside edged it onto his pads there, or played it onto his pads.
So 2 balls left in the over. And again, that's well worked off of his pads this time. He's managed to get inside it slightly and hit it out to deep square. Could have been a chance to run out again, but not to be.
Yeah, I was talking about perhaps the fielding being scruffy on occasions, but the running hasn't been great. That would be a very...
An update's coming your end, isn't it now?
Indeed so. Yeah, that would be a very rude criticism of what Derbyshire have done so far. Everson to Anderson. Trying to work that away on the offsides. Just missed that. Hits the pads. Molly Davis, thank you very much for the meantime. Dave Fletcher will join us very shortly. 5.89 for 5 Derbyshire. No, that's fair to say, Sophie. Bright but breezy day here at Canterbury. That's the weather for Kent. It's looked pretty gloomy. 5.89 for 5 Derbyshire. It's a bit of a cat and mouse thing at the moment. I would say that's because Derbyshire are toying like a cat with a mouse that's within its arc. At the moment, they are just scoring runs for fun, building towards a declaration. Derbyshire a massive 5.89 for 5. The mainstays of that, 198 from Wayne Madsen and a career high 211 for Lewis Rees, getting together for a 358 partnership, which is a record for a third wicket for all time for Derbyshire. So big is that partnership. So yeah, they're just going on. They'll declare sometime this afternoon how many runs do they want to try and put Kent out of this game. Kent will be batting to try and save a draw, whenever they're put in, that's for sure. And Derbyshire at the moment, as I said, toying with Kent, and the run rate increasing as well. 5.89 for 5 then. Kent just trying to slow the tide down at the moment, and commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app. That is the sound of BBC Radio Kev. 5.89 for 5. Parkinson is bowling to... just bisected the field brilliantly there, Anuj Dal, with a cover drive. It's a fullish delivery from Parkinson on the just outside the off stump. It's been driven away, and that's a lovely shot to welcome Dave Fletcher back to the commentary.
Got a bit of flashback going on in the headphones. Excellent.
There we go.
I don't mind that. Yes, they are toying with them a bit, aren't they?
Just
poker face.
There we go.
It's not that long ago. It's hardly a flashback, is it really? Anyway, 5.93 for 5.
I've no idea at this stage of my life. It could be 2 years. It could be 20 years. I'm not sure.
Actually, it could be
Maybe
10. It could be 10.
yeah.
It could be 10 comfortably. Actually, yeah. I remember taking my daughter to Manchester to see her from North Wales.
Yeah, well, most of the Kent team were 6 or 7 at that point.
Yeah,
Weren't they?
they'd have loved her, wouldn't they? Go no.
Sorry, Parkinson continued to
absolute mess, and it's my fault.
Well, this into the onside, fielded by Flintoff, and there's no run. We'll get to the end of the over. We'll give Lady Gaga the benefit of getting through the first couple of verses, and go from there. You can't hear this, listener, so it's very much inside our heads, I was going to say, but in our ears. An aborted run-up and attempted ball from Matt Parkinson, just lost his thread a little bit. Anuj Dal just stays there like a statue, not phased by it, just waiting for the ball to come. 5th ball of this over. Parkinson on leg stump, taken more or less on the full by Dal, and looking for a second. They decide against it. Akanch is quick around the field, so they won't risk the second run, but they're taking 5 or more and over for the last few overs, Dave, and seemingly just taking the runs at will.
And Anuj Dal is exceptionally quick between the wickets as well. I would hate to bat with him, especially if I'd just run out my wicket keeper.
Yeah, Martin Anderson might be loath to get back in the dressing room too soon, but that's a lovely sweep, and rolls the wrists over it, and there'll be 4 runs behind square. Again, splitting the field, perfectly placed, and Derbyshire move on to 5.98 for 5. Dal has 21, Martin Anderson has 39, and Lady Gaga has reached the chorus.
She certainly has. I'm indebted to David Griffin, as I so often am. Only 11 partnerships of 300 or more in first-class cricket for Derbyshire. Lewis Rees has now taken part in 3 of the 5 highest partnerships. That is remarkable. So Rees has been involved in 3 of the 5 highest partnerships for Derbyshire in first-class cricket, just 11 of them. 360 with Harry Kane, 358 today with Wayne Madsen, and 333 with not with Lewis Rees, he is Lewis Rees, with Billy Godleman. Here's Joey Everson bowling to Anuj Dal, who defends the ball back to him. And there's no run. The highest partnership is 417. Kim Barnett and Tim Tweets against Yorkshire at Derby in 1997. There was a 349 against Notts in 1947. I'd like to have seen that. Charlie Elliott and Joe Egger. Just slightly before my time. John Morrison, Dominic Corker, and there's some great names in this list. Everson bowls, and Dal turns this one into the leg side, and it picks out the field at mid-wicket. John Wright and Peter Kirsten, Adrian Rollins and Kim Barnett. I mean, there are some of the greats. George Davidson himself, the man who got the 274, his maiden first-class century, his only first-class century, and it remains Derbyshire's highest individual score. Bizarre. Everson is in again, bowls to Dal, who cuts this one away, and it beats the fielder and goes for 4 out to the cover boundary. Diving attempt to stop it in the covers, and the 600 is up for Derbyshire. You don't say that very often. In the 123rd over. 133rd over, I beg your pardon. 132.3, I believe it was. I was slightly distracted sitting next door. I was getting messages about what the members' forum here at Kent had been talking about. I don't know if you've covered this already. The tractor wasn't covered. The tractor turned its lights on, and I was nearly blinded because the reflection was coming back off the Leslie Ames stand as this one is whipped into the leg side by Dal on the bounce. And there's no run. Usual kind of things cropped up, I'm told. But Kent did announce at their forum that they'd supported the changes to the structure of the championship.
There we go. There we go.
That is massively disappointing. But they lost. So there we go. All's well, really, I suppose. Trying to find out who the other 8 are who voted to keep it. That one is driven by Anders Dahl, and it beats the fielder at a wide mid-off, and it's 4 more. Gets a little bit of applause here from an Aaron Donald, who's off on another lap. He'll be exhausted by the time he goes out to field. Dahl moves on to 29 off 23, 606, 4-5. The understanding is that it was 9-all the vote.
Yeah.
Which is great, because it basically means the minority didn't vote down the majority. As Evison bowls and he tries to whip this into the leg side, Dahl mistimes it. And then Finch, between his legs, rolls the ball towards the stumps. Dahl hadn't left his crease. The ball didn't touch the stumps in any case, and the over comes to an end at 606 for 5. Dahl 29, Anderson 39. This partnership is already starting to get quite big. 45 off just 35 balls these two have put on. Derbyshire are definitely upping the pace. It's just a matter of when. We keep looking to our left at the balcony and there's nobody on it, so not yet. And the fact that an Aaron Donald has gone for a lap suggests that he's not going to bowl, so he doesn't need to warm up to bowl. But that he's not in his whites. And there's somebody else down the far end as well, it looks. I would be guessing at this distance.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Certainly Chris Heighton with his Dayglow green.
That's Parkinson bowls. This one is well wide and cut into the offside by Anderson. He'll take himself a single. And we move on to 40, Derbyshire 607 for 5.
It's Dayglow green trainers, do you like them?
Yeah.
You can always see where he is. Anywhere on the ground.
I wouldn't wear them, but yeah.
You can see him from space.
Just him and the Great Wall of China, is that right? They're being picked out currently. Satellites. 607 for 5 as Parkinson bowls, giving out a lot of air. I've said that before, but even more perhaps. Thought Dow was going to take that on the full, but on the half volley, cuts it for a single to the point boundary. 608 for 5. I was about to have a little rattle on about the possible county championship structures, but I think everyone's heard the arguments by now and probably made up their own mind. 608 for 5. Shall I just say, from an aesthetic point of view, as a person that just likes sport, never mind, our own associations with different clubs as it's driven into the offside, that for a dot, it seems to me that 12 split into 2 6s and then a bottom 6 just doesn't make any sense to me at all. And I don't mean that, just because Kent or Derbyshire will be in that bottom division to start next season had it been the case, but out towards the offside. I don't really understand the sense of it. I've heard a lot about reducing the number of games. I understand that from the PCA and from the county's point of view, obviously, to reduce memberships if you're giving less cricket to your customers and members, of course, most importantly, single taken end of the over. But it also seemed, and maybe I've got this wrong and you can put me right, or listeners can put me right, that the idea with the county championship is in that model is all towards making a better test team, and there are arguments for and against that, where the weight should be. But I don't see how it does that, having 12 teams at the top rather than 10, for instance, and then you have a bottom 6 some of whom are going to play each other 3 times, which I don't think there's any other tournament that you expect people to go to where you would make a competition that, I don't know, untidy at best and dull at worst.
You wouldn't play everybody the same number of times. No, it's just horrible.
I mean, not just home and away. You play home and away and then
home and away and away.
And we some teams. There's a song in that somewhere. Anyway, there we are.
I'm just glad Mikey Cohen's coming on. Incidentally, that should slow down proceedings or liven them up. One or the other.
After that rant from me, there we go.
He's
livening up.
He's ready to bolt. That's one. His Dahl ball bangs it in almost on his toes. It does move in the air, but only after it's gone past the stumps. I was just pleased it was 9-all, that the reports appeared. We don't know which 9, but the fact that we can put it to bed now, hopefully, for some time. I know that Derbyshire were voted against. Their players said that, much like Surrey's, that no, it wasn't too much cricket that was the issue, it was the scheduling. And hopefully that will be addressed. And Cohen is on his way in again. From the Nackington Road end, that's way down the leg side, blimey. I've seen this before. 610 for 5, just to dot some I's and cross some T's. Lewis Rees, if Derbyshire don't bat again, and the chances are that they may not, Lewis Rees will finish with a batting average this season of 64.3. He also has 43 wickets at 20. So he's had a pretty good season. Wayne Madson's batting average will be 57.9, 1,158 championship runs. As Dal waits for Cohen, he gets this one on the stumps, and Dal pushes it straight back to the left arm South African with the French passport, which is just a delightful mix. Who is also a very fine guitarist.
Yeah, I gather. I've not found his.
It's out there on the YouTube.
On the YouTube, yeah. I'm going to say we chatted to him earlier in the season. He was during his rehab. Very engaging.
Oh, he's a great bloke. Yeah, great bloke. Around the wicket to Dal, who drives him, but straight to the fielder at extra cover, who I believe to be Mo Rizvi.
Indeed, so
substitute fielder.
No, Jaden Denley hasn't been for some time.
No. That might have repercussions for the batting lineup at some point. Although if Compton and Dawkins go on and make a couple of century stand, probably won't make any difference at all. You just never know.
As you say, the scoreboard pressure, it's a very real thing. I asked Adam Holyoke about that the other day, and he said, well, that's why there's a phrase for it. It is a thing.
Short again from Cohen. Dal pulls it around the corner. He's quick enough to get back for the second. As the throw isn't doing any favours to Harry Finch.
He has a way of cutting through the nonsense, Adam Holyoke, with a smile.
50 partnership already, and Dal's got 33 of them and just 47 balls.
Yeah, he was so genial about it that I didn't feel stupid until I'd finished the interview. I realised.
You're walking away thinking, I'm sure he's had a go at me there.
I like to think it's gentle teasing rather than just calling me stupid, but that's he's entitled to both.
You take it though, don't you? Yeah. We take it. Dal drives that out into the offside. There's no run. I'm just hoping that we get to see Amrit Basra bat. We saw him bat in the One Day Cup and he was terrific. But he made his debut in the last game and didn't bat. Now he's playing in his second game, largely due to Rory Hayden's side strain. And he may not bat again, which would be a real shame for the Sackett graduate. Started off on the books at Northamptonshire, old Northamptonians player. And another engaging character as well, likes a chat. I said to him, you'll be alright. You will at some point in your first class career get to bat. It might not be this year, but it will happen.
Look at his stats, a couple of 30s in there. Was there more in his...
He got a half century, certainly. Yeah.
Driven into the offside by Anderson. They'll take a couple... No, goodness me.
Come on, Martin, sort it out.
Sorry, 6-1-3 for 5.
Dear.
I mean, it's...
What is he doing? He's determined to run another one out, isn't he?
He is. Just feels like rather unseemly panic, given that Derbyshire are 613 for 5. But, slightly needless jeopardy out there at the moment, but driven by Dars, good-looking shot on the half volley, but out to Corey Flintoff, and they'll take a single. There's someone visiting the bottle bank below us.
It's almost.
72 he got against Notts.
I thought he did. Yeah.
Some good scores there.
In a winning cause as well.
There's an appeal from Matt Parkinson. And the wicketkeeper, to be fair. Nothing doing from the umpire. Not sure it's the most convincing appeal, but...
he showed promise, Amrit. He showed a lot of promise. In fact, I was screaming. I was on the club stream for the One Day Cup, screaming for him to be given a contract. Which is the disgust of the chief exec.
Outside the off stump. Oh, it's looping over the fielder, Corey Flintoff, reaching for it there, but won't pull it in. This one knows he's thrown an arm up at as it's gone over extra cover. Anderson not in full control of the shot, but still gets himself 44 for him, 34 for Dahl, 6-16 for 5 Derbyshire. Anderson goes for this one as well, rolls the wrists over a sweep, and Risby fields at deep square leg. Take a single. Anderson is asking for a new pair of gloves. 45 from 49. They're both going around about a run of ball. Dahl slightly more, 34 from 33. See faces now, tossed out by Parkinson again and smeared out into the offside by Dahl. Dot ball as it reaches Corey Flintoff. End of the over, 6-17 for 5. You are more than welcome to get in touch with us. You don't have to. I'll just be enormously upset if you don't. Kent Cricket at bbc.co.uk or at BBC Kent Sport. So email and Twitter respectively. Do you want to give out some sort of...
we are Derbyshire Cricket, bbc.co.uk.
Same kind of business, but do tell us.
Almost like the sports editors got together and thought about it. I'm not sure if that happened.
Well, it's the first time for everything, but crikey, me need to move on. My P45 can be sent by email as well, I gather. But yeah, tell us where you're listening. I'd imagine, and what you're doing this afternoon, I imagine Kent and Derby supporters may have different feelings about this game.
Cohen bowls to Anderson, who does advance on him, and he does that from time to time to try and put the bowler off his length, I'm sure, but Mikey Cohen didn't take too kind to it as the ball was played back to him. This is now Derbyshire's 5th highest score in history. I beg your pardon, it's their 4th highest score in history. They've just overtaken the 603 for 6 in 1995 against Sussex.
What's the top one?
801.
Okay.
Yeah, against Somerset, which is rather pleasing, in 2007. In fact, the top 2 are against Somerset. Going bowls, it's driven but not timed by Anderson into the offside on the bounce. Yeah, 801 for 8 declared, 707 for 7 declared, both against Somerset in 2007 and 2005, and then 645 against Hampshire in Derby in 1898. That must have been some knock on a pitch that would have resembled a ploughed field, I would have thought, in the middle of the racecourse. I don't think they had covers.
No, runs at a premium in the late 19th century, I think, weren't they? Wasn't it?
I think so. It was probably most of their runs from the late 19th century. That's a short delivery from Mike going down the leg side. So that's the next target, if indeed it is a target. 6-4-5. On the list is one from this season. Sadly, I don't want to say what it is really. 587 for 5 declared, which is what they declared on at Derby against Kent earlier this season.
I don't remember it, Dave.
No,
I don't think I've ever been to Derby even. Just may have looked like me. I don't think it was though.
He's going around the wicket to Anderson, who does advance on him again and whips him into the leg side up towards a very straight mid wicket for 4. Anderson moves to 49 with 1 ball, 2 balls of the over remaining. 49 off 53 for Martin Anderson, a run of ball 34 for Anuj Dal. So that Derbyshire run rate continuing to climb It's pretty much where they'd want it to be. 28 off the last 5 overs. At over 5.5 and over. Field on the leg side pretty well spread apart from the catching mid-wicket. Cohen's ready at the top of his mark. It's his 22nd over, 1 for 94. He'll be desperate not to bring up his own century. And he bowls a short one. Anderson flicks at after it had gone into the wicket-keeper's gloves, I think. Walks away to square leg to have a quiet word with himself. Very shiny, the tractor, I noticed, as well as you'd expect from a new tractor, but it was a remarkable piece of machinery.
Yeah.
It didn't venture very far onto the outfield.
No, they'll be hoping it goes further than that.
I just think they were just concerned that with it being a brand new machine, if they got it out to the middle and then it didn't start again, they had to, yeah,
good point.
Derbyshire towed.
That's one way of ending the season, I suppose, isn't it?
Derbyshire towed Soppers off in the past. Cohen bowls. That was the back of the hand delivery, I think, from Mikey Cohen, and it's pushed to backward point by Martin Anderson. I don't think I've ever seen him bowl one of those, and the over comes to an end. 621 for 5. Dal has 34. Anderson 49. He's had a good season, Martin Anderson. 3 centuries.
Yes, and topping out at 107, is that right? That's
yes.
That's good grouping, you'd say, in darts, wouldn't you? Close to each other then, those 3 tons.
And he didn't have one before he arrived at Derbyshire last winter for Middlesex. He likes the Derbyshire air. He hasn't bowled much. We expected him, as I said earlier, we expected him possibly to bowl a bit more than he has. But he does have one of his knees permanently strapped, which might tell the story.
It's not the water at Buxton then, it's the air, is that right?
Yes.
It's Parkinson bowls, and this one's worked away into the offside by Dowles, a busy cricketer, and takes another single. 35 from 35 exactly. And I was just checking that game that you were talking about that I have no knowledge of, but and recalling Ben Compton's 150 in the first innings, which was just about half of the Kent scores, has driven back at Parkinson. Not sure if there's a chance of a catch, but a few oohs and ahs as he fielded it. Dot ball anyway. But yeah, Ben Compton being I don't want to prejudge it, but I'd imagine he'll be a very strong contender for Kent Player of the Year, having scored more or less half their runs across the piece. This one is slapped into the onside. That's from Anderson. There's almost no backlift. It's 6 runs, and he goes to 50. That's a fabulous shot from Anderson. It's not the most attractive looking shot in the world. My, that was effective though. No fielder's getting near that. It's absolutely raced away. And that is 6 runs. His first 6, 6-2-8 for 5. Anderson 55 from 57 balls, and follows it up with a lovely looking cut into the offside. I was going to say Flintoff's gone over the top of that. But Curtis, I think it is, backing him up, the 2 teenagers on the offside for a single. So 6-2-9 for 5. And Parkinson over the wicket to Dahl, who drives himself into the offside. Single taken. There's a groan and agonised shout from Parkinson. Not quite sure why. He's hit that pretty well, but a single. Ball to go. So of the other guessing games we can play today, and not just watch the Kent name the tractor, and I'm afraid there might be some rather dour answers from the cricketing public of this county, but you're more than welcome. Single into the offside. It's going to come back for 2 to the arm of Mikey Cohen. It's not an accurate throw, so they get through that pretty well. And 11 off the over. Parkinson's gone for 175 off his 37 overs, so averaging 4 3/4 and over. 3 wickets taken as well. Derbyshire 6-3-2 4-5. When do you call the players in, Dave Fletcher? 6-3-2 on the board. Keep going for this second session and have a start. The last one.
So much time while we all
absolutely.
have a Saturday off.
They got there too quickly, Derbyshire, or anything. I mean, that you could be critical of that.
Yes, absolutely.
It'll make timing very difficult for the declaration.
Yeah, I mean, if they don't want to lose any overs, have 32 overs tonight at Kent. That would be a fair old spell. I'd love to see Amrit Bazza a bat, but neither of these two look like they're going to get out anytime soon, which ought to do it. I would guess. Ed does point out that Scottish football play each other multiple times, but they actually play the same number of games against the same number of teams. That's the difference in the county championship. Well, that doesn't happen in the first division already, and it wouldn't have happened ever again had the new format been accepted, which clearly it wasn't, which is good news for everybody. Here comes Mikey Cohen beginning a new over to Anuj Dal. That one's turned into the leg side for a single. Dal moves on to 37 at a runner ball. 633 for 5. Cohen now has conceded 95 runs in his 22 overs and 1 ball. Did see him play splendidly with the bat, I'm sure, at Trent Bridge. One of his very early games for Derbyshire under Dave Houghton. The halcyon days of Dave Houghton. Although his second spell was worse than his first. And his first was rubbish. Here comes the next delivery from Cohen. That's chopped away backward of square on the offside for a single. Anderson moves to 59 at 634 for 5. Only 2 balls got. He does bowl his overs slowly, Mikey Cohen. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Really. Not that I'm complaining, and ordinarily I wouldn't complain, because it gives you a chance to talk about all sorts of things. It gives you an opportunity to get yourself into trouble, in my case. But
yeah, they've done that. Yeah.
Cohen is in again. A ball's still, oh dear, that's about the worst ball we've seen, and it is signalled a wide. That's an absolute shocker.
It's going to be even longer over this one now.
Yeah. Too long for me, I'm afraid, because I do panic once I see.
Oh yeah, sure, yeah.
I just panic when I see 2 zeros on the clock.
I might say he might well still be bowling this over when you come back, Dave, so you need to worry about it.
I think he might be. I do apologise.
It's a little bit wayward, not at all. Dave Fletcher will be back with us in a few minutes' time, and I think much to the huge sadness, I'm sure, of the listeners, so I might even be taking a break even when Molly Davis comes back. This is a low pull away from Dahl. Single taken, yes, to backward square, thrown back in by Ollie Curtis, and there's no run. Sorry, a single run, I should say. Just said that. 3 runs and a wide so far. 6-3-6 for 5. Derbyshire. As Cohen goes back to his mark. Dave was saying this over is taking a while already. Kens are a bit up on the over rate as Matt Parkinson, the spinners, bowling from the other end in tandem with Seamers from the Nackington Road end, coming down the slight slope. As Cohen bowls, and Anderson just pulls that away. Bottom hand comes off the bat as he does, but on the ground, backward square, Curtis Fields, and dispiriting this for Kent. Not the first time they've been under the pump, but 6-3-7 for 5. I think I'm right in saying this will be the second highest total they have conceded in the county championship this year. Indeed so. 7-2-2 for 6 against Northamptonshire earlier in the season. In a draw there. Cohen bowls a bouncer to Anderson. It's a wide. Yeah, I understand why. I'm not sure. Again, it's a bit wayward. It's not a bouncer that's going to threaten Anuj Dal. And it's just another delivery for Mikey Cohen to bowl. So I was joking with Dave Fletcher, but he's only got through 4 legitimate deliveries. That's Mikey Cohen. So I'm going out to bowl, maybe sometime. Here's Cohen round the wicket to Dahl. That's a better bouncer, but Dahl gets bat on it, keeps it down through the onside. It's a no. Anderson's thinking about a second. I think it's fair to say if Anuj Dal is turning him down, that there is not a second run in it. As Dave was saying, he's very fast between the wickets. So final ball of this 139th over to come.
Are you sure?
Oh, that's a good point. I really should learn. I should learn to listen to myself. That's a rare thing I would ever say. I'd say.
Only 7 off
update
it.
coming from BBC Radio Kent. In a desperate season for Kent, this is one of the more horrible days, I'd have to say. 639 for 5 Derbyshire, breaking all sorts of club records. Anderson goes on to 60 there, 61 rather, Dahl on 39, but the partnership that did it for Derbyshire laid sizeable foundations. Wayne Madsen with 198 and Lewis Rees with a career best 211 in a 358 all-time record third wicket partnership for Derbyshire. As I said, a lot of applause today, all of it coming from the generous Kent membership towards the Derbyshire side, absolutely putting Kent to the sword here in the sunshine. Canterbury elsewhere, Surrey there look for another county championship title. Looks like it's all but gone now. They are 29 for 2 in their second innings, trailing Hampshire by 72 runs there, and Nottinghamshire are closing in on county championship victory, just needing 311 in total in their innings, are 145-2 to win the title. Elsewhere, Sussex have made sure of avoiding relegation from Division 1, 350 all out today. Worcestershire 57 for no wicket in reply, still 170 behind Sussex at New Row. Commentary continuing all 3 games via the BBC Sport website and app. And that's 4 from Martin Anderson. So I think our drive presenter Adam, unsurprisingly, rather strange tone of voice there from me finishing the update, but
doesn't normally go up like
no,
that.
4 runs. So I think he thought I was going to say something extraordinary, but it was another 4 for Martin Anderson, which again was well struck. 4 for 5 then Derbyshire here. A couple of emails have flooded in.
Excellent.
Since I asked. Actually, earlier in the day, Paul, thank you very much for getting in touch with us. Paul from Chelmsford, Kent supporter. Some very kind words. Thank you, Paul. He says, as Kent's season lurches to its lowest ebb, can Kent be done under the Trades Prescription Act, calling themselves professional? I probably wouldn't go that far, Paul, but I'd take your glumness, as it's driven at Corey Flintoff. He's taken some of the pace off it, but goes through to the field of backing up, and there'll be a single. How many teams players have this Kent attack to thank for their highest scores? Unfortunately, I can't see any improvement next year. There's only hope for the future. From what I can see, we have an injury-prone bunch of seamers, and the only addition we currently have is an injury-prone seamer. He says, give me some hope before the end of the summer. Sorry, I shouldn't laugh, but I take your point, Paul. It's been a poor season. T20 quarter-final, I would say Kent are still a decent side, more than decent side in the T20, and perhaps didn't have their best campaign this season. But Matt Milnes, if he stays fit, we know what he can do. And
Sam Northeast.
Yeah, Sam Northeast coming back as well. That's launched by Anderson. He's got such power in the wrists there. 6 runs, slog sweep over Cow Corner. 650 up for Derbyshire. That's not one of those reasons to be cheerful, I'd have to say, Paul. But yes, and surely, Paul, the injury record can't be as catastrophic and freakish as it was this season. Let's hope for better. But Paul, I take your point. I think you are voicing the opinions of many Kent supporters there, and understandably. But this one's pushing to the offside for no run. And Jonathan on a different tack. John from Valdown in Norway. Great to hear from you on Kent Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Said, would you like to both give your comments on this? And it's the Darryl Mitchell, the PCA chief, talking about the possibility of a players' strike next season, on the back foot into the offside for a single. 6-5-3 for 5, because the PCA have been pushing for a reduction in the number of fixtures. It's not going to happen because of the votes that we've been talking about this afternoon. To say that the championship will be exactly the same in terms of format and number of games for next season. I mean, on the face of it, and this is stating that the very obvious, obviously any group of workers in a union has the right to withdraw their labour, but Darryl Mitchell himself has said that it'll be a complicated thing should it ever happen in terms of players not getting paid, and exactly how that would work across the championship and formats. But and he was reiterating, obviously not something they want to do. But if the players feel they've been forced into a corner, there'd have to be a vote, etc. Well, honestly, I go back to what David Fulton said this morning, and understandably, a players' union is going to try and protect the health of players if they think if 14 games, championship games, is detrimental to their health at the moment, and it goes to 12 or even fewer, then the counties will have to respond, presumably, by lowering wages for the summer, because there'll be less money coming in. You can't square that circle.
Mikey Cohen begins a new over, and he's driven by Martin Anderson straight down the ground, all the way along the floor for 4, and Anderson moves to 77. He's racing here. He's now 113, his strike rate, 657 for 5. I'm not sure how much sympathy the players would get. The complications of it, in that if they were on strike, I don't know, let's say for instance at the end of July, and then suddenly started playing again in August, I think the sympathy would, any sympathy that they did have would disappear completely as well. I think it would be foolhardy. And I don't think it's the 14 championship games that are the problem. It's the, as Derbyshire had last year, the Friday night at Trent Bridge, followed by the Saturday afternoon at Edgbaston for a home game against Leicestershire, in something that's almost certainly going to disappear, the Midlands mania. The irony, of course, being that they won both of those games, so square that circle. Here comes Mikey Cohen. He's in and bowls. This one is a big heave by Martin Anderson, who's determined to get to 100 in about 4 balls. By the look of it, misses it completely as it goes through to Finch. I think we ought to probably cross that bridge when we get there. I wonder how much appetite there is from cricketers to strike.
And I could see it from Daryl Mitchell's point of view, saying this is how serious we are, in that there's a thought of it, and players, I'm sure if there is a swell of opinion, have mentioned how they feel about it too. But yeah, I take your point.
Cohen around the wicket, bowls down the leg side. He's actually got something on that somehow as Martin Anderson, one-handed, just sort of flailing away down the leg side, picks up another single. He moves to 78, 658 for 5. They're going to carry on bowling Mikey Cohen until he gets one right. I can say these things about Mikey because I know him. I don't want people to think I'm picking on him. I think he's great, but this is as poor a spell as I've seen from him in the last 2 or 3 overs.
Yeah,
he's gone from he might get his century to 1 for 107 in the blink of an eye, and a lot of those were wides. He's in again now, and this one is short of a length, pulled into the leg side by Dal out towards mid-wicket. He goes to 41, 659 for 5. So it is now the 3rd highest Derbyshire total in history, beating the 645 in 1898. I don't like to see 1898 records dropping down lists, but
I know what you mean.
That one has just dropped down to 4th. That's why part of me wants George Davidson's 274 to last forever, but Cohen bowls. This one is whipped into the leg side. There is a fielder out. There are 3 fielders on the leg side boundary protecting it from the short delivery being pulled or hooked. Anderson moves to 79, 660 for 5. Poor old Amrit Basra sitting up there with his pants on, thinking I'm never going to bat in first class cricket. You know, he did sign it. I think he signed he certainly signed a 2-year contract if it wasn't longer. He'll get his opportunity, there is no doubt. Matt Montgomery coming next season, of course. He will be thrown into the mix. Wants to play more red ball cricket than he has done at Nottinghamshire. Okay, well, there's another wide. And is Dal unable to reach it. And it brings up the 100 stand in slightly anticlimactic circumstances between Anderson, who's got 56, and Dal, who's got 41 of the 100 runs in just 83 balls. It's always better when you see a ball racing to the boundary for that kind of milestone, but not to be. 8 off the over so far. And still one legitimate delivery to be bowled by Cohen, who's in now, bowls to Dahl, who gets on top of this one, pulls it into the leg side, out towards the mid-wicket boundary. They go through for a single. Cohen has 1 for 111 from his 24 overs. Anderson has 79, Dahl has 42, and Derbyshire has 662 for 5. And still nobody on the balcony.
No, they're keeping their powder dry in that respect. But we will keep an eye open in the meantime. But certainly from a Kent point of view, it's been a chastening season, and this is, I'm just saying on the update, this is not exactly an optimistic way for them to end either. Understandably looking a bit ragged at this point. 62 for 5. I was talking about the fielding just not being great in the first session a bit here, but they've been out there for 141 overs and they're being flayed as well. What that does for your confidence or lack of it is
well, a third new ball's available in
goodness me, yeah,
19 overs. I remember, I'm fairly sure Derbyshire took it at Glamorgan a few years ago when David Lloyd scored his triple century. I've got a feeling they went for the third new ball. Derbyshire. Lloyd came to Derbyshire and it didn't quite work out. He's subsequently retired from the professional game. It's a real shame. Last week it was announced.
So Harry Finch is moving the field around for Ollie Curtis. He's going to come back on to bowl. Just 3 overs so far, none for 18. And has had back problems and got himself back in the reckoning, both for the seconds and the under-19s, and for Kent now as well. Pressed into action towards the end of the season. Not sure this is fully representative, perhaps, of what he can bring. Not having had a full season at 18 to sharpen his bowling, but he'll get the opportunity now. No slipping, almost needless to say. There is a man at short mid-on, cut away by Dahl, works it to point, and they'll take themselves a single and move on to 6-6-3 for 5. As they were saying, still no movement from the balcony, and you were talking a couple of overs ago about overs being just long enough for you to get yourself in trouble, and it reminded me with David Fulton's visit today of Curtis to Anderson. Never mind that, he has slammed that forward a square for 6. He's come 2 paces down, and well, as Curtis is on a length in his arc, basically Anderson has smashed it away for 6 runs, 85.
If I was Ollie Curtis, I wouldn't take that personally. I mean, he may well do while he's out there because it's a horrible feeling, but Anderson does advance towards most bowlers at some point in innings. It's an interesting technique just to put them off their lines and lengths, that kind of thing. So yeah, we see it quite a lot and people go ooh, but it does happen a lot.
Yeah, Daniel Bell Drummond does a similar thing both in T20 and in Championship cricket,
and it clearly works for him.
Yeah, often when he feels he's being pinned down, he's had enough, basically, just to just try and change things up. But Martin Anderson there is already in full flow, just because he can, maybe. It just feels like it. Curtis, and it's certainly effective. 85 from 72. Comes down the strip again. Just beaten. That's a good ball. And actually, Harry Finch bowls it underarm as he gets the ball. And Anderson just a little show of frustration having missed that one. But that's a decent delivery as well. It's got very close to the body. Anderson's trying to pull that one away. It's not there to pull. It's a good line as well through to the wicket keeper. So maybe Ollie Curtis can take a little bit of something from that. But yeah, talking about overs that give you long enough to talk yourself into trouble. I was talking to David Fulton about Kent's fortunes this season, and as Curtis bowls, and this is driven into the onside. Good stop actually. Is that Ekanch there? No, it's Flintoff, and there's no run. And I said, yeah, it looks like they could finish bottom of the county championship. Well, be the first time since 1995, David. And I looked at him, and he looked back at me, and he said, oh, we did win the Sunday League that year. I completely forgot who I was talking to. You know, you're talking to him as a pundit. It's like, in the team, we did win the Sunday League that year. I was like, oh, yeah, so you did. Yeah.
Oops.
Remember where you are and who you're talking to. Curtis now to Anderson's come down the pitch again. He's flicked that. Will it be caught on the boundary? Will it go over? Rizvi has caught it. One of those catches where he was about to go over the rope with the ball. It's the daintiest step over the boundary. He's just pushed it up for himself to catch on the way back. And Anderson finally goes. Strange that sometimes, isn't it? You get yourself an almost waist-high full toss, and it's actually slightly harder for Anderson to hit. And Rizvi has performed one of those catches which in days past we might have called extraordinary, and these days absolutely practiced by professionals. But 6.69 for 5, and Anderson, well, going by the sword as well as living by it, I think it's fair to say. 85 from 74 balls. He's done a lot for his county's cause in that short time, but he does now depart. 6.69 for 6.
Yeah, it was a nice catch, wasn't it? It was a really nice catch, composed, and for somebody who's been out there for a long time. And here he comes, Amrit Basra, for the first time with a bat for Derbyshire since signing his professional contract. 75 balls, Martin Anderson, for his 85, 8 4s and 3 6s. Highly entertaining.
And I should say, of course, Kent fans, my apologies, and to Ollie Curtis and his connections, that's his first-class wicket as well. He may well remember that one for the flashing blade of Martin Anderson, but also it's the very first scalp in county cricket. Congratulations to Ollie. As I said, there might not be much else about this contest which recommends itself to him, but yeah, good batting and first wicket, and hopefully for Ollie Curtis a long career. But yeah, Basra coming out. You're giving him the big up now, Dave.
Well, no, I'm just glad to see him out there, really.
Fair enough.
The 801 for 8 declared, which is Derbyshire's highest score in first-class cricket, which I don't think they're aiming for, but the 707 could be under threat. There is a connection between this match and that score. Remarkable. Hassan Adnan, who was one of the umpires here, scored 21 before he was run out for Derbyshire in that score of 801 for 8
Fantastic.
declared. There were centuries for Ian Harvey and Ant Botha and James Pipe, a double century for Simon Katic, and Haas made 21. So well done to him. I ought to mention it to him. He's a great bloke. I ought to try and Haas, do you remember that?
Absolutely.
You remember that? Yeah. You made 21.
If they go past it, absolutely.
There were also 2 ducks in it at the start of the innings. They were actually 2 for none.
Goodness me.
Well, not 0 for 2 as it really is. Yeah, and eventually made 801.
Curtis then to Basra. Short mid on still in there. Angles that away, and he'll get 4 off his first ball, I think, there. Absolutely will. Guiding it through backward square. 4 runs started very neatly indeed. End of the over. It's a wicket-taking one, the first wicket-taking over of Ollie Curtis's first-class career. Derbyshire 6-7-3-4-6.
That was a nice shot to get off
Yeah,
the mark in
absolutely.
first-class cricket, wasn't it? I thought. I'm being asked questions. I don't like being asked questions.
No one likes to be asked questions.
It's brought me out.
We'll do that.
Brought me out to cough. Yeah.
You're allergic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't like that at all. We're going to see Ekanch Singh.
Indeed we are, from the Nackington Road end.
Nackington Road end, indeed.
Oh, here's one from Rob on Kent Cricket at bbc.co.uk. So it's very kind comments. He says, even if the cricket has been disappointing. Sat on the beach in Venice, Lido, listening to today's play. That sounds awful, but, you know, thoughts and prayers, Robert.
Yeah.
Just on a separate note, had the pleasure of umpiring Amrit Basra. Thoroughly decent young man.
Yes.
Hope he makes the grade.
Yes,
There we are.
absolutely.
Thank you for that, Rob.
And Bernard's been on as well, watching on and listening while on holiday in Salou, wherever that is. As Derbyshire strive to cement their glorious third position, he says. Here's Singh. Nackington Road then bowling to Dal, who pulls this into the leg side. And they pick up another single. Dal moves to 43. There is still 49 overs and 5 balls left today. So there's absolutely no reason that Derbyshire should pull out just yet. This scoreline has come in a day and a half of cricket. 6-7-4 for 6. I've been pointing out that Basra's first class strike rate is 400. As Singh bowls too many, leaves that one alone as it goes over his head. It's dropped down to 200 now.
So I'm just looking up Venice Lido and Lido.
Yeah.
How do you pronounce it? Lido or Lido?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, one of
I have
those.
no idea.
What do you say, Rob? You're there. Which ball's better, though, isn't it? Come on,
I think I'd say Lido.
Lido. There we go.
But you,
I mean, it does look quite nice.
yes, I imagine it does. It's glorious.
The
isn't it?
worst places to be.
That one is chopped away out towards the cover boundary for a single by Basra. He moves to 5, 6, 7, 5 for 6.
What was Bernard's location? Salou?
Salou, S-A-L-O-U.
Is that Spain? There we go, yeah.
Is it?
I think it is, yeah.
Lovely.
Spanish coast. Mountains in the background. Yeah, if you like that kind of thing.
Yeah. It's an acquired taste, I always think.
Very nice. Cosmopolitan we are this afternoon.
And we just sing bowls. Dal pulls and picks up another single to move on to 45. 6, 7, 6 for 6.
Yeah, John in Norway didn't tell us what the weather was like there. Just looking it up.
Chilly.
Chilly.
I would imagine.
Yes,
I
exactly
don't
the
know.
word I was going to use, yeah.
Yeah.
7 and cloudy, but you know, it has its crisp, maybe in Norway today.
Well, I wore long trousers, or trousers as we like to call them,
Yeah.
when we're grown-ups. Sing bowls to Dal, who just guides this, not Dal, Basra guides it out towards the backward point boundary.
Would you risk a pair of trousers at 7 degrees? Or?
For a single, yes.
Yeah, yeah.
I wore a pair on Saturday at Huddersfield.
Gotcha.
I wish I hadn't, actually, because
They just got soaked through on them,
it
hasn't
was
they? Yeah.
raining that heavily that
Yeah.
I was drenched.
I was going to say games called off, but that one
Yeah,
Got
well, the
through
one
a
at
bit.
Blackburn just across the penalties
Yeah, of
was
course,
abandoned,
yeah.
wasn't it? Sings in, bowls to Dal, who has to jump up in the air to play almost a double-handed backhand on that one to beat it into the ground. It goes straight to a fielder. Dal 45, Basra 6 off 4, Derbyshire 677 for 6.
I know there were not complaints, it's actually raised eyebrows about drainage at Ewood Park, but I think the other way round. Obviously I'm very naive, but how more games didn't get called off.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, that
On
band across the
Saturday.
penalties,
Yeah.
it bounced it down. My lad was playing a game of amateur football. Started an hour before the Blackburn game. He said he has never been as wet
Yeah.
playing a game of football. It was just horrible.
I don't know, I suppose the roads were too clever either, were they?
No.
But
No, the 62 was a little bit iffy.
fortunately, sunny here. Actually, a little bit of cloud now, but Curtis bowling to Basra and smashes that through mid-on, and I think maybe Akansh Singh thought for a moment that he was in with a chance of catching that at mid-on, but it has absolutely whistled past him. A very satisfying crash of the bat, and Basra goes on to 10 now. That was an aggressive shot coming down the pitch a little bit.
Yeah, it's a tricky one, isn't it? You're making your debut or your first time batting, and they basically said go out there and smack it.
Yeah. Don't play yourself in. And that's a nice looking shot too, but that'll be a single, very pleasantly into the offside, forward a square. Rizvi, who executed an equally pleasant catch to get rid of Martin Anderson on the boundary, just skipping over the rope and back on to get him, but 85 runs after he'd started. Dal has 45, he's on strike now. Basra has 11 from 6, and Derbyshire keeping going. As Curtis over the wicket now. Dahl, nice looking shot from him. Wally Davis in the wings, I think on due the hook. 682 for 6.
I suppose the other way to look at Basra's innings here is that there is no pressure on him whatsoever.
Yeah.
Absolutely none. The bowlers are 143.5 overs into their innings, and he's just been told, well, you can go out there and swing if you want.
Good point. Curtis bowls him now. He does swing. That's past mid-off. This time a left of Ekansh Singh, who's just going to go and fetch that. And that's a mighty blow as well. Full meter to the bat. 4 more runs. 6-8 for 6. 6-8-6 for 6. Perhaps a little bit more like the One Day Cup. this innings so far.
Dahl moves to within 1 of his half century. Better than a run of ball. Remarkable.
Chris on the emails. Great to hear from you, Chris. In the grounds today. I'll get to your point in just a second. Here's Curtis. And that's nicely worked off the pads by Dahl. And that'll be 50 for him. And there's Dahl, 50 from 49. Pouring on the pain for Kent. But what an innings this is for Derbyshire. Another landmark brought out Anuj Dahl. 50 exactly. And 687 for 6. All to cover this 144th over. And I'll leave you this thought from Chris just after this ball, and Molly will join Dave. Oh, that's a very thickish outside edge from Basra, who's not got to the pitch of that one at all, and probably not for the last time in his career he gets a double teapot and a look from Ollie Curtis as that thick edge with no slip all the way through for 4 runs. 50 for Dahl, 15 for Basra, and Chris just saying, nice comments, thank you Chris, that's very kind of you. Sitting here near floodlight 4 today, struggling to have any sympathy for the players, thinking about striking, especially all the time they want to be involved in the well, in Chris's words, appalling and ludicrous 100. Ditch that and spend some love on the blast in the 50 over game and protect the county game at all costs, he says. Let's hoping for a better 2026 for Kent too. Chris, thank you very much indeed for that. I'll leave you with Molly Davis to join Dave Fletcher.
Thank you, Matt. Yes, Chris, you keep believing that. Absolutely. I'm with you 100%. Singh's going to continue from the Nackington Road end. 8 overs for 30 for him so far. He's bowling to Anuj Dahl, who's on 50 off 49, and that's a short delivery. Dahl just ducks a little bit, but it seems to go quite a distance over his head. The umpires are happy with that, though. We're in the 145th over of the innings. Still 47 overs left after this one, Molly.
I know.
A lot of time left today.
There is.
We won't finish at 5:30 tonight if Derbyshire bowl 47 overs. I can tell you that for nothing. That is a guarantee. Cast iron guarantee. And this one is turned into the leg side by Dahl for a single. As much as I love Anuj Dahl and always have, I really want to see Amrit Basra batting. Little fortunate with the boundary down to third man, but got off the mark very nicely. And he can hit the ball a long way. He just wants to remember that if he hits it to the leg side now, he's hitting it into the wind. Martin Anderson's sixes generally came over the boundary away to our right hand side as Singh is in and bowls. That doesn't deter him. He pulls it down the ground and picks up another single to move to 16. 6-9-3 for 6.
I was very wrong my prediction of Derbyshire looking to declare just after lunch, wasn't I?
Well, yes. I mean, I'll keep looking at the balcony because that's where they'll sit, isn't it? I assume on top of the. But nothing yet. As Singh comes in, 4th ball of the over. Dahl just dabs it into the ground. In fact, he plays it straight back to Ekansh Singh, and therefore there is no run. I'm sure they will declare it. They might get bowled out, who knows. But this is already the second highest score in Derbyshire history, and the third highest score, I beg your pardon, and the second highest is 707 for 7 declared. So they have that one in their sights. Singh bowls, Dahl pushes this out into the offside. It'll just take the single. Move on to 52, 694 for 6. It brings Basra back on to strike. On 16 off 8. Strike rate in first class cricket of 200. Amrit Basra feels about right.
Just a great time to bat, isn't it?
Magnificent. Oh, now then, that one's down the leg side. The keeper misses it as well. It's going to run over the practice pitches and away for 4 byes.
That's the unfortunate element of the slope here at Canterbury, and especially with a ball like that, where Harry Finch has done remarkably well to get that far across.
And they've declared.
There we go.
Derbyshire have declared on 690. No idea why. 698 for 6, with Anish Dal on 52 from 53 balls, and Amrit Basra in his first innings as a first-class cricketer on 16 off 9. And Derbyshire declare with 47 overs to go today, which means there are 45 overs to go today. Dal just raises his bat as he leaves the field after a half century. Amrit Basra gets a little bit of a low 5 from Alex Hughes. 85 from Martin Anderson then this afternoon. Lewis Rees out for 211 this morning. Wayne Madsen making 198. And now it's down to the Derbyshire bowlers. 698 for 6 declared Derbyshire in their first innings. I reckon we've got 45 overs to go, but I'm fairly sure that we're going to take a little 10-minute break now.
All good. Is that what? Yeah. Oh, I think that was brought back to your press box. I think so. It might be within that. Apologies, I had a call from the GP and they were late calling me, so that's why I was like late in getting back. So honestly, I usually really punctual. I was like, oh, perfect, his time is brilliant. And I was like, where is he? What a road.
Yeah, it would surprise me. Fortunately, we both marched off quite properly.
You're 2 away from 700, and given they won't know about the record. But you just get to 700 and that's it's not as if that's the last over before we like that far in the day when I've only got 6 overs left or whatever.
We have 14 overs before to now. 38 overs. No labours. 3 for 188. Jacob Denver 10 overs. No labours. No wicket for 41. Ollie Curtis 5 overs. No labours. 1 for 43. Well, that's normal. 698 for 6 declared for 145 overs. If you're in 37 extras for 18 no balls, 3 wides, 8 byes, and 8 drawing byes. I think so.
Seeing that, as I was walking out earlier, I saw Harry Kane in front of someone, so I don't know, maybe it's quite lax.
Something that says it doesn't matter.
What do you reckon? Kane and Lewis? I'll just get which don't get around. We all have to exercise for it. Do you reckon? Yeah.
That's the only thing, isn't it, I suppose.
Have to wait and see. You never know. Ben Compton double 100 will do it. Just saying.
And welcome back to Canterbury. The Derbyshire fielders and bowlers just gathering on the boundary's edge. Amrit Basra has already got the hand warmers going. He was left not out on 16 when Derbyshire declared their innings on 698 for 6, and we have 45 overs left today. So 2.5 days now effectively for Derbyshire to bowl out Kent twice if they can. So Wayne Madsen leads his team onto the field. He's immediately overtaken by Ben Aitchison, who will almost certainly take the new ball, along with Lewis Rees. That's the name I was groping for. Ben Compton and Ben Dawkins down on the boundary's edge now as well, and they cross the line. And they are going to start this fight to keep Kent in this match.
For the eagle-eyed Kent viewers that are watching on the stream, you'll realise that Jaden Denley isn't coming out to open up the batting with Ben Compton. He left the field earlier, we think with an injury potentially this morning, and hasn't returned, as Mo Rizvi was the sub-fielder on for the majority of the day. So it's no surprise to us that Ben Dawkins is opening up with Ben Compton.
And they'll be bowled to by Ben Aitchison. It's the era of the Bens.
It's like a Ben takeover, isn't it?
Yeah. Popular name. Apparently.
So again, the youth of Ben Dawkins gets put on display. Top of the order, where he's used to batting for most of his early career. Keeper bat. He's not keeping in the Kent squad, as Harry Finch has them duties. But he'll love the opportunity to, again, have the chance to open the batting with Ben Compton.
Derbyshire with their numbers clearly visible on their sweaters. Well done to them. And Aaron Donald, Wayne Madsen at first and second, slip with Martin Anderson at a sort of gully. Although he's moving slightly closer to Wayne Madsen. Anuj Dal and Amrit Basra at point and cover. Looks like Harry came at mid-off. Lewis Rees at mid-on. Zach Chappell's down at long leg, and Jack Morley is at mid-wicket. And here's Ben Aitchison. No, he's not. False start. There are people moving around a long way to the right of the sight screen at the far end as we look, and Ben Compton wasn't happy. Now they're sitting down, so he's much happier. I can't imagine how if he was looking there, he wasn't looking at the bowler. Anyway, he waits as Aitchison is in and bowls, and that one is off a pad down towards fine leg and goes all the way to the boundary for 4 runs off.
Leg wise?
I think it was a no ball.
Is it a no ball?
I think it might have been a no ball and 4 off the bat. I'll have to wait for confirmation of that, I'm afraid, because it's just gone up as a dot. Yeah, it was a no ball and 4 leg byes. So 6 without loss, and they haven't faced a legitimate delivery yet, Kent, so they're absolutely flying here. Remarkable.
What a start.
The slope, the wind. Ben Aitchison has got to get used to both. He's on his way in again now. Nackington Road end. That's a better delivery. It's left alone by Compton to go through to Guest. Lots of hands in pockets. People jumping up and down. Jack Morley's jumping up and down at mid-wicket with his hands in his pockets. He'd have been quite happy if they'd have carried on batting, I think.
You can just see the clothing of the fielders sort of rattle in the wind. So yeah, that's just a nice display of how windy it is out here as we're tucked away in the commentary box.
Next one, he plays it a bit away from his body, Compton, out to Basra in the covers. And lots of throwing of the ball and trying to keep each other warm out there, keep each other moving.
I can imagine a lot of the Kent bowlers and Harry Finch are quite happy to sit down for a little bit now. Been out in the field now for quite a while, over a day and a half.
Aitchison in again. That one's left alone by Compton to go through to Brooke Guest. Lewis Reese doing some stretching at mid-on. It'll either be him or Zach Chappell. Zach Chappell's tucked away at Logleg. I can't actually see him. I'm sure he's there.
He is.
Yeah. I can't see him at all.
Yeah, the protruding stand to our right would obstruct your view.
I knew he was around here somewhere. This next one again pushed into the offside by Compton, fielded by Basra. After that first no ball that went for 4-leg buys, he's got his line right, he's got his footing right as well. Ben Aitchison has been in pretty good order in the closing weeks of the campaign with the red ball. Picked up a 5 in T20 cricket at Headingley, which was a particular highlight. He's in again now and bowls. That's chopped into the ground by Compton, picked up by Dal. Fooled me, I forgot about the no ball. There's one more to go in the over.
Yeah, we see all these Derbyshire bowlers, pretty fresh.
Yes.
Had the opportunity to sit and watch for a bit. Now they get a crack. So, I'm sure Zach Chappell, if he is coming on next, will be feeling quite ready to go.
And they had 1 day bowling last week. This next one from Aitchison is through again to Brooke Guest, and the over comes to an end. 6 without loss after 1. Kent in reply to Derbyshire's 6-9-8 for 6 declared.
And it looks like I was wrong. I think will be Reese to bowl from the pavilion end.
It often is. I just wondered whether they might give him a bit of extra rest if he needed it, but
yeah, makes sense. But he's
leading wicket taker in the second division. You want to get him on as soon as you can, I suppose.
Yeah. I'm sure he'd be keen to get going with the ball.
I'm saying he's the leading wicket taker. I'm assuming he still is.
Imagine that, he's been overtaken. That's why he wants the ball.
Yes. Yeah. Get me on now.
Give me the ball. So Lewis Reese then
Yeah, he still is.
will be coming on to bowl the first over of Derbyshire's bowling innings from the pavilion end to Ben Dawkins. Yet to face a ball yet. He'll be excited, raring to go. He's been standing in the field for long enough. I'm sure he'll be pretty set. He's waited long enough. Just waiting for a Derbyshire fielder, Anderson, to get to where he needs to. He's sort of run from down by the cafe to our left, all the way back over to the third slip area. Maybe fourth. Anyway, Reese is starting his run to bowl to Dawkins. And again, back of a length. He's been punched off the back foot, but straight to point.
Just wait for the lacquer to go off one side of the ball before it starts to do too much, I think. I'd imagine.
It's tough here from a Kent perspective, because you don't want to lose your wickets, because you don't the fear of having to obviously bat twice, looking maybe like that from the score that Derbyshire posted, but you don't want to be too in your shell either and then just sort of sit and wait, do you? And that's a big drive, as I've said that. He's timed that very well. Nice cover drive that will go all the way for 4. Good looking shot.
Yeah, at least Reese is a lingerer. Look, he just stopped at the end of his follow through there and stared at Dawkins. There was absolutely nothing wrong with the shot.
Not at all. As I've said that though, isn't it? Ben Dawkins is playing his shots slightly, so maybe he's heard me. Who knows? It's always a difficult position to be in sometimes in chasing such a big score. So Reese is in to bowl then. Again, a much fuller delivery, nearly a Yorker, as he just puts his bat on the ground to dig that out. No run, as Donald is there to collect. It's the two different styles of the two Kent batters. You've got Ben Compton, that's renowned for the patience and consistency within what he does. And again, the younger Ben Dawkins that won't be afraid to play his shot. It's a bit like Donald early up, will hit the ball.
be exciting.
Dawkins sets himself and he watches that one go past his off stump. Bit of drift away there as Guest has moved more along the offside to take that delivery.
He's going to go into the wind. Can he get one to straighten on him?
Because Mikey Cohen bowled this end, didn't he, to Donald, and he bowled him from this end.
Yes.
Maybe nipped back a bit, took his off stump. So I'm sure Rees will want a pretty much a similar delivery to what Cohen created on day one. As he goes again, it's a full toss this time. It's been driven up towards us, isn't it, really? But he's got a hand on that in the end. I think it's Harry Kane. So it won't go for 4, just a couple. Again, just looking to be strong in what he does here, Ben Dawkins, and he'll be looking to make an impact. It's the modern day, isn't it? The majority of cricket Ben Dawkins has probably played has been play your shots, play without fear. Not to by any means age Ben Compton up, but modern era, as that one has just been defended off the back foot. Bit of nip away potentially, but Dawkins was covering it. So the end of the over, Kent at 12 without loss. And a minimum of 43 overs in the day left.
Soon pass.
It's exciting.
Deficit 686. It says in very small numbers on the board, and I think Kent will be quite happy that they're very small numbers until that number, because it's a very big number. And anyway, Ben Aitchison to continue from the Nackington Road end. A couple of slips in a gully, point, cover, same build as I described earlier, in fact. And he's in now, bowls to Compton, strikes him on the pad or the thigh pad. No appeal because it was far too high.
You can hear Derbyshire on the sound effects, Mike.
They're up and about, aren't they? They're up and about.
You would be.
The boys.
Apology scored 698 as a team. I've been raring to go and field.
I think I probably would. Aitchison is in, wide of the off stump. Compton leaves alone to go through to the keeper. We might see a lot of that. If he doesn't have to play the ball, he won't play the ball. Ben Compton, and quite right too, in this situation.
Yeah, that is his style. It's worked so well for him, though. He's probably the most patient batter that I've had the privilege of watching. And he's quite okay with people asking him, you wait a long time for that, or how do you feel about your scoring rate?
He's almost scoring here as he cracks that one into the offside. He's yet to get off the mark. He does have 1,275 championship runs, though, at 60, which is more than a match for Wayne Madsen. Only Saif Zaib has more runs in the second division of the county championship than Ben Compton. Unfortunately, this cricket information website doesn't have a photograph of him. They've just got a black t-shirt where his face should be. And that's pushed into the offside by Compton. Next delivery from Ben Aitchison.
And that is practically the response I think Ben Compton's happily to give. It works for me. I score my runs. I contribute. He contributes highly to the team. And I know interviews that you hear that players make after the game, they always compliment what he does.
It wouldn't be a good team if you were just all a team of an Aaron Donalds. It would be exciting, but not very long. This next delivery is wide of the off stump and going wider from Ben Aitchison, again collected by Brooke Guest. Different pace to the game now that Kent have gone out to bat.
Yeah, you feel this is Compton's game in the sense it probably leans slightly towards what he likes. Again, if Derbyshire can get a couple here.
Oh, ideally 2 before tea would be terrific. That one is guided into the ground and it's gone past the diving Martin Anderson and all the way to the Backward point boundary for 4 runs. Final ball of the Aitchison over, which otherwise had been unblemished. And Kent a 16 without loss after just 3 overs. 10 to go until tea from here. And the deficit is 682. So with all the information you have about sports people now, and you can watch videos of this and analysis of that. I've just seen a quote from an interview that's been done by the Plymouth Argyle manager ahead of his game against Burton Albion on Saturday at the Pirelli Stadium, who says they're a big physical side, Burton. He has not watched them, clearly. They're anything but.
As that one's just watched past his off stump, as Dawkins is happy to leave that one alone.
Staggering. They just seem to say the first thing that pops into their heads, some managers, don't they? Yeah, it would be a difficult place to go. Will it? Why? They've only won 1 game all season. It won't be a tricky game.
How many games have they played?
7.
Right. So Reese is in again then. And that is again clipped off the hip of Dawkins in the air temporarily, but has just died before the fielder. I think it's Basra there. So not a chance in the end, but it was in the air slightly. So again, a little bit in it for Derbyshire.
The first slip now is Ben Aitchison, as it generally will be. Of course, he can't field at first slip to his own bowling. That hasn't happened yet.
As that goes past again, watch past the bat from Dawkins. They're not tempted by the ones that are just being drifted outside the off stump by Reese. So is it Donald that then makes way at first for Aitchison to come in?
He's gone out into the covers. Aitchison took an absolutely remarkable catch against Glamorgan. We didn't get a lot of play. Perhaps we had 1 day's play. To get rid of Kieran Carlson for 94. It was absolutely specky of the highest order.
As that one there misses the outside edge of Dawkins marginally as it goes through to guest his gloves behind the stumps. That was a very good delivery by the opening Derbyshire bowler. Again, something in it there for... Yeah, something in it there for Reese, isn't it?
Mm.
This is... Again, we haven't seen loads of Dawkins in Championship cricket, but again, slightly against how he would normally play, which was coming out and bring the attack, and the situation isn't always allowing it. So, again, it's a very similar delivery. He's gone to play a defensive shot forward, nips past the outside edge. That's 2 plays and misses then for Dawkins. And the Derbyshire players are letting him know it as well.
I'm off. I'll see you soon.
You've been kicked out again.
Well, no, I'm kicked me out. First time for everything.
He's removing himself from the commentary box. Just can't take the tension of this bowling spell from Reese. He's in again. This time, Dawkins leaves alone, doesn't try and play at that, and that is the end of the over. So Kent a 16 without loss. It's a maiden over from Reese, a very good over in the end. 2 plays and misses. Matt's back.
I think we might do the Strictly Come Dancing here, actually, and change
switch?
my positions. So, ladies and gentlemen listening, just keep your arms inside the car. No one will get hurt. Here we go. Thank you very much. That's okay.
That's absolutely fine.
Here we are on the other side. Thanks for hanging on for us, everybody. And welcome to the commentary if you're just listening. Just joining us on BBC Radio Kent, BBC Derby, via the live stream with Kent County Cricket Club as well, or via the BBC Sport website and app. Kent 16 for none. Bit of a tester there from Aitchison. Gets a little bit low on Ben Compton, but he's fended that one away. He has 4, Dawkins has 6. Kent 16 for none in reply to, count them, 698 for 6 declared from Derbyshire. Some very fine batting indeed. Aitchison to Compton, and that was a whisker away of getting through whisker away from getting through the guard. Inside edge onto the pads.
He could have chopped on. If it hadn't hit his pad, that might have gone clattering into all three of his stumps. So the last sort of over and a half here from Derbyshire asking question of the Kent opening batters.
Yeah, felt like it beat him just a little bit for pace there.
Yeah.
Aitchison. The right-left combination, Aitchison and Rees against the right-left combination of Dawkins and Compton batting now, and just settles on that one, defends it up to mid-off, and there's no run. But yeah, there's obviously the signs of tails up from Derbyshire here. There's some bowlers there that have done, well, I wouldn't say absolutely nothing, because Lewis Rees got himself a nuggety 211,
Yeah.
But certainly all the rest and relaxation between the ears, isn't it, of being so far up ahead here in this game. And Kent just batting to save the game halfway through the second session of day 2. I mean, it's quite something when you put it in those terms, isn't it? It's a bit crushing for Kent, you can understand, and that's what Derbyshire are hoping, obviously, isn't it? It's the psychology of it. It would just to suffocate any chances of Kent getting back into this game.
I was saying to Dave when you were off air that it's tough now, because I feel for Compton, any of the Kent batters coming in, it's such a big total, you're saving the game. So you are right, it is that psychological aspect of not playing within yourself, but then not just throwing the game away.
And just have to be there for hour on hour.
Mm-hmm.
That's the mental test, isn't it? That one's deflected away by Dawkins, and there's no run. We've seen Ben Compton do this many, many times, and this is very much in his wheelhouse, but even so, nearly 700 on the board to bat against. Update coming for BBC Radio Kent listeners. Well, Kent are finally batting. That's after the huge mountainous total from Derbyshire finally finished at 698 for 6 declared, 198 for Wayne Madsen, 211 a career best for Lewis Rees, and a 358 partnership was the mainstay of that huge total. A third wicket club record for Derbyshire of all time. There was 85 from Martin Anderson, a 50 from Anuj Dal as well, and Kent just really hanging on, trying to keep the bowling going over a long day yesterday, and best part of 2 punishing sessions today. So Kent batting now with all that scoreboard pressure now. They're effectively halfway through the second day, looking to try and bat this game out for a draw now. 17 for none they are, so steady as they go. Compton has 5, Dawkins has 6, with a mountain to climb for Kent just to stay in this game. Elsewhere, not great news for Surrey. Looks like Nottinghamshire are batting themselves towards the county championship title. Surrey 74 for 2 with some work to do, in fact, against Hampshire. They're still 27 behind Hampshire with 8 second innings wickets remaining. Sussex, though, have battered themselves out of any danger of relegation from County Championship Division 1. Worcestershire 122 for 1 now at New Road, are still 105 behind Sussex in that game. Commentary on all 3 games continuing by the BBC Sport website and app. And there we are, end of the over. 18, sorry, it's not the end of the over, they're changing over, sorry. I lost my track there as a single at the start of the new over from Ben Compton, and now Ben Dawkins is on strike, 18 for none. So I went through that tour of the counties, 4 of them so quickly I find my head spinning after it, but 18 for none. Molly.
So Rees is back into bowl again as he's trying to tempt Dawkins for a booming drive, but he leaves that one alone. It's a nice little battle going on here between him and Ben Dawkins. Last over he played and missed a couple, and he left a few, so I think it's going to be who's going to win this one.
Never haven't been in the position of scoring a double century and then bowling almost straight afterwards. I do wonder. I guess he'll feel just excited about his day, won't he, at this point? I'm sure a bit of adrenaline will still be there for Lewis Rees.
Indeed. And again, a strong defensive shot from Dawkins. Plays that into the offside.
Might find himself a little bit footsore perhaps if he bowls 4, 5, 6 overs without success maybe, but yeah, he's had a great day so far.
Surely it'll be tomorrow morning you wake up and the body's like,
oh, maybe that's the time. Is that the time you think?
I think it'll be tomorrow morning. You go to sleep and then wake up.
Don't feel it now.
No, not now. When he tentatively walks up to the ground tomorrow and just
Let's
says,
see the body language. Yeah.
I need to see the physio. But he's looking alright now anyway. So Dawkins sets himself. And again, that is just missed the outside edge as he squares him up slightly. Very close to his off stump as well, as it goes through to Guess with the glove. So it's a lovely bit of bowling here from Rees. Asking some questions of Ben Dawkins. I was saying to Dave earlier, before you came back on, that yes, the questions of how Kent go about this, and Ben Compton very well sort of versed with all of this. Ben Dawkins likes to play his shots. We saw it in the One Day Cup. He's played a few championship games and he's scored at quite a good rate. So now, maybe a bit more tentatively, he's working a few things out. As that drive comes out again, but a very good diving stop there by Donald, diving to his right at cover. Scoops that off the ground. If he'd missed that, it would have been 4.
Yeah, as you say, good stop in the covers, that one. Aaron Donald didn't get to bat, but good stop from him.
So Lewis Rees there has got 1 ball left in his over. As he comes top of his mark, back into Ben Dawkins. That's a lovely looking cover drive. He just stands there as he watches that go all the way to the boundary for 4. Good finish to the over there for Kent's perspective. Just taps gloves with Ben Compton. Just almost acknowledges his good shot. So Kent at 22 for no loss now.
Sorry, my apologies. Of course,
So,
Donald batted yesterday,
yeah.
didn't he? You were
Yeah.
watching that. Just because
did.
I wasn't here doesn't mean it didn't happen. Have to remember that.
But you haven't watched him bat, but he did open up, and I was saying earlier he scored at quite a quick rate yesterday, and Mikey Cohen got him bowled off stump out of the ground, and that was one of Kent's highlights of yesterday.
Yeah, can understand why as well. Dangerous customer.
Yep. The deficit now is 6-7-6. As I look into the distance of the scoreboard, and it can be quite far away from here. So
Yeah,
my eyes are
pick it
done.
out. Ben Aitchison bowling to Ben Compton. It's all the Bens at the moment then, is it? It's Ben Aitchison to Ben Compton and Ben Dawkins.
Yeah, we said it was the Ben era.
Thank you very much. Ben Watt should really be here for this match-up, surely, but there we go.
Oh, imagine it.
15 wickets this season for Ben Aitchison at around about 36. No 5 wicket hauls for him this year. The former Lancashire man. As Compton smooths on as he plays that back at the bowler and there's no run. He'll have the cloud cover as well. Derbyshire will be thinking, this is our game, surely. Even the weather gods are with them at the moment, just creating a little bit of atmosphere. Not really humid, I suppose, though, is it? It's very breezy,
Yeah.
but maybe just a bit of gloom matching Kent's mood as they came out to bat for the first time. 22 for none as Compton's on the front foot into the offside, fielded by Basra in the covers, and there's no run. So yeah, it's 2 slips in a gully.
Yeah.
Doesn't feel that attacking, but obviously Derbyshire have seen what this pitch is and isn't doing over the first day and a bit, haven't they? So
Yeah, I feel obviously swinging towards more Derbyshire currently. Obviously wickets they're needing, but at the moment the bowlers seem to be creating enough chances just between keeper
Yeah.
first and second slip.
So it's Donald and Madsen first and second slips. This is cut by Compton. And there's no run. Dowell throws it back in. And yes, a man at gully as well. Dowell is at point. Martin Anderson is warming up his bowling. I'm not sure he'll be in the attack quite yet. But always keep yourself limber just in case the captain calls on you. Bazza at cover. There's a mid-off and mid-on. A deep square leg and a long leg as well as Aitchison bowls to Compton. Just works that to square leg and takes a single. As the fielder from the boundary position comes all the way in.
It's probably that cold out there. You have to just keep moving your arms and
Yeah, good point.
just keep limbered up. Especially if you've batted someone like a Lewis Rees. I imagine after he's stopped bowling and he's standing out in the field, the seas might come up. It might just be me being not an athlete like these out there.
It does. Well, it's definitely, you're thinking, just might stiffen up a little bit in the cool breeze, perhaps. But as Aitchison bowls now to Dawkins. It's on that late Dawkins, but plays it into the onside and the wide open spaces of mid-wicket. Mid-on comes to field that back to wicketkeeper Brooke Guest, and that is the end of the over. Kent 24 for none. Not without chances or alarms for Derbyshire so far, but no wickets fallen. Derbyshire have plenty of time. 2 days, a session and 6 overs at this point. And they have a lead at the moment of 674 runs, which by my reckoning is quite a lot.
Yeah, you kind of feel, like I said earlier, everything's leaning towards Derbyshire. But at the moment, took nothing away from what, Kent can do. We'll see where we are. So the only change now is it's still Lewis Rees and it's still Ben Dawkins, but the keeper has come up to the stumps here. Tactical ploy as he's striding in. And that again is a nice delivery. It's pitched up, gone into the keeper's gloves. It's a tempting delivery there from Lewis Rees as Dawkins leaves alone.
Yeah, it's a good idea, I think, this from Lewis Rees. Having the keeper up, just Dawkins, if he's thinking about a big stride down the pitch, I just think he has to stay in his crease now.
I think that nick behind as well, he's played and missed a few now, so again a pretty much same delivery there as it's in that tempting drivable area, but he's left alone, Ben Dawkins. It's sort of slapped the gloves of Guest. I think also you're right, it's a psychological side of if you can do this and bowl enough dots, even though there's not so much thing as a scoreboard pressure, but it's just not letting a batter get away and start scoring and get into their groove. For someone like Dawkins who likes to do that, it's difficult. And again, that's more at Dawkins, so he's had to play at that one and push it up to Harry Kane at mid-off. Where Ben Compton will quite happily just sit there all day and leave the ball.
I mean, I suppose the only thing again is mental and physical fatigue, isn't it? For Kent having been out there for 150 all overs, it's testing their powers of concentration.
And that one again is left alone. Straight into Guest's gloves. He's proving why he's the top wicket taker in Div 2 here.
Yes, very tight outside the off stump, isn't he? Exactly what the wicketkeeper wants. And just thinking from Dawkins' point of view, I mean, the natural angle is always going to take the ball away from him, so the temptation, I suppose, is to leave a lot here. Maybe Rees will be banking on that one to bring one back in.
2 slips in the gully as well, isn't it? So as he's driven that, he's got most of it, but he'll get a single just as Harry Kane goes to his left and cuts that off quite nicely. So when he times it, he hits it pretty well, Ben Dawkins. And he hits it hard.
Yeah, sharp fielding, wasn't it, by Harry Kane?
Yeah.
Again, you should expect from a fielding side that have had, for the most part, plenty of rest while the side batted for a day and a bit.
Yeah, indeed.
Let's see, Kent coaching party, Mark Decker and Harry Finch, with Grant Stewart just taking a lap.
Last ball of the over then. And that's a full delivery coming slightly in towards Ben Compton, but he twists that to short square leg for no run. So at the end of the over, Kent at 25 for no loss. Compton's got 7 to his name, Dawkins has 12, and the deficit is 673.
Nottinghamshire looking to seal the county championship title today, of course, and latest score there, 199 for 4. If they get to 300, they just need another 101 more to wrap up the bonus points, wrap up the title, and Surrey are in no position in their game against Hampshire to be fighting back. So looks like Knott's going to do it. Nathan Gilchrist is bowling there. Kent Borough on loan to Warwickshire until the end of the season and making his move to Edgbaston next year, as this one's left by Dawkins outside the off stump. Ben Aitchison bowling to him. So it's very nearly congratulations Nottinghamshire. And I say this with no side at all. We don't have favourites between Nottinghamshire and Surrey, obviously, but they'll make a change at the top of the championship anyway, won't it?
Indeed. The trophy goes north. Or
can
Northar.
Northar, yeah.
Northar.
Yes, all steady. It's Aitchison to Dawkins. Sees that into the offside. Like an effort ball perhaps from Aitchison there. Gasp as he let the ball go. Very tentative about saying what's north and what isn't. I don't think...
Everything's north of Canterbury.
It's going to serve you Northumberland. Derbyshire doesn't seem very far north, but North Derbyshire is very nearly Yorkshire, isn't it? So I don't know.
Well, I always say when we are in Canterbury, everything's slightly norther. So
yeah, we're sort of east here, aren't we? As the ball's into the offside, and there's no run. Basra Field got a bit of a look from Dave Fletcher there. Probably shouldn't be dabbling with this talk of what's north and what isn't. I think we'll let experts talk about that. 25 for none. Very much in the southeast here, I can tell you that. 7 for Compton, 12 for Dawkins so far. They're certainly asking questions, particularly of Dawkins, you'd say, this attack so far. But he guides that nicely through backward point. Does after that. Dave Fletcher was saying he's quick across the ground. He is very fast indeed, he's not wrong. Single taken. So rotating the strike. Ben Compton, who's 1,000 runs for the season plus, and started this innings actually had 1275, just 35 behind Sabe of Northamptonshire. Another team who've not had a great county championship, but have a single batter who's led all before them. It's clipped off the pads by Compton. Lovely efficiency from Compton. Single. It's Basra Fields on the onside. One ball to come. Oh. Everyone's looking at their phones. It's just a bit of random vibration coming from somewhere. 27 for none. And Aitchison from the Nackings Road end over the wicket to Dawkins, gets everything in line. The tall opener defends it up to mid-on. End of the over. 27 for none Kent in reply to 698 for 6 at Derbyshire, which I think Dave Fletcher was saying third in the all-time rankings of innings totals for Derbyshire. Didn't get to the 700, and for Kent it was, I would say it's welcome exactly, but when Northamptonshire scored 722 here earlier in the season, it was the highest ever scored by an opposition team on this ground. So you don't want to do that break that record twice in a season as a side, do you?
I think it's one you wouldn't want to break.
No, you don't want to be among the sides that have given away 700 twice on your home ground, that's for sure. But there we go. Such as this season has been this season for Kent.
Lewis Rees bowls on the leg side, misses Compton's pad slightly. A diving take there from Guest cleans that up. We've got, I want to say, is it a Zach Chappell in front of us doing some stretching? Might not be Zach Chappell. Can't see his shirt number.
That is him indeed, yeah, 32.
At mid-on the floor doing some planks, etc. Getting ready to come in and have a bowl at some point, maybe soon. So Rees there gets Compton to defend at one as he hits the splice of the bat. Goes into the offside for no run.
Chris on Kent Cricket at bbc.co.uk saying, what's the follow-on target, please? I'm not sure this is going to make you any happier, Chris, as a Kent fan. I'll make that just the 549 they'll need to make Derbyshire bat again. That's all we're aiming at.
Rees Gets Compton to defend that. Full delivery. Guessed up at the stumps again. That pressure on the Kent batters.
On the bright side, Chris, they've got 27 of them. There we are.
True.
Yeah. Bit of a way to go yet, but...
Nothing a career best from Ben Dawkins can't sort out.
No, quite.
But yeah, how Chapel's warming up, you'd think it could be a change from the Nackington Road end after.
Yeah, tall seamer may well be.
Yeah.
Facing Aitchison.
As Compton flicks that off the pad, fine leg will try and come round to cut it off and can't. So let's see, it's leg buys in the end, no bat on it. But that is 4 more to Kent, so that's helping the deficit somewhat.
Yeah, umpire. That's an Adnan at this end. He's got the gloves on, hasn't he?
He did.
Collar turned up. He's probably got a scarf on as well. And no real surprise, it's chilly out there in the breeze. But yeah, signals the 4 leg buys.
He had the gloves on yesterday, actually. I rated it because it was cold. As that one again is turned off the hip this time, off the bat of Ben Compton. He gets a single down to fine leg. Saying that, you were mentioning earlier, you've come in and the stewards have their coats on. I had a jumper, a gilet and a woolly hat on this morning. I got some fun comments thrown my way to ask how cold is it, and I was like, it's quite cold.
It's cold enough, thank you, yeah. Well, I heard Dave Fletcher saying yesterday he had his coat in the car, but it's a big coat. He wasn't going and getting that, so I bought my big coat today as well. But unlike Dave, I'm quite prepared to break the glass and go and get it at any point. To be honest, yeah, just sheer cowardice.
Oh, absolutely. I've got 2 jumpers in the commentary box. I will happily take on that mantra of being the person that will always be cold. Last ball of the over, defended away for no run.
Yeah, that's cricket on the 25th of September, everybody. There we go. It can happen in this country. I don't know if anyone's aware of that. It can be a little bit cooler.
Well, the best thing about it is that September it's not raining, but it's
no, that's
cold.
absolutely true. Yeah, I think it's that perception of it's the other end of the season that people have. Oh, why are they playing cricket in April? Actually, the stats tell you that the weather's pretty good in April. Actually, you get some good days, but it doesn't help when it feels like it's 20 below outside. That's for sure.
I would agree. So it's going to be Zach Chappell then to start his account of the day at Nackington Road.
Do you have any games this season where that had to reach for hand warmers, beanies?
Well, beanies, yes.
Yeah.
I've got the keeping gloves on, so
of course,
I'm the warmest person usually
Yeah.
out there. But there's been many of a training session, even like near the summer, you've gone and you're like, okay, gilets on, and
Yeah.
you've got the woolly hat on, because it can be cold.
Yeah, it's easy from the commentary box to forget that you're standing out there, and it's basically just I mean, I don't know if people know this about cricket pitches, but they're just an open piece of ground, aren't they, mostly? In fact, entirely. So any wind, you're going to catch it, basically, yeah.
As soon as that weather turns, I'm not scared to get the bobble hat out early.
It's supposed to be a summer sport, after all.
Exactly.
32 for none, Kent. Zach Chappell comes bounding in, and that's just helped away by Ben Compton onto the leg side. Very characteristic shot there from Ben Compton. Never looks like he's why expend more effort than you need to. And I mean that in the most complimentary way. So efficient. Just works that to a deep square. And single taken, 33 for none.
Well, most cricketers must be the same. We play a sport where if it rains, we come off.
Yeah.
If it's too wet, we can't go back on.
It's true enough. Here's Chappell to Dawkins. Yeah, it's very much a fair weather sport. It's in the offside. Dawkins sees that. Chappell, tall and broad of shoulder, and shaven-headed, distinctive figure. But yeah, I suppose many club cricketers won't be starting when county championship is in April, because the pitches just aren't prepared for that.
Yeah.
At state, it's just, I mean, you've got professional ground staff. You can get a pitch prepared in April and keep it trim until the end of September.
Very true.
Defensive shot, no run.
There's more scope these days of the leagues, isn't it, running into September than starting earlier. So you'll have some clubs that will go later rather than we'll have the earlier games. But The majority of games I've played in September have been always okay weather-wise.
Yeah. It's just the weather's just turned the last couple of weeks, isn't it?
Yeah.
So 33 for none. There's Chapel Bowls now to Dawkins into the offside. My brother's over with his wife from the States, and nice for him to bring his wife. I don't know why I suppose to Andy's wife. So she's tagging along. 33 for none. Hi Steve, if you're listening. But yeah, and they managed to, I think, pretty much touch down as the weather just got a bit cooler. So they were a little less than complimentary about the state of it.
Are they used to the coldness?
Well, yeah, they're from Chicago, so it's, yeah, it does get proper chilly there. Like to mid-off, I think they were looking forward to a bit of Indian summer, which we'd had just before that. So no run up to mid-off. 33 for none. He's got better things to do than listen to the commentary, I have to say.
Surprised he's not here. Watching the cricket live.
Convert him to it. I don't know what against it. They're both sports fans. There
we go.
They're watching some football while they're over here. And here's Zach Chappell over the wicket now to Ben Dawkins through to the wicketkeeper, and there is no run. 33 for none. Yeah, I did suggest it. Come and watch a day of cricket at the Spitfire Ground. Proper English experience. County cricket. Certainly seen some runs. It would have seen some runs.
About to say, you would have seen some records.
From Derbyshire,
as well.
anyway. 33 for none. Kent. 698 for 6 at Derbyshire. Chris, in response to my stating the 549 to avoid the 4-1 for Ken, has just gone for a single word heading to his email. Ouch. 549. That's what they need. Rob, thank you very much for getting back in touch from Venice Lido, pronounced Lido. Thank you very much. I've never known how to do it's Lido or Lido, so Lido. There we go. He says it's a close call between here and Whitstable, but he thinks that Venice just shaves it. I don't know.
Can't think why.
Not. There we go.
So we're going to see some, I want to say some spin, which we are. Some left arm spin then.
Yeah, it's going to be Jack Morley, isn't it? Yeah.
So we saw...
It's interesting early on.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? I think it was the game here against Lancashire when Ben Compton was facing Hartley. And he had some interesting shuffles across the offside to try and negate the spin. So I wonder if we go with that kind of tactic. And we saw Lewis Rees have a similar kind of trigger as well. So we'll see what Morley can produce. A wicket for before tea for Derbyshire would be ideal for them.
Yeah.
As he's rocked back on the back foot just to try and work it onto the leg side.
That's a very good point. We're only 2 overs away now, aren't we? So
Yeah.
I was going to drag Dave back into the commentary box, but I think for 12 balls, he's probably best where he is. He'll come back fully refreshed. Watch out, everybody.
It's a shorter ball by Morley and it's swept behind square from Ben Compton. And in the end, it's picked up quite easily by the fielder after a sliding stop. Just be the one.
I don't know if there's a drag from Morley or he just intending just to push that one through quicker. The element of surprise.
Obviously, Matt Barkinson got a little purchase from the wicket. So maybe Derbyshire watching that and thought, right, okay, try and turn to Morley a bit earlier than they maybe usually would to try and get a breakthrough. So Ben Dawkins then is set and poised. As that one there again is down the leg side, it looks more pad than it did bat. They'll come back for a couple, and I'm assuming it'll be a leg by signal. And it is. So again, not off the bat by Kent, but that is 2 more to the total, which they'll happily take. So Dawkins back on strike here. There's Morley into bowl, and that is pulled away, a shorter ball, as Dawkins pulls it over mid-wicket for 4. Didn't quite get all of it, sounded a little bit toey, but he got enough. So in the end, not a bad shot by young Dawkins. He said earlier he's not scared to play his shots. That's an example of one. Just a bit shorter there from Morley. Didn't probably get it where he wanted to. So 2 balls on the over left. In again, Morley, and that's punched off the back foot very nicely. Get 1 to deep point there. One ball left. And I think we've got one more over before tea.
Yeah, looks like it. I imagine Zach Chappell. It'd be a bit rude if they took him off after just 1 over, wouldn't it? But I think he's more than an experimental bowler.
As that one is a much better area from Morley. Fuller and straighter. Compton's big stride forward. Defends it away. End of the over. Kent 41 for no loss. And the deficit now is, I want to say, 6-5-7.
Yeah, that's good.
That's good.
I'm having to squint to see that, but you're absolutely right, yeah. So the scoreboard across the way from us, near pylon 2 here. It's the digital one. And the one to the right of the other sight screens as we look down the ground is the big old-fashioned one, the manual one. Where's Ames one? It's a proper piece of Kent history. It will be Zach Chappell. Bowls to Dawkins. There's an O and an R, but I think he could leave that really on length there. It's bounced. I think it's a little bit wide of the off stump, but it's a good line from Chappell, no doubt about that, but Dawkins has left it. 41 for none. Yeah, conversely, Kent would hate to lose a wicket here, but I think they'll be very quietly pleased with these two. Can see off the opening salvo from Derbyshire.
Yeah, I was about to say, if Kent can go in at tea for no loss, it's a...
As Dawkins blocks that one out towards the far end, Ben Compton just grounds his bat just in case Zach Chappell got anything on it towards the stumps, but none of it.
It's a smaller win, but it's a win, isn't it?
Well, and yeah, I suppose given the enormity of the Derbyshire first innings, it's just too big a target, isn't it, to look at it and all in one. They probably are just thinking of chipping away at it over by over. 10 runs by 10 runs or whatever, left by Dawkins outside the off stump, and there's no run, goes through to the other wicket keeper, Brooke Guest, and was folded behind his back. Didn't last very long, but he was rather helped out of his innings. Was Brooke Guest of 9 by his batting partner Martin Anderson, who on Guest's call, backing up, decided just to stay at the striker's end, and Guest was run out. Here's Chappell to Dawkins, inside part of the bat, gets a bit of that.
Yeah.
He's still looking at it. I think they should take a run. They have taken a run this one. I think he was just trying to gauge whether, I don't know if it was deceptive for him, but whether one of the mid-on, mid-off were going to get there quick enough to threaten the non-striker's end with a throw. But in the end, it was a comfortable single. 2 balls to go until tea. Or indeed just one if a wicket's taken here, I think. Chappell round the wicket then to Ben Compton. Just, I thought for a moment that turned him around a little bit, but plays it in the end into the offside.
He sometimes does that, doesn't he? You think, oh, you've squared him up, but he hasn't. He's sort of turned the face slightly and played it into the offside.
I think there's more pace in the pitch. Perhaps he would have been properly squared up, but yeah, just had enough time to push it away from the pad. Chappell round the wicket, final ball. It's again just a little bit of a wriggle into the shot from Ben Compton, but that is tea. And Ben Compton wastes no time in taking the gloves off and heading off for the interval. From a Kent point of view, I suppose you'd say a job well done for this pair. 42 for none. But, well, you'd have to lavish extraordinary praise by that meter on Derbyshire's 698 for 6 with a double century from Lewis Rees. 211 was his highest career score. 198 from Wayne Madsen. They finished off today a 358 partnership, a record for the third wicket for Derbyshire all time. 85 from Martin Anderson, 52 not out from Anuj Dal in that 698 for 6. Kent still 6-5-6 in arrears as we go to tea. So for the moment, thank you from me, Matt Cole, from Molly Davis and from Dave Fletcher for listening. We'll be back with you in 20 minutes' time. We should do a bit of commentary, Dave, shouldn't we? That's the thing.
I suppose.
Yeah. Here we go then. Session 3, day 2.
Annasdale.
It's a bit cloudy, but Annasdale's about to come on and bowl. Kent 42 for none. At least one hurdle overcome by the home side here, but a mountain to go. Oh, I'm extending this metaphor. God, this could go on for a while, Dave. Take a put your feet up. But yes, huge total. Derbyshire 698 for 6. If you're just joining us and don't know the tale of the tape, 211 from Lewis Rees, career high for him, 198 for Wayne Madsen, all-time record third wicket partnership for Derbyshire 358, 85 from Martin Anderson. Annasdale was just about to bowl the first over after tea, 52 not out. Bowls now to Ben Dawkins, who defends that one off the off stump. He has 19, Ben Compton has 11. I'm Matt Cole. Beside me is Dave Fletcher from BBC Derby, and Molly Davis, Kent players in the rotation today as well. Sunshine coming out, but listen,
it's blistering out there.
Yeah. Well, he is blistering actually. You might, one of those days where if you stood in the breeze for too long, you might get your skin chapped. Here is Dale outside. Dahl outside the off stump, left by Dawkins, and there's no run.
Best immediately clutches his helmet. He's going to stand up to the stumps, as he often does to Annasdale. Makes sense.
I think he does to Dawkins as well. He's very much, doesn't he, looks to get on the front foot.
Yeah.
Trying to want to keep him in his crease. As Dahl now bowls to him on middle stump. Sees that into the onside, and there's no run.
So Ben Aitchison as a solitary slip away. Madsen's put himself in at catching mid-wicket.
Sure.
The skipper, Martin Anderson at gully, Basra at point. He put the fielding pads on for one over, and Aaron Donald is at extra cover.
Dahl to bowl then from the pavilion end to Dawkins. And off stump again, it's seen off there. Points the bat at Ben Compton. Don't come this way, he says. No run. Wayne Madsen, as you were explaining yesterday, I think has 77 on his back because he's a massive fan of the punk rock revolution, is that right?
Yes, that was exactly it. Yeah. It was either that or he wore 7 when he played hockey for South Africa.
That's right.
I can't remember which it is now.
It's one of the two. That old show Call My Bluff is on its way again. 42 for none, would I lie to you. Steered by Dawkins. It's an attractive looking shot to point and fielded by Basra. No run.
Call My Bluff was on BBC 4 at 9 o'clock on Monday.
What was that?
Frank Muir and Patrick, can't remember. Hannah Gordon, Angela Rippon, Tim Rice, and the bloke who was one of the baddies in James Bond, who I can't remember the name of either. It was absolutely brilliant.
For our younger listeners, we're aware this is just noise at this point, but 42 for none. Annasdale bowls to Dawkins into the onside. There are sons and daughters of cricket fans who may have caught that and just looking mystified. Maiden over to start just after tea, 42 for none. But for those that it means something to, it'll mean something to.
It was Robert Robinson as the Robert Robertson, wasn't it? Not Robert Robinson. Robert Robertson as the host. Absolutely splendid. BBC 4, 9 o'clock. Catch it on the iPlayer. I bet you probably could catch it on the iPlayer actually. Zach Chappell's going to continue. I fear I may only bowl. I won't bowl any. Call a couple of his deliveries before my 4 o'clock update, but then I'm home free until 5. Compton just remarks his guard after tea. Seems early for tea, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Even for me. Round the wicket comes Chappell, and that one is defended by Compton. So on target, Zach Chappell, and easily dealt with by Compton.
I'd imagine this won't be a 5:30 finish today.
Not a chance.
Because there'll be plenty of seam bowling, I'd imagine.
Well, it's Derbyshire. They tend not to finish on time. Closer to 6.
Well, that's a battle that Kent can win, I think, with the points deductions they've had this season.
I mean, Derbyshire have done better in recent times,
Right,
and it is
yeah.
cold out there. They won't stay out there longer than they have to, I don't think, will they? As Chapel bowls, Compton gets right behind that one and pushes it back towards the bowler. The over rate currently level, according to the scoreboard.
Yeah.
That deficit still very, very big at 656. Compton and Dawkins looked relatively safe in those 13 overs we had before tea. Chapel bowls and is defended by Compton up to Harry Kame at mid-off. Now, unlike the Mikey Cohen over, I think Zach Chappell will finish this over before I return. That's an excellent effort from Mike.
Yeah. Not his finest hour, has to be said, or finest... Well, actually, hour, sorry. It didn't last quite that long.
It did feel like an hour.
Probably did to him as well by the time he'd finished it.
Bless him. In comes Chappell again and bowls, and on this leading edge-ish. Back towards Chappell, neat footwork from Chappell. Again, there's no run.
Thanks, Dave. I'll do his update for BBC Derby. To say, in terms of entertainment, obviously there's been some fine stroke play from Derbyshire, but at the moment it's a little bit more attritional. Kent 42 for none. Run rate is a smidgen under 3. Shorter ball from Chappell. There's no pace in the pitch, so it's just turned, or he turns Compton, swivelling at the hip and guiding that one down to long leg for a single. No aggression to it whatsoever. Tries not and does not often take risks, Ben Compton. Jack Morley, the fielder, is now going to mirror that position at long leg for Ben Dawkins. Chappell comes in to bowl to Dawkins. Nicely timed. Good stop though as well. Harry Kame just tumbling to stop it a mid-on. 43 for none.
That was close.
I thought, I have to say, from a professional point of view, that was a great bit of work. He sat down immediately into a, was it 20-second timed?
20 second, but I had to find the stopwatch on my phone as Sally the newsreader is saying, in sport, Derbyshire are
Beautifully summed up. Nice work. There we go. They let me wang on a little bit. You'll hear that in a second, but do have to cover Sussex and Surrey within that as well. So.
Yes, I don't think I can do 3 counties in 20 seconds.
No, fortunately, it's not timed for us, so it's outside the news. That I mean, I think everyone having listened to even a smidgen of my commentary be aware that'll be well above my out of my range. About to do it now, in fact. With our afternoon show. And Kent are batting 43 for none. They are that after Derbyshire had finished their mammoth total in the first innings at just 698 for 6. So 549 just to make Derbyshire bat again, Kent. In reality, they'll just have to bat for the rest of the game, and that's effectively now 2 days and a session to bat out a draw here. Done okay so far. Didn't lose a wicket before tea. Compton has 13. Dawkins has 19. For Derbyshire earlier, some mammoth innings there, as you might expect from that big total. A huge partnership of 358, a county record for Derbyshire for the third wicket between Lewis Rees, who hit 211, a career best for him, and 98 for Wayne Madsen. So plenty of catching up to do for Kent in this one. Elsewhere for our side, Surrey 111 for 3, leading by just 10 runs over Hampshire at the Utilita Bowl, as is now. looks like the county championship is going the way of Nottinghamshire, who need just 66 more runs in their game against Warwickshire now, though, to win the title, and ends Surrey's reign at the top. Meanwhile, Sussex have battered themselves out of any fear of relegation from Division 1, making 350 in total today. Worcestershire won 6-1 for 3 in their second innings, still 66 behind Sussex at New Road. And commentary of all 3 of those games via the BBC Sport website and app. And into the offside from Dawkins. No run as it's over from Anashdale. Is 3 balls into it now. Single off the first ball to Ben Compton and 2 dots so far.
That felt more like 25 seconds to me.
It probably felt like half an hour to everybody else, but there we go. Yeah, we're allowed almost a minute on those, which is very generous, but into the offside and there's no run. But yeah, fortunately, we don't have the rigours of the time bulletins. I certainly couldn't do, well, I mean, I guess in 20 seconds you might just read the scores of all 3 games, wouldn't you? You wouldn't have much,
yeah, no, that wouldn't much
and give a vague match position. But there we are, sorry. Bit of shop talk between Dave Fletcher and me, Matt Cole there. But here it's very much back to concentrating on this game. And Anashdale attempted to make the first breakthrough as Dawkins into the offside, tall figure. And Kent fans will have heard this, but Derbyshire fans seeing him for the first time or hearing about him for the first time, very much reminiscent. His style, certainly his stature of Zach Crawley as a Kent opener. Good 6'5", slim, loves to drive. At the moment, keeping things a little bit more contained.
You're only just old enough to drive.
Nice. Good point. That one is a check drive back up towards mid-on, fielded by Harry Kame. Mid-on, there's no run. 19 for Dawkins, 13 for Compton. Yeah, Richard Ray and I went into a bit of a decline when we worked out the amassed age of the Kent's slip cordon in the game at Leicestershire was younger than some people that were commentating at the time. So there we go. But
I've given up.
never you mind who, listeners.
I've given up worrying about it. It's just a number.
44 for none, talking numbers, indeed.
Zach Chappell to continue from the Nackington Road, and he's going to come around the wicket to Ben Compton, who's just popping his gloves back on, sort of marking his guard, whilst looking at his gloves and putting them on. Here we go, he's ready now, look. I knew it happened sooner or later. In comes Chappell and bowls, and that's driven beautifully out towards the extra cover boundary. Harry Kame is giving chase. He'll get there before it reaches the boundary. He'll only get 2 for it, Compton. It looked a much nicer shot than just 2. Pushing it in between the cover and the mid-off. That's an Aaron Donald and Harry Kame. Compton moves on to 15, 46 without loss now. Derbyshire certainly won't want to go through this session without taking a wicket. That would certainly start to lay the seeds of doubt in the bowlers' minds, you would have thought, as Chappell is in again and bowls, and that one's left alone by Compton to go through to Guest. At tea, a little walk up to the written boys, say hello, inform 1 or 2 what time we may or may not be finished this evening, and it felt like quite a few people were leaving, and I can't say I blame them because it was a bit chilly. Whether they had something to go to or not, I don't know, but there were certainly lots, unless they were just going to the shops for a bit. In comes Chappell again and bowls, and Compton defends. But yeah, they were well muffled up, and I make light, I am wearing shorts, but we are indoors, and it's quite a warm commentary box anyway. But standing outside all day or sitting outside all day would be quite a test, I would have thought. This time of year, it looks nice, but it's a lot nicer than it looks. No, it's not as nice as it looks. That one is defended by Compton, who just suggests to Dawkins that there was a little bit of movement away from him there. So he goes down and starts prodding at the pitch. A solitary wagtail on the practice surface down below us, looking for grubs. Just outside the boundary, keeping his distance, or her distance. Chapel balls. This one's on leg stump and turned away down towards fine leg. I have no idea who it is down there. Let me have a look. Oh, it was Jack Morley, because it was a left arm throw. Just caught the tail end of his throw. Just behind the overhang of the steps.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the woolly stand.
It's a woolly stand behind us, yeah.
Right. Yeah. The oldest, somebody told me yesterday, the oldest solid concrete stand in the country. So they can't touch that. Next one from Chapel is clipped into the leg side, and it's Morley again who does the fielding. Hurls it back in. The Derbyshire fielders have, for the most part, got pretty good arms. Sometimes when an Aaron Donald is a long way out, you do wonder why, because he has had shoulder issues. But the rest of them have got pretty good arms. That was the end of the over, incidentally. 48 without loss. Chapel's bowled 4 overs for 7. Dahl has bowled 2 overs for 1. So as a consequence, the run rate has dipped below 3. Not going anywhere, but they don't need to go anywhere particularly, Kent. They just need to stay in one place. It's out in the middle.
Yeah, it feels like, from the way he plays, this might be more of a challenge for Ben Dawkins. It's early in his career, but certainly Ben Compton is a past master at crease occupation, and doesn't seem to affect him if he's not scoring at any rate. Doesn't get into his head, but as I said, Dawkins, the difference in experience is quite marked as well, obviously, in terms of age. Dawkins on 20 now from 56. Actually, his strike rate's not much above Compton's, 16 from 47. And Dahl, right arm lively, over the wicket now to bowl. Brooke Guest standing up to the stumps. Dawkins on the front foot, into the offside. Again, just points the bat at Ben Compton to emphasise the gentle no, that they're not going anywhere. Going nowhere fast, I suppose, at the moment.
The gentleman has just brought 2 youngsters in. That's good to see.
Nice.
Presumably after school. Some more
some school pupils
coming in as well. I mean, Don Topley wouldn't like that.
Would he not?
No.
Into the offside from Dawkins, deflected the point, no run.
His whole point is that nobody young watches county cricket. And
I see.
And therefore it should be dissolved immediately in a vat of acid, and we should only play T20.
I thought he had. Thought he was particularly strict on school children having any free time. No, okay.
No, goodness me, no. He's always preaching, much like I'm doing here. But in a humorous way.
It's Dahl to Dawkins. I'll get on my soapbox in a minute. As I say, about 400 or 500 times a season with the one-day competition, is that the governing body is set that no one likes it, and it should be disappeared behind a screen in August, but no one's told the people who turn up they don't like it. They need better publicity, I think, on that respect. Ooh, inside edge from Dawkins. It's gone backwards square of his stumps, but single taken. There you are. That's my.
Did you have good crowds? We had Derbyshire had terrific crowds for the one day.
At Beckenham and here,
yeah. The sellout at Repton School, good crowds.
And weather was great as well, which helps. But but then. It's August.
I did get stung by a wasp, but I don't want to talk about it.
Did you? Okay.
At Repton School. It was a very well-educated wasp.
Better class of wasp.
Yeah. Fairly sure they'll take a game back there next season.
16 for Compton, 21 for Dawkins. Yeah, and a great opportunity to use those outgrounds. So Sussex used Arundel for that one as well, which is a beautiful place. And but yeah, and who knew August in the sunshine. I'll leave that to your imagination. Dahl to Compton. I feel like I'm labouring a point here. Defended up to mid-on. There's no run.
I know my sports editor particularly scared of me being allowed on the air for 6 hours straight on several days through the summer. He's on pins the entire time, bless him, Dom. I've never let him down yet.
The job might depend on it, is that all?
Well, there is that.
His dial around the wicket to Compton, driven into the offside, stopped by Wayne Madsen, and that's the end of the over. 49 for none. Dawkins 21 now. Compton 16. That's 27 overs left of the day, so still a good chunk for Derbyshire to bowl at Kenton. What do you think? Well, look, the current one, but 2 down would be very nice indeed, wouldn't it? Just,
minimum, I think.
Chip away.
I think minimum. I think they'd have liked at least one before tea, and they didn't get one. If they carry on at the current rate, though, the deficit will only be 600 when we come back tomorrow. It's 649 at the moment with 27 overs to go, and the run rate is 2.75.
Exactly 500 to avoid the follow-on. There we go.
Oh, excellent. Zach Chappell bounds into the crease, and it's turned into the leg side by Dawkins. There's no run. It's fielded by Donald, who immediately tosses the ball to Dahl.
Oh, Andrew, apologies if I missed this. I hope you're still with us, Andrew from Japan, on X, Twitter as was, at BBC Kids Sport. He says, Kent to smack a breezy 850, Derbyshire collapsing in innings 2, glory beckons. Thank you very much, Andrew.
I refuse to joke about that. It could well
Not
happen.
even a smile from Dave Fletcher.
Could happen. Defended by Dawkins. There's no run.
I like your style, Andrew.
You just never know, do you? That's the beauty of it. We're still here at 5:45 on Saturday at tea time.
I mean, not many stranger things have happened, but this is cricket.
2 slips in place for Chappell as he's in now. Bowls up on his toes goes Dawkins. It's nicely stopped at point by Anderson. He still manages to tumble despite all those S's on the back of his shirt. They don't seem to hinder him too much at all. There are 2 men on the leg side for the pull or hook, Basra and Morley. They're both about 10 yards in from the boundary. That is hitting into the wind, which appears to be coming from the north. Feels like it's coming from the north. It's quite a reassuring wind, as this next one is pushed out into the offside by Dawkins. So where did you and Molly decide the north is and isn't? Did you come to a conclusion?
Well, we were both very tentative about it because knowing that this is south, and I mean, it's certainly if you're up in Martin Emerson, Northumberland country, that Derbyshire is very much the Midlands, but then North Derbyshire is borders South Yorkshire, doesn't it? So,
okay,
is that north?
Well, I think there's an appeal for leg before. There's an inside edge onto the pads. I know what you're saying. I like to regard. I mean, Derbyshire are in the North Group for the T20, for instance, in the new 3-group system for next year, and were when it was a 3-group system before. But I think that just was because they go down in and fight and just have a cut-off point. Nottinghamshire is in there as well, and Leicestershire. But those 3 counties would be very much East Midlands.
Yeah, Derby's not itself is not north.
Not really, no. That one's left alone by Dawkins to go through to Brook Guest. I mean, I live in the northwest, Bolton, just north of Manchester. That's definitely the north. But where Martin lives is it's almost a wilderness, isn't it? Up there? I mean, I'm not
Beyond the Wall. Yeah, say for the TV show. Yeah.
They have a strange way of talking and all sorts up there, and they try not to hide it.
They've got a lot of castles, though, haven't they? Goodness me.
Some beautiful ones.
Can't move from them.
Bamborough on the coast.
Yeah.
Gorgeous.
That is, just as beautiful as you'd imagine seeing the pictures. Fantastic part of the world. Peak Districts is all right. Is Dahl bowling to Compton. I say that tongue in cheek, of course. Been there many times. enjoyed the hiking, just in case. You never know these days, do you? Social media campaign.
Yeah.
Suddenly, I'm in fear of my life going to the car just because I quipped that it was just all right. 49 for 9. Don't know which particular rabbit hole I'm going down now, so maybe stick to the cricket, Cole. That's a good idea. Dahl round the wicket to Compton then. Sun breaks out. Dabs it into the offside. It's hurled into the gloves with some force by Jack Morley at backward point. And there's no run. Is that Wayne Madsen just adjusting the field, is he? Yeah.
Polishing the ball on his right sleeve.
Basra's moving round to... Yeah, backward square? No.
Yeah, Martin Anderson will go in at leg slip, I think, where he's taken a couple of good catches this season. So Basra's gone across to cover.
He's on a tour of the ground at the moment. It's Basra. He ends up at cover, as you say. With, like slip leg gully for Martin Anderson. He's calling for a helmet now.
Yes, that's a new regulation. Well, relatively new. Last couple of seasons, leg slips. If you get too close, you have to wear the helmet. We saw a slip fielder wearing a helmet yesterday. Second slip.
It was standing just further up. Is that the? Yeah. So
it sort of suggested there wasn't a lot of pace in the pitch. Who knew?
Well, full of surprises. His Dahl keeps a little bit low to Compton. Just blocks that into the onside. Again, a no run.
But the pitch has barely misbehaved over a day and 2/3.
No.
A couple popped this morning. In successive deliveries, actually, which was quite strange. One from either end.
Yeah.
So that just looked to keep a bit low, but nothing too alarming yet.
You say again, without much pace in the pitch, it's Compton coping with it at the moment. Dahl now bowling again. Perhaps trying to hit that spot. As it's back at him and up to off, mid-off. No run.
Tricky man to bore out, isn't he? Compton, because he will just keep patting the ball back to you, whereas those last two deliveries would be perfect to Dawkins, who really wants to hit the ball but knows he can't, and at some point he'll just forget where he is and he'll hit it, or he'll try to hit it.
That's a good call. Compton, if it's sat into the onside, no run. I mean, all sorts of ways to describe Ben Compton as a bit of a throwback or whatever, but it's mighty effective, and I have to say, for Kent this season, without his runs, you look at a pretty disastrous, even more disastrous, I suppose, championship campaign.
He's just a proper cricketer, isn't he?
Yeah, 1,275 runs before he started this one. Second highest score in the country. Driven into the offside. And there is no run. 49 for none. Maiden for Anuj Dahl. Well bowled, as you say. Really good length and line. Testing Compton. Tempting him, but not taking the bait.
His rival at the top of the run scoring charts as top scored for Northamptonshire in there.
Okay.
All out total of 189. He made 62 safe Zabe, who's had an unbelievable season.
Yeah.
In a struggling side, whose batters, having been bowled out for 189 today, clearly didn't listen to what Darren Lehman said last week when he told them that they ought to start batting properly. I'd listen to Darren Lehman, you know. First ball of a new over from Zach Chappell. He's pushed by Dawkins up to mid-off, where it's fielded by Rees. Thoroughly nice man, but you wouldn't want to get on the wrong side. I just get the feeling you would want to get on the wrong side of it. He could shout at you. Did you go up to Northampton this year, or have they been here? He came on air with us. It was great fun. Great fun. This next delivery short, and it's pulled into the leg side. Basra runs around to his left to do the fielding. They get through for a single, and the 50's up for Kent. 50 in 20 overs and 2 balls, and without loss, which is the crucial part. 81 minutes, so an hour and 20 this innings has been going now. The two batters have a little punch of gloves.
No, they were here. Well, it wasn't on duty for that game, but no.
He's good value. He does a lot of work with the ABC on the Big Bash. He's relatively forthright on that, and he's equally forthright on his own team, which I'm sure they will enjoy.
As you say, disappointing season for them as well. Northamptonshire this year.
Well, they're 240 behind Leicestershire on first innings score. As around the wicket comes Chappell to bowl to Compton, who defends. They didn't enforce the follow-on. Leicestershire had begun their second innings already. Gloucestershire in a very similar position to Kent, actually. Middlesex declared on 634 for 9. Gloucestershire 81 without loss after 20 overs. So going along nicely at Lords. And Lancashire, only one wicket left in their first innings as Chappell is in again to bowl to Compton, who guides this to backward point where Basra fields. And there's no run. Cluberly made 265 and Lancashire are currently 368 for 9, so a lead of a little tick over 100. And in the big one, it's turning into the big one at the bottom of the first division to see who comes down with Worcestershire. Yorkshire at 209 for 4, trailing Durham by 137 at Leeds. Here is Chappell again at bowls and reaching for that one a bit. Compton guides it up to mid-off when it's fielded by Kame.
It's a good fight back from Durham yesterday.
Yeah,
they were in a bit of trouble early on.
They were. Yeah, they lost some top batters early on, didn't they? Who'd have thought a game between Somerset and Essex that nobody would be interested in it? Marvellous. Here is Chappell again. That's a short ball and it's pulled around the corner by Compton out towards Morley at long leg. They go through for a single, and it was the final ball of the over as well, which means that Compton, who has 17, has pinched the strike. Dawkins has 22 and Kent have 51 without loss, still trailing by 647 with 24, about an hour and a half, 24 overs left to play. It should be an hour and a half, but this is Derbyshire and you just never know. England women are playing a warm-up game, aren't they, in the ahead of the World Cup?
They are.
340 for 9 against India in I don't know where it is because it just says the BCCI CEG ground. That could be anywhere, I'm afraid. It's in India, clearly. That's as much as I know.
And there's down into Compton. Up to mid on no run. I'll take you through this over and then Molly Davis will join Dave Fletcher. 24 overs, a ball under that to go now here at the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence. Don't know if and when light becomes an issue here. It's okay at the moment, but should it cloud over, I suppose, after half-5? Might be. Back at the ball, and there's no run. One of those slightly farcical situations at Leicester last week. On the day's play we did get, it got beyond 6 o'clock and lo and behold the sun started to go down and the umpires, cloudless sky as Dahl bowls to Compton, again ends up at mid-wicket, just worked there. The umpires took the players off the light, fair enough, but then wouldn't declare the day over, despite the fact that the sky was clear and the sun was going down. And
lighter, is it? I've just spotted that they have extended the lights here, haven't they?
There we go, yeah. I mean, we understand, obviously, it's a difficult job for umpires calling it a day over, but it did feel... So that one keeps a little bit low. It's a good full delivery from Dahl as well. It's defended by Compton, no run. Yeah, did mention at the time, I don't think it's going to get any lighter on account of, I think it's the rotation of the Earth rather than the sun moving, isn't it? And it's pretty much what's happening.
Largely.
A lot of days. I would go so far as to say almost every day.
Yeah.
That, I don't know, maybe I'm exaggerating, but that happens. Is the sun appears to go up and down, and there's not really much you can do to stop it. Anyway, frustrating, quite. Turned into the onside, and they'll take two. Actually, it's a neat shot from Compton, square of the wicket. It's a bit of a chase for Zach Chappell. 53 for none. There we go. Cricket's a funny old game, and that's why we love it to a great degree, isn't it? I suppose.
Oh, no question.
The quirks of it.
No question.
Saying it to somebody in the office yesterday, saying, "Oh, it's just cricket's so weird and complicated." And I said, "You think it's weird and complicated because you don't know anything about it, and as soon as you know anything about it, you realise it's still weird and complicated. But that's the wonder of it.
Yeah.
That's for me. That's straight back at the bowler. That's how I would sum it up. 53 for none. Enough of me waffling on. Molly Davis joining Dave Fletcher.
Thanks to the weird and complicated Matt Cole. We'll take a short break.
I'll end up for one of those.
And we're going to see the return of one of Derbyshire's opening bowlers, Ben Aitchison, from the Nackington Road end. He bowled a little bit earlier on. I should have changed the scoreboard before talking about that, but he bowled 5 overs for 11 earlier on today. He's initially going to be bowling to Ben Dawkins, who's on 22. Derbyshire, whilst not desperate yet, will become more and more desperate as the days and weeks and months go on. This looks a good pitch. I think we might have said that yesterday. Just some balls to Dawkins, turned into the leg side. Fielded by Donald, who immediately picks up and betrays his Welsh roots by almost scrum half style, firing a pass to Harry Kame. Not sure what the rugby union heritage in Hampshire is, whether Harry's a rugby union man. Certainly now he is, as this next delivery is played into the ground and pushed out to Anuj Dal at extra cover. Molly, how are you?
I'm very well.
Good.
I feel like I should rescind my northern comment now from earlier.
I still didn't understand what you'd said, but Derbyshire's the north-ish. The north, certainly, as Matt was saying, the north of Derbyshire is bordering on both Greater Manchester and Yorkshire. Gets an inside edge there, Dawkins. That's the first false shot I think he's just about that he's played. Morley with a tumbling stop keeps them down to a couple, but that's a moral victory for Ben Aitchison. I'm about, I would say, 50 miles north of Derby where I live. And I would say I live in the north. And I'm from the north.
Well, if I could offend anyone with my geographical knowledge of where it is.
Oh, nobody's offended. Next one from Aitchison's turned into the leg side, fielded again by Donald.
Well, we're tucked away here in Canterbury, aren't we?
You are very much tucked away here in Canterbury, and just incidentally the lights are coming up.
So sometimes you can feel that in our head you have to go north to get out to Canterbury pretty much, to go anywhere.
Well, yeah, you have to go west to get out of it.
And anything you want to go generally is that way,
yeah.
so...
Next delivery turned into the leg side again, straight to Donald, who again throws it to Harry Kame. They've obviously got something going on. The light's coming on at what, 4:34? It seems quite early.
There's
to me.
Yeah. It's the cute cloud, isn't it, that's making its way over.
Then they'll take a measurement, and then they'll take them off, and then we'll be hanging around. That's usually how it happens. Next delivery. It's just turned into the leg side off a pad. Good over that from Ben Aitchison. The runs that came from it were from an inside edge down to a fine leg. So he will be happy with that. I don't know what effect the lights will have. They're the conventional lights rather than LEDs. There might be some warmth in them. I don't think LEDs make a huge difference, do they? But the old-fashioned lights, they just seem to alter conditions slightly. Perhaps to the benefit of the bowling side initially. And then, of course, when they take over to the batting side, because they can go off.
Again, they go on now. I think you're right, I'm not sure how much of an effect it's going to have. But we will soon see.
Well, the sun's coming out again.
So Compton's on strike then. He defends that one back to Dahl. Bit of a, like I said, not even a rebuild, is it? But it's more of a just taking your time.
Yeah. Well, they don't need to do anything silly, do they?
No. If Kent can leave the day with not losing a wicket, it's kind of a small victory in their part, isn't it? He bowls again, whipped off the legs of Compton, out to deep square leg just for the one.
Must be getting slightly desperate now because Mickey Arthur has appeared, Derbyshire's head of cricket, along with Alex Hughes and Chris Heighton, and they're going on a lap clockwise, which is the correct way. Ashmal Shazad's with them. I think it's Ash, but he's well muffled up against the cold, so it's difficult to see if it is him or not. I don't know whose tracksuit bottoms he's wearing. They don't look like they're his.
Well, Derbyshire are going to wanted a couple at this point, aren't they? So, probably a bit of frustration there. But the Kent batters are going okay. So that's defending away from Dawkins, who's on 24.
I think that Jack Morley could be quite important. He bowled one over before tea, but that was just, you have an over before tea. I think he will have a very large role to play should Derbyshire emerge victorious from this game. The left arm spinner.
Indeed, but for now, it is the seamers, as that has been worked to point. I think he was trying to get that a bit finer, Ben Dawkins, to a vacant third kind of region, but in the end couldn't open the face that much. So no run. I definitely should be better with my geography because I was in Derbyshire last week, I should say. So
there you go.
There you go.
You knew where it was.
I knew where I can locate it on a map.
Yeah, that's all you need to do.
A fair few hours later, I finally arrived. As that's defended again from Dawkins onto the onside this time.
There's actually plenty of very pleasant weather about to come our way by the look of it from the north, where all good things come from.
Indeed. Yeah, to the left side of the ground, isn't it, coming over Freeman House. There's a few more threatening clouds, let's say. We get a lot darker here in a few minutes, I think. As that's defended on the back foot from Dawkins, and it completes the over. So Kent at 56 for no loss. Dawkins has 24, Compton's on 20, the deficit is 6-4-2.
And Aaron Donald leaves the field temporarily to be replaced by Nick Potts.
And the Kent coaches are walking the right way for runs.
Yeah.
Does make me have a little laugh every now and again when you think, even at the top level,
Yeah.
they all buy into superstitions of cricket.
They're almost jogging, those two.
These two have done many a lap. Mainly Sam on the left hand side that has the hat and the sunglasses on. Yeah, he pretty much walked laps yesterday.
Yeah.
I think he said if I wasn't walking laps, I'd probably be eating sweets up in the dressing room. So
I know, which I'd prefer to do.
did ask him that. I said, and why were you walking?
Aitchison around the wicket to Compton, who pushes that one out into the offside. Fielded by Potts. There is no run.
You won't see this obviously on your stream because you can't see anything but the wicket, and on the radio obviously you can't see this, but the rate that the Kent coaches seem to be walking at anti-clockwise, they're probably going to meet up the Derbyshire coaches fairly quickly.
Yeah, it's astonishing.
Actually stroll with anything.
Hitches and balls, that's cut away, but straight to Basra by Compton. And again, there's no run. We can always see what the Derbyshire quartet are by picking out Chris Heighton's shoes.
They're very bright, aren't they?
Yeah, now I noticed he didn't wear those when he was warming the team up this morning. He obviously has warming up shoes and shoes for doing laps. Chris Heighton in his shorts, as this one is defended by Compton. Back to Aitchison, bends down, gets his left arm to the ball.
It's a good delivery. Pitched up, wasn't it?
I'm sure Ben would like to get it finished by 4 o'clock on Saturday, when his sister Holly will be almost certainly playing in a World Cup final for England against Canada at Twickenham.
Will that be a watch on the bus home?
I would say potentially. That one is pushed up towards mid-off. Fielded by Zach Chappell on this occasion. There's no run.
It's one of them, he'd probably love to be there, wouldn't he? But
yes, I bet there's a ticket for him just in case. That would be my guess.
Or say, can you just drop me at Twickenham on the way home? Is that possible?
Yeah. Get a lunchtime finish, he might make it. He's in again and balls. That one is cut away. That's a nice shot from Compton. He might get 4 for it. It's been chased down by Basra and Potts, and the ball wins the race to the boundary. And Compton moves to 24, 60 without loss now, Kent. Really nice shot. It was there to be cut. Just dropped it a little bit shorter of a length, did Ben Aitchison, and as a result was punished.
So no quiz for you tonight? Night off?
No, I haven't got any quiz left in me, I don't think. Probably still be here till about 7. That's a better delivery from Aitchison, turned into the onside and fielded by Kame. Final ball of the over. 60 without loss after 25, as we are probably going to see some spin. Yeah, we are, because Aaron Donald has returned with the fielding helmet and the pads on, and Jack Morley's already removed his sweater. That's the biggest of the clues. We're going to see some left arm spin. I think he'll have a lot of bowling to do here. Jack Morley needs to get into a nice little rhythm. Whichever end he bowls at, he's going to bowl from the pavilion end. But you know, no quizzing tonight. We're quizzed out. I'll be thrown out of any more pubs. I'll obviously be a close of play chat with Ed Dawes on Sports Scene at 6, beyond 6:30. But who knows, a chat about Burton Albion as well. They've had their press conference today. John Eustace on there as well, the Derby County head coach, between 6 and 6:30.
Maybe they'll respond to the comments about being a strong, strapping unit over the weekend,
well,
frequently described.
I will certainly bring that up, just to try and stir the pot, really.
So it is Morley from the pavilion end to Ben Dawkins, and that's short and been heaved away quite convincingly over mid-wicket, and it will go all the way for 6 as well. So a good strike by the youngster. Just too short, wasn't it?
Yep. First 6 of the innings.
He did that in his over before tea. He sort of just, when he got it right, it was really good. But he just dropped a couple back and just allowed Ben Dawkins to just jump on it, and that's what's happened there. The long levers of the young man has helped that on its way.
But even spinners with cold weather, I mean, his hands are cold, his fingers will be cold.
Yeah, the giveaway sign is all the hands in pockets, isn't
Yeah.
it? It's not out of boredom, it's out of how one was in pockets.
They're struggling to find the ball by the look of it. We're going to get it back. There
Think
we go.
so.
Yeah, we got
Yeah.
it back now. Hassan Adnan tried to bend down to pick it up. Didn't quite make it all the way down, and it went through to Harry Kane.
It must be cold for the umpires. They're just standing there as well, aren't they? Not doing as much moving as the players.
I think they're wearing a lot of clothes.
I think you'd be right. So first slip, leg slip. Morley's back into bowl, and again that's a play and a miss from Dawkins. There we go. Bit dartier, fuller, flatter, wasn't it? And
Better.
then he's trying to cut that away, but it's too full, and he's nearly nicked it. Morley comes in to reply then. That's shorter again. That's been punished by Dawkins. A very familiar shot, as it's 6 again. Pretty much what he did the ball before. Over mid-wicket, rocked back, and just extended the arms.
Well, he now knows what length to bowl, because the one that was the right length beat the edge of the bat, and the two that have been the wrong length have been sent into the stands on the full. When I said a rhythm, I didn't mean 6.6. That wasn't the rhythm I was thinking of.
That second delivery though was brilliant. It really sort of tied Dawkins up. So Morley then again, and that is down the leg side, not a wide, taken in the end by Guest, as Dawkins tries to sweep that one, and you think if he'd got anything on that, that's probably 4. 2 balls in the over left for Morley to deliver to Dawkins. And again a much better area as a forward prod, as I would call it, into the offside as Dawkins takes the one. Does he usually take a couple of overs just to find his rhythm?
Certainly does. I'll say. Sometimes more than that.
I think you're right, the coldness also can
Yeah.
definitely play a part. Cold hands, gripping the ball as a spinner must be quite difficult when you're pretty struggling. So last ball here then. Compton now sweeps, gets it very fine. You're going to come back for 2. And it doesn't matter because it goes for 4, despite a diving effort there. So end of the over then. Kent are 77 for no loss. Dawkins is on 37. Ben Compton is on 28. The deficit is 6-1. And there's roughly about 19 overs left in the day. Would be my guess.
Yep. Sun shining brightly, so if it stays like this, we'll get them in.
Yeah.
Which is a joy. That Jack Morley over, a little expensive. Ball looks like it's been checked by the umpire.
Yeah, it's found its way in the stand, didn't it? Just hospital side of the ground.
Yeah.
So I'm not surprised that it's...
Morley standing at deep backward square leg with his arms folded, looks very indignant. As in comes Aitchison to bowl to Dawkins, who pushes it up to mid-off. Feel about Nick Potts, who finds himself there, the substitute fielder. I'm not sure who's off the field now. I would guess Zach Chappell, except that's him at mid-on, so it isn't Zach Chappell. Lewis Rees is off the field. Aitchison bowls, almost sneaks it under his bat there. He just about got something on it, crashed into his pads and out into the offside, backward of square, but he was going for quite an expansive looking drive. And didn't quite execute it as he would have hoped.
Yeah, you can still see the clothing just moving in the wind, which is a good indication to how cold it is.
That one's pushed into the onside where it's fielded by the padded up and Iron Donald.
Probably quite warm with the pads
I
on.
think that's not a bad shout, is it really?
I'd be like, oh, don't worry, I'll put them on. Keep it a bit warmer. excuse to go and...
He also had an over-off while he was putting them on. Aitchison bowls that one. His turn again into the leg side, this time to the right of Donald, so Basra has to do the fielding with his magnificent head of hair. I'll say it again, just in case they are listening to me back at Derby. We need the Amrit Basra wigs on sale for the start of next season. With or without a cap, you could have them attached to a cap, or you could just have the wig.
That's quite a good shout.
Yeah, double value.
There you go.
Only want 10%. That's all I'm asking for. Around the wicket comes Aitchison, bowls to Compton, who just leans back and cuts the ball to Basra. He finally got his first go with the bat today, made 16 off 9. So I can feel part of it now. I feel sorry for him in the game last week. Felt sorry for a lot of people in the games last week when only one day was possible at a lot of grounds. So Aitchison bowls, that's down the leg side, almost tempting Compton into tickling it through to Brooke Guest, but he kept his bat inside the line. Guest did take the ball, and the over comes to an end. 8 overs for 18. Lewis Rees is back, which means it's the end of Nick Potts for the time being.
Yeah, the weather last week was terrible. I was away for it.
Oh, it was awful.
And it was just rain for the majority.
Constant rain. We're just about to start on day 3 at 3 o'clock. And it started raining again. I mean, it was just awful. Awful.
So Morley will be continuing here then. Looking probably to try and pitch it up slightly after the couple of drag downs that have been punished, but when he got it right, he was asking questions of Dawkins, beating the bat a couple of times, which is obviously what he wants, and Derbyshire are going to want at least a wicket now. But 18 overs left in the day, so they're going to want to end the day with Kent 2 down, I reckon. 3 would be ideal, but definitely 2. As that'll put them in brilliant position for day 3. Obviously Kent haven't seen Jaden Denley open up the batting, so just probably waiting on a word from the club to what's going on there and if he's okay. But Dawkins will be taking strike shorter, and a very, very good looking shot over mid wicket, similar to the last over. It's gone for 6. He's dragged it back and he's absolutely smashed it over mid wicket.
It's almost like he's not learning his lesson here, Jack Morley, because the 3 that he's dropped short have just been dispatched with a minimum of fuss by Dawkins. But Aitchison gives him a low 5, and Wayne Madson's coming down the pitch to perhaps put an arm around his young left arm spinner. He's got a big smile on his face, and he gives him a pat on the back and says one of these balls is not going to come back, because they've only just found it now.
I mean, there's been about 3 gifts, isn't there, for Ben Dawkins to jump on, which moves him to 44, we should say, so technically 1 hit away.
Well, this could be it, absolutely.
He's a tall man, Ben Dawkins, so the levers he has in his arms as well just make it look quite effortless as he just sends it.
It's like a hammer thrower.
Yeah. So Morley, fuller this time, and defended away from Dawkins, a much better delivery. That's where he's looking to bowl, isn't it?
I suppose he should be looking to bowl, certainly.
We did this last over, we went shorter, fuller, and then see what he produces now for his 3rd ball. Fuller again, straighter, just defending away.
Ball or no ball.
And it's the no ball.
We saw Matt Parkinson bowl one yesterday. It was the best ball of the day. Spun past the edge, but it was a no ball.
So he comes in to bowl. Again, that is a bit shorter, but that's just pushed into the offside of the back foot for a single. Not as short as the first ball, I must say. But probably not where he wants it. I think that's a fair assumption.
He wants to bowl to the right-handers, surely.
Yeah, you'd assume he'd want to bowl to Ben Dawkins rather than Ben Compton. So then, leg slip, slip. A shorter mid-wicket, but more catching. As that is full and straight and just worked off the front pad of Ben Compton to mid-on.
If you're a Derbyshire supporter, turn away now. Nottinghamshire are the county championship winners for 2026.
It's pushed up to mid-on. Has that come through, finally confirmed?
I've just had it confirmed via an electronic device shown to me by a colleague. Yeah, disappointing, but there you go. Had to happen eventually.
And again, that's worked off the legs of Ben Compton out to deep square. He'll pick up a single. Just a flick off the pad. So end of the over then. Kent 88 for none. Ben Compton 29. Dawkins moves to 45. And the deficit is 610.
Yeah, they got the point they required when they reached 302 for 6 against Warwickshire. In reply to Warwickshire's 258 all out. The first time that Notts have won the title since 2010. Which puts Derbyshire's drought to win the title into a bit of perspective. 1936, Derbyshire's one and only title win. Congratulations to Ben Slater, formerly of Derbyshire, on his title victory. In comes Ben Aitchison, and that's guided beautifully by Compton down to the vacant third man area for 4. A little bit too wide, and he just put the full face of the bat on it, and away it went down to third man. 92 without loss. Just 606 behind now. Amrit Basra has been told to stay. It's a sort of deep backward point, really, as the next delivery is carved into the offside and goes beyond the dive of an Aaron Donald. He may well have got some fingertips to it though, because the ball isn't going to go to the boundary.
Yeah, it looks like he got a hand to that,
Yeah,
doesn't
it? Must have done. Must have done.
With some force. The darker clouds here at Canterbury continue to come over.
Yes, come on, clouds. Let's all come back tomorrow. Tomorrow there is no sunshine at all, according to the weather forecast. I don't know if that's good or bad, but it's sort of universally or uniformly grey tomorrow, which is I'm very much looking forward to. This shows how to turn that radiator back on later on, because we may well need it tomorrow.
Yeah, today it was the opposite. We sort of come in, didn't we? It's already quite warm in here. I made the very silly mistake of leaning up against the radiator, to my surprise. I was like, oh, that's very much on, and has burnt me, so your lessons are learnt.
You're not missing any cricket.
Yeah.
By the way. Not that it would matter if you were, but Wayne Madson's just had a word with his bowler. Well, the BBC Sport website goes into overdrive about Notts winning the county championship. On very little expenditure, it should be said as well. Let's not forget that. They've hardly bought anybody from anywhere else, as this next one is driven up to mid-off. Or indeed taken players from perfectly good county clubs. The point standings at the bottom are interesting. At the moment, as things stand in the final relegation place, one of these three teams will come down. Yorkshire 149 points, Hampshire 145, and Durham 143. Durham, of course, playing Yorkshire at Headingley as Compton guides this down to third man when it's fielded by Basra. Goes through for a single, moves to 36.95 without loss. So that looks like it will become the focus of attention now for County Championship watchers. Oh, I've just closed the tablet I wanted to click on. That's unbelievable.
Sum up the day.
How irritating is that? Oh, look at the time.
Musical chairs.
It will be in a moment, yes. Here comes Aitchison. He's got 2 balls left of the over. That's first one is short of a length and down the leg side. And goes all the way through to Brooke Guest. I do have a bit more leeway at 5 o'clock, actually, because it's a slightly longer bulletin. But
Oh, did you get 30 seconds?
No, I don't get any more. I just don't have to be there quite as on time.
So, last ball of the over then. I will be able to talk you through this one. So Dawkins will be on the strike. And he gets himself set. Shorter ball again. And it's hit him. He seems to be okay. He just walks away. There's a signal from Ben Compton to the dressing room. I think Ben Dawkins has been hit on the helmet with that one. He seems okay, not phased, but obviously concussion protocol these days, and the minute you get hit on the head, you have to make sure your physio comes out. I say that, there's a few musical chairs between me and Matt, so just bear with us. And we're back. So we're just waiting for Ben Dawkins to get checked over. He seems all okay from what we can see, so Derbyshire players get a quick drink, and we're just looking at the helmet to make sure it's all in
Just
good
checking
order.
the integrity, is that right, of the helmet, to make sure it'll stand up to another blow, is that right, should it?
Yeah. Check the helmet, make sure everything's where it should be, and then a few questions will be asked of Ben Dawkins to make sure he's not concussed and okay. And obviously, a very different injury that Tawanda Mayeye had the last game here, but
Yeah.
it'll be a similar process of questions.
And Tawanda's still out, of course. He failed I'm not sure failed is the right word. That sounds a bit wrong way around. Didn't pass a second concussion check, did he? So he's out for this game as well. So
We get a snazzy list of questions at the beginning of the year to get a
Yeah.
baseline. And then, yeah.
It does make sense. There should be questions that you could answer. So then,
Yeah. And then they have a baseline of where you are. It's not a pass or fail at the beginning of the season.
Yeah.
And then when you have a blow to the head and require another check, the physios and all their magical technology can work out if you are where you should be. So, yeah. They are fun tests to have at the beginning of the year. But they're needed to make sure everyone's okay.
yeah. So Ben Dawkins, as you say, looks like he's gone through that. Yeah, they're just looking at the helmet now. There's the guard at the top of the neck. Is that right as well?
Yeah, I think this hit him on the grill.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I didn't
No.
see the impact. So yeah, because we had one of those the other day where I think where the neck guard had fallen off, and so I think they had to go and get another one to attach. So
Yeah.
but yeah, just waiting for something. Or maybe just waiting for a replacement helmet now or a replacement grill.
Yeah, I think it...
George Garrett's coming
yeah.
on.
Yeah, I think it got him... Sort of came up on him. I think it just got him in the front of the
Sure.
grill. He seemed okay, but if that grill's dislodged, they can't use that helmet. They need to discard it and get a new one. And obviously, as you can imagine, we all have different size heads.
Yeah.
So it's not as simple as just bringing out the first one that you can find. So they're probably just making sure they've got the right one for him as George Garrett runs that one out.
I'm getting all excited about this, or not excited about it, but interested in the state of play with the replacement helmet. I'm just about to do an update, I've remembered, so they're playing my tune, so yeah, so we'll break into this very shortly with an update for BBC stations across the South East, so including the Surrey and Sussex scores. Of course, Surrey were looking to win yet another county championship. It's their 85th in a row or something, I can't remember, but Nottinghamshire are county champions, and but their score on Sussex is 2 coming up. very shortly after the travel news on Adam Dowling's show. But yeah, it's looking very gloomy out there, I have to say, right now.
Isn't it?
In addition to the stop for the helmet check. And Kent going okay, actually. 95 for none they are in their first innings. 36 to Ben Compton, 45 for teenager Ben Dawkins. He's just been hit on the batting helmet with a delivery, and they're just checking him out. He looks absolutely fine, so they're getting the headgear sorted. But this is all after Derbyshire finished up their first innings at a massive 698 for 6 declared, with a record third wicket partnership for the county between Lewis Rees, who had 211 in total, and Wayne Madsen, who had 198. So Kent fighting back in a game they're almost certainly going to have to bat out for a draw over the rest of this session and the next 2 days as well. Elsewhere, not good news for Surrey in their quest to win yet another county championship. It's Nottinghamshire who've taken the honours there, 320 for 6 season, get enough batting bonus points to win the title. Surrey, meanwhile, 173 for 5, leading Hampshire by 72 runs at the Utility Bowl with 5 second innings wickets even remaining. I'll put my teeth in a second. Sussex have battered themselves out of any danger of relegation. Meanwhile, Worcestershire at New Road 203 for 4 against Sussex, leading by 24 runs. Commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app. Yeah, I think I need a tooth check after that. Goodness me. It's very difficult to say second innings wickets.
Second, yeah. No,
yeah.
I get what you mean.
It is a lengthy check here, and I'm wondering, are there elements that go inside the helmet so it fits properly? Is there?
Yeah.
I'm just wondering if they're adjusting those for Ben Dawkins.
So again, if there hasn't been a helmet there for him that would be like his size, they can get a bigger one and then put more padding in it.
Which is presumably what they were doing just then, yeah.
And obviously it has to fit right, so they're for a reason. So I assume that he's just making sure that's all in and secure. It's
gloomy, I think it's fair to say. The light's very much shining. I noticed there was a car at the far end was about to leave as I was doing the update, and you could see the lights on the back of the car really shining out brightly. So umpires fine though. I suppose they've got the spinner on, haven't they? There may be an issue if they try and bring a quick on here, but it'll be Jack Morley to bowl now with Ben Dawkins at the non-striker's end, and just clipping that into the onside, and there is no run. Ben Dawkins at the non-striker's end has been checked, and there'll be another check, I guess, as it was with Tuantamie after the day's play as well, to make sure he's absolutely fine. But you're saying if it's hit him in the grill, probably the indications are that he'll be fine. Not necessarily not bruised, but the attempted sweep from Compton has gone straight into the gloves of Brooke Guest. Head in hands of Jack Morley, hoping there'll be a top or bottom edge there, but nothing of it.
Yeah, different kind of injury, wasn't it, for Tuantamie?
Yeah,
it was more
because they met literally head on, didn't they? It's a clash of heads. And Compton to face his next ball, just turn that down to backward square and takes a single. Can move on to 96 for none. Compton on to 37. Dawkins has 45.
It's got a lot colder as well, isn't it?
Yeah, it really has.
Picked up.
As Dave said, tomorrow looks like it's barely going to get light from the forecast. It's good dark cloud until at least about 4 or 5 o'clock. It's just dropped a little bit short, Morley there. It's cut away by Dawkins taking a single. And if you've ever seen Lord of the Rings, it's going to be a bit like Mordor, I think, here in Canterbury tomorrow, something like that. Does that mean anything to you? Maybe not.
I'm going to get very much, I haven't watched Lord of the Rings.
Oh, fair enough, that's fine.
And it's one everyone likes to remind me why I haven't watched it, so I'm sure that'll be sent my way again.
You stick to your guns. You don't watch, you don't have to. It's, each their own, as Compton into the onside.
It's one of them, everyone's like, how haven't you watched it? And I'm like, I just haven't.
Probably got other things going on in your life, Molly, is that it?
I'm going to go with that one.
Yeah. I support you totally. Here's Morley over the wicket to Compton, helps it down to long leg again, and Basra Fields again, and Compton farms another single, 3 off the over from Morley, 98 for none Kent.
Who's going to be? That's the question. Are they going to continue with it? Oh, here we go.
Umpires coming together. So, sorry, I'll just stop because
No, that's okay.
Hassan Adnan, there was a bit of a just sort of shrug as he went towards umpire Newell there. And they say to each other, looks pretty dark, lads. Wayne Madsen has come over to inquire. I think they'd like to talk to him anyway. And have they said, I'm reading between the lines here, are they saying you may not bowl a quick? They are. Okay, gotcha. Thank you very much. Dave Fletcher there, you didn't hear him on the microphone saying they very occasionally bowl Harry Kane. And guess who's bowling right now? Yep, Harry Kane with his spin. Oh, it's his second over of the season. I beg your pardon. Okay. I hadn't looked at his stats, so yeah, this is indeed
this is gonna
a hen's tooth of an over then.
As his name was announced, there was a cheer from the Derbyshire dressing room. As he's going to come on to have a bowl. I mean, not to tempt fate whatsoever, but we usually find in these situations when a bowler that comes on to bowl doesn't usually have the opportunity to.
Golden arm time, are you saying?
It's happened before.
Bailey. Yeah, absolutely. Just unsettles the batters, perhaps.
So Ben Compton then will be facing up. Harry Kane comes in, and that is work to third, who comes round. More of an outside edge in the end.
Yeah, it's good to be excitement. I think maybe they're just trying to generate excitement to a degree there as well. We played it very late, didn't we?
It's that nervy time, isn't it? As that one's worked off the legs of Compton into the onside, just for the single. And this brings Ben Dawkins on strike, who is one hit away from a half century, so it's on 46.
Do you have those bowlers too that you're aware are just part-timers and you just think...
More in club cricket.
Yeah.
Just, I think in the women's setup, a lot of the girls are all-rounders and can hold their own with the ball.
Gotcha,
but I've played games where, it's been someone's come on because someone's bowled 2 no balls and you go on to lose someone's over, so you bring someone on. But it's all in good jest, as I'm sure it is now. So Harry Kane is in to bowl, and a big cover drive comes out from Dawkins. Doesn't get all of it, it's just be the one, and that's Kent's 100, as that is greeted by a warm applause around the members and supporters that are still here with hoods and woolly hats on. I saw a few more break, maybe even for the long room downstairs actually, because the sofa's down there and you can see a bit of cricket from there as well, can't you? Keeping a bit warmer. Not quite the view from here. That's defended back by Compton. He has his length okay.
Yeah, that's a very good point actually.
He's found it quite early, isn't he? He hasn't been searching. As that one is cut away. And it won't go all the way. He'll probably get a couple for it.
Yeah, I think the who's and ahs because Compton is playing it so late, isn't he? I mean, he's trusting the track and trusting that Harry Kane is not going to turn it very much. So he's giving it every chance, the delivery, to surprise him and then cutting it away. But you
just don't want to feather that into the keeper's gloves, do you? And again, he's done exactly the same off the back foot. He's cut that away. It would just be the one. It's gone a lot squarer this time.
I just wondered. Looked like maybe that one came to him. It was a bit quicker, wasn't it? That Compton was more confident. Was more confident to be on it quicker, to work it away. But the previous one and the one right at the beginning of the over looked like he'd just about played it. So
that's not a way to get out, is it? Feathering it to the keeper off the part-time bowler.
Especially not when you scored 1,200 runs already in the season. That's.
We've all been there, though, haven't we? Not 1,200 runs, but the feather edge or something, and you think, have I done that? Yeah,
you might find him. He's a usually a very calm individual, but you might find even him throwing his bat into the dressing room from there if he got out to that one. But, Jack Morley to continue. It's spin from both ends. The umpire's giving it every chance. The light here, it is proper gloomy. Obviously, the floodlights are on.
Yeah.
4:45. Yeah, it's just big dark clouds at the moment.
It is. It is quite dark, isn't it?
I guess Derbyshire will be hoping there'll be some break in the clouds and we'll have to bring the quicker bowlers back on. Compton levers it into the onside, takes a good look at it and sends Ben Dawkins back. Dawkins is backing up.
I don't think Kent are going to be too disheartened to go off for poor light if that was to happen.
I think no, absolutely fine. They'd think these openers, their work will be done. I feel the work is done for the day, but yeah, absolutely.
Take nothing away from what these two have done, but yeah, you'd want to sort of try and end the day for no loss.
Yeah, it's a long way back for Kent into this game, but yeah, if they can, it's a foothold, isn't it? And as Dave was saying, for Derbyshire, it could end up being a long couple of days if the pitch continues to flatten as well, or not continues to flatten but doesn't get any more life in it. So Morley to Compton, giving that one some good rotation, but Compton out to block it out outside off stump. Left armour to left-handed it is, but this is, by the way, being Compton, who's facing Morley now, goes to the reverse. Oh goodness me, that's a scuff. Bat and ball hitting ground at the same time, and that wasn't a very convincing shot. Went into it early.
Yeah.
I'm almost surprised to see him play that shot, to be honest, rather than padding it away. But
it's not a very Compton-looking shot sometimes, is it?
Morley to Compton, and that one is a sweep away. Will it be 4? No, just a single as Basra comes round to field it. He did have a little bit of problem, I think you were saying, with the spin outside his off stump against Tom Hartley when they played Lancashire, but so perhaps he's just keen to shake Morley off settling on that length and line. End of the over anyway, 104 for none. Ben Compton has 5 centuries this season, including a high of 221 and 2 50s to add as well. He's been piling on the runs. A conversation between him and Ben Dawkins.
Yeah, I think that's sort of the only thing you could say of Ben Compton this year is just not even a struggle, but that's probably where he's most vulnerable with getting out, and I think Lancashire kind of tried to exploit that last week. So Derbyshire again, left arm spinner, trying to do a similar thing.
Yeah, I don't think this pitch has broken up quite as much as that one had at that point, but
that's a massive trigger that he implemented throughout that game.
Yeah.
So it's Harry Kane this time into Compton, and that is played late off the back foot, but a bit more convincingly this time, and they get a single out to point, which brings Ben Dawkins on strike, who's on 47. So we're an eye on his half century as he just continues to keep batting here for as long as he can. A couple of changes. Deep square, deep mid-wicket. So they're expecting Dawkins to potentially, I wouldn't say take it on, but not be afraid to play his shots. As that is a outside edge that has been dropped by the keeper. It was a tempting floaty delivery that Dawkins has tried to throw his hands out of. And from the reaction of the Derbyshire players,
real tough take, isn't it, to try and get that with a big flash of the bat. Oh, actually,
has a more of a tentatively played defensive shot this time for no run. Yeah, that was a booming.
Actually, just looking at, it's the inside edge.
Inside.
Yeah, it's a big flash of the bat. He goes back to us, to be fair. It was inside edge past the stump, so crikey.
There we go. As he's using his feet this time, Dawkins just defended away. So again, the part-time bowling of Harry Kane here seems to have ignited something within this Derbyshire fielding unit, and maybe just rattled Ben Dawkins ever so slightly. As Kane's back into bowl, played off the back foot pretty late, but will get the single out to deep point. He's bowling quite well, isn't he?
Yeah, he said I've been really impressed by the consistency for a very part-time bowler. He's dropping it on a length.
Yeah, he's causing a bit of trouble. As again, Kane pitches it up. Compton hits it off of his front pad up to mid-on, but Dawkins says no. End of the over, 106 for no loss. and Ben Dawkins is still on 48.
I think the light is marginally better now than it was a couple of overs ago. I'm not sure it's enough for
I was about to say,
the
is
quicks
it?
though.
Yeah. You feel that the spinners might be staying on for a bit longer?
I don't think Derbyshire will mind this tremendously. As you say, Harry Kane is, because of the nature of this now, perhaps Dawkins and Compton are in the mindset that they just need to see out these overs, perhaps until it gets, the light fails. It might not be 12 overs remaining, it might be 4, 5, 6. And if they go into their shells a bit here.
I think there's always as a batter, when you know you have a part-time bowler bowling you, gets in your head slightly.
Morley, very much not. Flatter, quicker delivery from him. On the back foot is Ben Dawkins out towards Basra. On the offside, he fields and they'll take a single. Dawkins looking for his second first-class 50 in a very young career, has to be said.
The umpires are meeting here to have a discussion.
Okay.
And they're going to be having a discussion as they wander over.
Yeah, because whether the fielding side like it or not, they also have a responsibility, the fielders, don't they? The umpires, that if it's too dark, and I think we are coming off a bad light, and I'd be surprised looking at which way is the cloud coming? Yeah, coming
This
from our
way,
left here, there's consistent cloud cover. So Kendra 107 for none, with Ben Compton on 44. Ben Dawkins tantalising a run away from a half century as the umpires bring the players off for bad light. Earlier, 698 for 6 declared Derbyshire, 198 for Wayne Madsen, 211 a career high for Lewis Rees in an all-time third wicket stand record for Derbyshire of 358, 85 then for Martin Anderson, and Dahl made 52 not out as well before they declared. So that's the tale of the game and of the day so far. Players coming off here, ground staff coming up onto the pitch just to chat to the umpires. The umpires are not moving just yet. Brooke Guest is in a long conversation with them. Have they got the light meter on the stumps there? I can't quite see, but umpire Neil's looking down as if he's taking a reading there. I think he is. So, not sure is the answer to that, I think.
Sure.
But if we have no further play today, thank you for listening. From me, Matt Cole, from Molly Davis, and from Dave Fletcher on BBC Radio Kent, on BBC Derby, via the BBC Sport website, and with the pictures as well from Kent County Cricket Club. We're not done yet officially, but thank you for listening, and thank you for your emails and tweets as well and posts. It's been great to hear from you. If there's no further play, we will be starting. Well, we'll start when play starts. Looks a bit gloomy, but doesn't mean we won't start on time at 10:30 tomorrow morning. That's the scheduled start. Otherwise, we will leave you for now, and have a good evening. You'll hear from us sooner or later. Well, guess who's back? Not an M&M, that's for sure, but or M&D.
My name is.
There's cricket. The sun's sort of out. Jack Morley's going to bowl to Ben Compton, and plays it late round his front power, but it's goes out towards square leg, and there is no run. Compton's 44, Dawkinson's 49, Kent are 107 for none, still 5-9-1 behind. Derbyshire were very pleased to get back on as well. They emerged well before the umpires decided the light was good enough to get them back out there. Not sure it'll be good enough to put the quick bowlers on, but it's glinting sunlight now with the floodlights glaring on the strip as well. And we have, after these next three deliveries from Jack Morley, we have 4 overs to go. So we've lost 7, did you say, Dave? Is that right?
Yes. We have 4 overs after this one.
Quicker delivery from Morley down the leg side, and Compton used that shot a number of times against the left arm spinner, and just helping on its way down backward a square. Eric Bazra fields and takes himself a single, and Ben Dawkins just marking out his guard. The left arm will come round the wicket, and Wells now in a quicker delivery, and Ben Dawkins goes to 50, and that's 50 of 101 balls for the young Kent opener, the teenager. 3 4s, 3 6s, and his fledgling career, just his 3rd game of county championship cricket. It's his 2nd half century. Raises a quick raise of the bat toward the dressing room, and to not many spectators left in the ground, to be honest.
No, most people have gone.
Not many people to salute. Compton attacks that one, coming down the pitch. It's a rarity from Ben Compton. It's all quick feet and a flash of blade, but rather mishits it to mid-wicket. End of the over. 109 for none, Kent. And we're delighted, obviously, to bring these last 4 overs in the gloaming.
If it gets any darker than it is now, they'll be off again, because Zach Chappell is coming back on from the Nackington Road end, and he's...
well, they might as well try it while the umpires are allowing them to...
He's just frightened away a few goals. He did that. Where did he do that? I imagine it was Hove, but came out onto the field and flapped around the outfield to get rid of some goals. I don't think it was, actually. I think it was a T20, but I can't remember where it was. It was very amusing. He's the ultimate person who can't sit still. Is Zach, bless him. Which is why he's offered to be seen wandering round the boundary. Harry Kame's disappointed. His spell has come to an end at 2 overs for 7.
He bowled all right.
He did bowl all right, yeah, he did. He's now bowled 3 overs this season for 13, I think. Here comes Chappell in to bowl to Dawkins, who gets a short one and turns it out into the leg side. He's going to have to get back as well quite quickly, because he'd set off for a single and Compton had sent him back. It was fielded by Amrit Bazra, who was looking straight into the sun, so stood absolutely no chance of seeing where the ball was if it was in the air. And he's just explaining that now. And Harry Kame and Jack Morley are in the shade, but Amrit Bazra is right in the glare of the very low evening sun here in Canterbury. I'm sure it's low where you are. As Chappell is in, and that one is just turned into the leg side by Dawkins for a single. 110 without loss. I missed about half a dozen emails this morning. I don't think they come through when they're supposed to come through, the emails into that Derbyshire cricket. Anyway, I'll just try and get through a few of these. Terry Whitley has been on. He says, hope this email reaches you. Well, it has, but slightly later than I'd expected. Listening to you with David Felton, and pleased to hear that he's a Forest supporter. I'm one too, which makes me and my sons a bit odd, being Forest and Derbyshire. Yeah, well, I thought you were a bit odd, Terry, I have to say. One from Mark Beecroft at Stretton. These are always entertaining. In comes Chappell and bowls. He drives a little uppishly there, does Compton. Might just have stopped in the pitch. That's promising. No run as it goes up to mid-half. Did I hear you correctly that Derbyshire have a score that begins with a 6 and has more than 2 digits? Is this a scoreboard error, or have I suffered a concussion of some variety and am I in a deep state of hallucination? Good luck in passing away the hours it takes Kent to match and inevitably beat our first innings score. Excellent work. And this one is turned into the leg side by Compton for a single out towards Anusdal, who's out there. Compton moves on to 46, 111.
It's an amusing email that speaks of bitter experience, is all I can say.
Yes, quite. And Mick Wood, well, at least the Notts County Championship, at least the cricket will get a small mention on BBC East Midlands today now. Although I doubt Derbyshire will get a mention. No, you're probably right, Mick. You're probably right. I have no control over East Midlands today. Nor do I seek it, by the way. There's Chappell. He's on his way in. It's low, lifted over the short leg. There was an involuntary shot, really, from Dawkins, and he's just lifted it over the head of an Aaron Donald, and it's dropped short of a man who is at square leg behind him, Martin Anderson. And that was as close as Derbyshire have come to dismissing the young man, and the sun has now disappeared, which could pose a problem. Those clouds look horrible. Here comes Chappell again. Final ball of the over. Short one through to Brooke Guest. And the over comes to an end.
Yeah, he's done well to survive that, Dawkins, I think, hasn't he? And 3 men on the trap on the leg side. As you say, that one just popping up over the short leg's head. Could easily have gone to hand.
Well, I understand why Derbyshire want to be out there. And, I applaud their enthusiasm. But I'm not sure. A good night's sleep, get yourselves in the right frame of mind tomorrow morning and move on. Well, they've decided to go down this route, but now it's clouded over again. I'm not sure whether Chappell will be able to bowl the next over from the far end.
It's going to be Morley from this pavilion end then bowling to Compton. To mid-wicket. There's no run. And a group of stewards just below us eagerly looking at the umpires to... I think they've dispersed now, but I can completely understand they do a lot of hanging around, don't they? A lot of great work as well, but been here since early doors, absolutely freezing as someone's driven. It's a half stop actually. It's a decent one by Harry Kame at mid-wicket and there's no run, but for them I was wishing the day would be over as much as anything else. Not for us sat in the commentary box, but there we go. Morley, he's beaten him, he's bowled him! Ben Compton looks back and his off stump has been flattened. Now that decision, or the urgency for Derbyshire to get back on the field, has paid off. Compton goes for 46, bowled by Morley, and they are 111 for 1. Kent here, what a scalp to take. Ben Compton, the man who's been scoring all sorts of runs in a desperate season for Kent, has been bowled by Jack Morley.
Well, as I said, it's a good idea to be out there for Derby. I think I was saying that, wasn't I?
Pretty much, I think.
Yeah, no, that is a huge breakthrough. And what a fillip it is for Jack Morley, who's had a difficult time. He's gone for 40 in his 6.5 overs. He went for 3 sixes. Mikey Cohen's come out as a night watchman. Excellent. This could be good fun. He went for 3 sixes off Dawkins, who just planted him into the seats away to the right by the car park. Now this is a real opportunity here for Derbyshire to pick up 2 wickets. I know one of them will be a night watch, and then they'd obviously bring in whoever's due in next, whether it be Denley or whether it be Singh. We're not entirely sure at this stage, but a real opportunity here for Derbyshire for some bonus wickets. We were all convinced that the day's play was over. I was talking to a couple of people in the cinema seats here away to our left, and they said, "Nah, but they won't play. They won't play. We might as well go." They hung on. I don't think they're being rewarded because I think they're Kent fans.
But cricket's cricket, isn't it? There we go. Ben Compton, holding the pose, looking back at his off stump. flattened by Jack Morley. 111 for 1. You say Mikey Cohen coming out as a night watchman. He's not batted very much for Kent. It's the first time I've seen this. Left-handed, bat raised, box out. There's a decent job there.
I have seen him bat quite nicely, as I said earlier, at Trent Bridge. I'm sure he batted nicely at Trent Bridge. I must look it up. I will look it up.
Had more of a chance in the One Day Cup than he's had in the first class game yet for Kent. One does turn a little bit. The quicker one from Morley, blocked away outside off stump by Cohen. Looks efficient there. Morley trying to sneak one through for perhaps a second wicket. And this drives at that one.
Not sure that's in the Night Watchman's playbook.
Not sure it's quite where he intended it, but we'll go outside part of the bat for 4 runs. And it's rather flashed at that. But he's got himself 4. Kent onto 115 for 1. Cohen has just 4. Ben Dawkins 51. I was going to catch up with Ben Compton after the day's play.
Yeah.
Obviously to talk about his season as well as today, but just messaged the Kent camp and said perhaps not Ben Compton this late in the day. I think maybe we'll just let him have some time to himself. He's a very genial man. But there's Ben Compton, but I think it would be perhaps rude to say, how about you have a little chat to us after? Have to come out in the dark.
Just got a dash for 2 minutes.
Of course, yeah, sorry. 6 o'clock. As Jappel round the wicket. Ooh, hits Ben Dawkins in the ribs, I think, or maybe a bit lower. Ouch. And this is a testing spell now for Dawkins as well. Well, that's more or less doubled him over, Ben Dawkins. And yeah, he's taking the batting helmet off as well. And he will just need to compose himself and hit by that delivery from Ben Dawkins. And taking a moment and taking the knee is Dawkins. Zach Chappell testing him with a short ball. Not only his defence but his attack. He's taking the ball on and Dawkins is waiting for the physio now. Running on. So just having a quick word with Ben Dawkins. Painful. That Chapel is at some speed, and yeah, he's not feeling too clever about himself, Ben Dawkins. And Mikey going over to talk to him, but though it's a bit of bodily harm to Dawkins, Derbyshire, I'm sure will be ruthless here and want the young man's wicket as well. 115 for 1. The delay of play here, and actually the weather now coming from our left here at Canterbury, looking a little bit better in terms of the cloud cover reducing. Ben Dawkins gets himself up. He's had a concussion check and now has been hit amidships by a short delivery from Zach Chappell. So Derbyshire will be very pleased indeed, having lost 7 overs to come back for a brief spell at Kent. These 4 overs this evening, and first ball of the 37th over. 11 more available to Derbyshire here. As Dawkins faces up once again, when he goes short once more, he does, and that's pulled away low by Dawkins. Good shot. Actually, it was a good bouncer as well, up sort of chest high, maybe throat high on Dawkins, and he's pulled it away for a single. He's rather leaning on his bat at the far end now, Ben Dawkins, and he's in some discomfort, but managed to knock that one away for a single. 116 for 1, and 52 for Dawkins, 4 for Cohen. He's looking in some discomfort, Ben Dawkins.
Isn't he?
The physio has been dispatched. There was no treatment, but I think you understand when I say it's hit him. Well,
difficult to treat, isn't it?
Low and central, basically, but yeah, doesn't make it any less painful. But Chappell, 4 deliveries to go of this over. Bowls 2. Cohen is up on his toes there, almost scampering forward as he feels the impact of that one and deflects it into the offside, very much deflects it. And there is no run.
I think the first
on his
movement
toes
might have been backwards.
Yes, yeah.
From Mikey Cohen there.
Not the most orthodox shot we've seen.
No. But he's volunteered, presumably. He hasn't been press ganged, I don't imagine, to be the...
Matt Parkinson's done the job before, certainly.
Yes.
It's a black-headed gull going past us, past the window. Very polite, the gulls who we find here at Canterbury. They rarely disturb the players. They'll settle a little bit later, but different class.
That's an immature one over there.
Yeah, maybe a herring gull, I think. Anyway, round the wicket comes Chappell. Oh, goodness me, he is steaming in. It's a bouncer, and Cohen very much knew where his feet were there. His head were very nearly meeting them there as he ducked.
I found the match
pace
against Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge, and he was 30 not out, with Finn Hudson-Prentice 91 not out, as Derbyshire got over the line to make 365 for 7 in the second innings and beat Notts in the Bob Willis Trophy. Happy days.
Happy days for Mikey Cohen, and facing this from Zach Chappell, she just turns it off his midriff there down to a fine leg. It's a short ball. They don't take the single. They might have taken the single. Not sure if it was Ben Dawkins saying don't feel like running around very much at the moment, or Mikey Cohen deciding it was his job to face the next two. It may well be the latter. Need to take as much strike as possible, really.
That's the idea.
The watchman. So a single here would be handy for them. Not getting it. That's a nice looking shot. Front elbow nice and high as he drives it into the offside. It's straight at the fielder. But end of the over, 116 for 1. And they go and consult. Will it be Jack Morley to continue? You'd imagine so.
Yeah, it's got to be, surely.
After getting the wicket of Ben Compton. Real bonus at the end of day 2 for Derbyshire.
No question about that. I didn't think we'd get back. I'm not sure they thought we'd get back. Wayne Madsen was very keen. He was out in the middle with the umpires, basically saying, look, we'll bowl anybody. I'll have a go. He's been a very, very occasional bowler this season. Wayne Madsen, with the shoulder issues he's had in recent years. Harry Kane fulfilled the role with a couple of overs. And now Jack Morley, who's got the 1 wicket to have fallen so far. Slip, short leg slip. Leg gully. He might need a helmet. He's quite close there at leg slip.
Yeah, that's a good call.
I think it's Ben Aitchison. In comes Morley to bowl to Dawkins, who pushes this one out into the offside, and they go through for the single that is required, which means that even if a wicket falls now, Dawkins will be back tomorrow morning, this being the last over of the day's play.
Yeah, he won't be keen to run any here, Ben Dawkins, I don't think.
If they run here, Mikey Cohen hasn't worked out what a night watchman is.
Fair play.
Would respectfully suggest. I think he knows what he's doing. They can have he's going to have a lot of company. Let's just wait until everybody's gone where they should be. So Madsen at slip. It wasn't Aitchison before, but he's going in at second slip. Must be Martin Anderson then at leg slip. He normally goes in there, and a short leg. That's an Aaron Donald. And Morley is in, and he goes back and pushes it straight back to the bowler, does Cohen. 4 from 8. They'll be looking for another drive from him, and now they have that trap set with the second slip. Morley in, goes back, defends, and then very stylishly, with a little wave of the bat, pushes the ball into the leg side. He's going to come around the wicket now. Morley, left arm spinner, of course. Same field effectively. Bowls a little quicker and flatter, and he just gets his bat on it. LBW's not out of the question if he can turn it back in to Cohen, but he's decided to go back over the wicket again. With 2 balls left, Cohen with his bat raised gets a full toss and smacks it straight back to Morley, who takes a stunning catch, diving away to his right hand side. Full toss, Morley with the catch, caught and bowled, and Derbyshire have 2 bonus wickets at the end of day 2. That will be it for today, and Kent will resume tomorrow on 117 for 2. The night watchman's done his job to an extent, but he's gone. He's down on his haunches. He can't quite believe what he's done, Mikey Cohen. He's out for 4. And Jack Morley now has 2 wickets to his name, and that was a brilliant, brilliant catch.
Yeah, fantastic from Jack Morley there, and well, everything working for Derbyshire today. A massive first innings total, and then taking 2 quick wickets in an extended spell. Off for bad light, came back on, all worked for them. Here at Ben Compton, who would quite happily have batted out the remaining 2 days. He might have batted all night if they'd asked him to, but then he was bowled by Morley, and then, as you say, superb caught and bowled there. Mikey Cohen, the second to go down. Ben Dawkins works his way off the field, still looking a little bit tender from being a hit by a short ball from Zach Chappell. But what a day it's been for Derbyshire, Dave.
Well, we ticked off some milestones, didn't we, along the way? The 358, the 3rd wicket's down, the highest in Derbyshire's history. We got to 698 for 6. That's the 3rd highest total in Derbyshire's history. The 2nd highest total, we were told, on this ground by any team. As Lewis Rees is the man who leads the team off quite correctly, because he made a double century. His high score in first class cricket, 211. There was 198 from Wayne Madsen, a quick fire 85 from Martin Anderson. And just when it looked like things weren't, a half century from Anuj Dal as well, of course, and just when it looked like it wasn't going to go Derbyshire's way, that this pitch was as flat as we feared, up comes Jack Morley. After we lost 7 overs due to bad light, they must have had a quiet word with each other in the changing rooms, I imagine. He bowls Ben Compton, and then he produces that catch to get rid of the night watchman, Mikey Cohen, to leave Kent 117 for 2, 581 runs behind still, and it just puts a slightly different complexion on tomorrow morning now. I think, Matt, they'll be thinking, right, well, we've got 2. Let's go and put the foot to the throat.
It looks like it's going to be overcast, certainly for the first few hours of the day. I'm not sure it'll be muggy exactly, but won't be ideal conditions for batting either, I don't think. It'll be chilly and overcast as well, so a chance that Derbyshire get amongst them tomorrow. Kent will have to be at their